Okay, I think we're about to go live, so if you can just sit in front of it and say something, and I'll see if I can get on my iPad.
Okay, done.
You are live. So, let's see if we, yeah, we'll start.
Hello. It's me.
So what do you see in the screen there?
Me?
Just you?
I don't see me, I see the lobby. Do you see anything?
Yeah, I see the lobby. Yeah, oh, okay. It's a few seconds in the past. That's me closing it down.
Oh, there's no webcam. Alright, okay.
Yeah, I got it. We're running a test at the moment.
Cool. I might have to run to get my computer.
Oh no, that's the one that ran earlier. That's not the current live stream. Is it streaming?
Just run down and collect my computer.
Yo, pop now.
I think I'll go. I might just go now because I'm sure it is.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
fine.
sure, but I'm pretty sure it is, and then I don't have to go again. But I'd rather arrive in a little late and be with you, than arrive in and be with you there in the middle. If I see Pomeroy down there, does anyone want anything from him or want to know anything from him?
No, the wage.
I do. Just pay us all, please. I'll make that clear.
28 entries. Going on. Are we live?
We should still be live, yeah. I think we're still streaming, but
People can hear us right now.
yeah. I don't think anybody's watching. Oh, what's that? Stream health. That doesn't look great, does it?
We'll see what you can see on there.
Yeah, send me the links while I look at my phone as well. Stick the link into it.
Oh yeah, no, we're live, yeah.
Oh, no, is anyone watching?
Yeah, me on this.
That's it.
Obviously. But
Let me bump the numbers too then. What's the link?
No, don't do that because it'll start hogging the bandwidth.
I should go with Evelyn.
I ran a test earlier and 15 people watched that test after it was finished. Who are these people?
Don't be bashing the fans when we're live.
You're right. Yeah, you're completely right, Ian.
What's it say? One watching. Okay.
One watching. Okay.
This is worthwhile.
That's
How much
you,
are you getting
though.
paid for this?
Sorry?
Don't watch me.
How much are you getting paid for this? Why?
How much am I getting paid?
Yeah.
Oh, this is part of a much bigger thing where I'm doing like a super hair show.
Okay.
How much are we paying? I think it's in that glass.
To be fair,
Exactly.
he did.
I did pay for it
You
though.
did pay the money.
Fair play.
I would have bought you one but you said you would leave.
Yes, no, I will leave because I may as well just get this out of the way.
Okay, now be quick. Don't get fucking.
2 viewing.
Oh, we're up to 2.
Hello.
And he's gone.
I wonder who these people are. Okay, sit down there, Ian, and talk to the
Talk to
fans
the people.
while
Talk
I,
to the fans.
Tell them what's happening.
We've got all 2 people here. One of them's Dara. Whoever you are out there, hello. Do I have a chat box for you? I don't have a chat box. You don't get to talk to me, but I can make fun of you. You've got nothing better to do on a Sunday than listen to Eni. You might want to reanalyze your life. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah. I feel like 9 minutes. 9 minutes and we can watch some pokers.
Oh, and the number of entries is going up. We're up to 30 now. Okay, let me see if I can find the URL so I can tweet it.
So, will you know any of the names on here?
Good question. Irish Open champion. Is that
That's
you?
me.
That's you, yeah. Ray D Master, I'm going to guess is Ray Masters.
It seems like a good check. You gave up and not me.
I do not know any of those other people. Nope.
Okay.
Some very Scandi looking names there.
You? Oh, that pissed off the only viewer we had.
No.
I said, have you not got anything better to do on a Sunday than watch Amy? And they left.
Well, to be fair, we didn't say we were starting until late, so we aren't
Okay.
expecting us to be late. Obviously, they're all going to flood in when we're late.
Of course. Is there a chat box?
That's a very good question.
Say something. Say something.
There might be. I think not though, because this isn't Twitch. So.
Well, hi chat. Oh, no, hi chat. Show chat.
Oh.
We've got chat.
Oh, we do have chat.
We do have chat.
Okay. Okay, say something and see what. That's probably us then, is it?
I just said hello. Yeah.
Oh, you said hello. Okay.
It's a 2-day event
It's a 2-day event, yeah. So I'm going to have to do the commentary tomorrow as well.
with 30 runners.
Let's look at the structure.
Betting instructors.
15-minute blinds. The starting stack is. Scroll down here. Doesn't say.
I guess we'll find out when it
We'll
kicks off.
find out in a minute. Yeah. Yeah. 15-minute blinds. I know we finish at 1 tonight, so that probably means we're going to get about 18 levels, maybe. 18, 19 levels.
Oh, we got another viewer.
Did we?
We got another viewer. We got 2 watching.
I haven't tweeted yet. Really good.
Hello out there.
We might not be completely alone, Eni.
Might not be.
Somebody out there watching.
6 minutes early. 6 minutes and you get some action, boys and girls. I wonder how David's doing.
David. Oh yeah, I didn't hear. Actually, I meant to check the phone.
Oh, David's dead.
Hmm?
Yeah, he's gone.
Gone.
3 viewers.
I still haven't tweeted. Willie Silver. I tweeted. Two idiots currently trying to set up Irish Online Open live stream. This might be the URL, no guarantees. Willie tweets back. Meanwhile, 3,000 miles away, two idiots try to do much the same. And I guess he's referring to Kate and Mike.
4 viewers.
4 viewers. Woo!
Hello!
We haven't even started yet.
Haven't even started and we got fans.
Okay, which of those 2 glasses is Enos?
This one's Enos.
That one's Enos. Okay, so it's going to be starting soon, so we should try to pick a table.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? So okay, we're up to 31 now.
Wrong seat.
No, I'm fine.
Sure.
No, you stay there. Yeah, I'll just I'm just trying to, when it starts, I'll pick a table and we can start watching that.
Okay. Did you say you recognise someone on the second page?
Yeah, you're right. Ray Masters. So I think we'll join Ray's table. I'm pretty sure Ray D. Master would be Ray Masters, the father of Dave Masters. So we'll join his table. So it starts, and it's starting in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I'll take your fucking chair.
Oh, you lost a viewer.
Oh no. No patience.
That's it. Couldn't wait 1 minute 30 seconds.
Okay, we're about to start in less than a minute. This is the Irish Open Online Championship, the very first running ever. It's on Guts Poker. Late Reg is open for an hour and a half, so you can still get in. There's 32 people entered at the moment. There's a 1,600 package added for the winner.
Pretty
So
sick value.
That's pretty sick value, yeah. That's basically like €50 each for the 32 people.
Very nice.
And I'm joined by a man who I'm pretty sure Ian has played the Irish Open before. Couple of times.
It's a nice comp.
Yeah, and it's done quite well, I believe.
Yeah, I've cashed.
Yeah, cashed.
Cashed.
Yeah.
Have you ever cashed?
No,
never cashed.
No, never cashed.
Where are you from?
I've probably played more often than you. Yeah, I've never cashed, and I'm sitting here by the double final table list.
That's me.
Ian Simpson
me.
and champion.
Champion once.
What year did you win?
2013. Let's see what our man Ray D is up to.
Okay, yeah.
Has Lappin ever cashed it?
Lapin's never cashed it either, no? You're the only person who's going to be involved in this commentary that's cashed.
Jesus.
Yeah. You get to feel all superior to us.
I know. Well, I mean, I naturally do anyway. I just don't rub it in.
Yeah. So you can see we're starting pretty
nice
deep
and
here.
deep. 20k.
20k, 100 big blinds. 200 big blinds everybody has. And Ray's gone for a min raise. The big blind is defended. Would you call any 2 cards there?
Not any 2. Oh, we're just going to needle all day.
No, I'm just wondering. Would you?
No, not any 2.
Yeah.
A lot of White Accents was so deep.
I think I'd call close to any 2 cards there, to be honest, because you're getting like 3.5 to 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think
and a squillion to 1 implied odds.
That's true. Now, the boards run out pretty interesting because obviously an ace is in the range of Ray, and in fact, they both have an ace. Yeah, so the big blind had ace queen there. Would you 3-bet ace queen there against late position raiser?
He was kind of in mid position, right?
Yeah, it's true. Actually, you're right. We're 7-handed. He was the cutoff.
We're so deep. I mean, I don't mind either play. I think you got to do both with a certain percentage of the time.
Yeah.
You'll know the correct percentage better than me. I believe.
Yeah, I'd agree that.
Yeah, I'd agree. You'd agree that you know it better than me.
No, I'd agree that I think either play is fine. And actually, like tournament players like us are not really used to 200 big blind spots.
Not at all.
They don't come up that often. So it's probably better to err on the cautious side.
Yeah, I mean, very early in the comp, I usually do that anyway, just to try and figure out what people are up to.
Yeah. So we saw Ray, who played the previous hand with ace-8 offsuit, which he brought in from min raise. Now he's limping. It'd be interesting to see if this goes to showdown what kind of hands he's limping as opposed to raising.
You have a constructed limping range, don't you, Dara?
I do, yeah, but usually not this shallow.
Yeah.
Or sorry, this deep. When I get down to like 30 big blinds or less, and I'm playing a very wide range. There are certain spots where I limp nearly all my range.
Right.
And that's because I feel like I can play more hands when I do that.
Okay.
Whereas if I raise, I can't raise too much because I'm exploitable to the 3-bet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's hard to know what to do in these spots. I think traditionally people raise more when we're deeper, which is not what we're seeing on this table so far. We've seen a min raise and a limp, both from Ray.
Yeah, my default's 3x.
3x, yeah. And I've even seen like in high rollers people will go bigger. They'll go as high as 4x. So yeah, we didn't see.
Have we got a rabbit cam?
Sorry,
was that a rabbit cam?
Yeah, that's a feature of microgaming. Yeah.
That must be frustrating.
It can be quite tilting because if you fold your draw on the turn, if you're not doing the odds, and you see that it gets there.
It's just a way to needle the fans, the customers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Raising again for another limp, another gun.
Another limp from Ray. Ray's been the most active player so far. This spot is 3-way.
So when you have a constructed limping range 30 bigs deep, is your c-bet? I mean, it's not exactly a c-bet because you didn't raise.
Correct, but if you limp and the blinds don't raise, you are kind of
perceived as being.
You have the stronger range anyway, yeah, because not only have you decided to play the hand, whereas they haven't, the big blind just checked behind, but also their range is kind of capped in the sense that if they actually had a strong hand, they would probably raise. So they almost certainly don't have the top.
So is your c-betting a7 suited with this?
Yeah.
Do you have a slightly higher? I know it's quite a c-bet.
Yeah.
Lead. Do you have a slightly higher lead than?
It depends on the board. If the board favors my range in the sense that if the board comes with an ace, I'd probably always bet because, as I said, the big blind doesn't have very many aces because he's going to raise most of those over the limit. But if the board comes very raggy, it kind of depends on my hand. If I have a hand that doesn't mind seeing more cards, I'll be happy to check behind a lot. But if I don't, I'll certainly stop the most because basically the defender, for want of a better word, in that spot has literally shown no strength and no interest in the hand up to that point. So it's folded around to the button. Gucci has gone for a 2.08. That's the size.
The 0.8 is optimal. I've been thinking of writing an article about the 2.08 X-rays.
2.08 rising. That's interesting. Yeah, that's one of the things you can do online, of course, that you can't do live. You can't really do the 2.08.
You can raise the squeakiest percentages you want.
Yeah. So Ray's defended again. Ray has been by far the most active player so far, and
big bet.
This is a big bet, yeah. It was 70% pot. And a very quick call from Ray. How would you interpret the quick call there?
No idea, mate.
Fuck Divana. I generally kind of rule out really strong hands and obviously really weak hands because he's called.
Yeah.
Because I think if he had a really strong hand, he might want to think about whether he wanted to raise or not.
Yeah.
It tends to be weighted towards kind of marginal hands and draws that you're going to call, but you're never going to raise.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had the bear over pair there. A really good turn for him.
Would you ever lead that turn?
That's an interesting Spot actually, yeah.
Because you can expect its 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces all to check back on that turn if they had bet the flop.
That's a good point. The only thing I would say is the button's range is so wide that he probably doesn't have that many strong hands. So it kind of comes down to whether I think the button is aggressive and is likely to stab again when he has nothing, or whether he's like a one and done guy in the sense that he'll bet the flop and then just shut down.
Fair enough.
And in this hand we have an under the gun raiser, or limper actually, sorry, against a big blind to check. Neither of them have shown any interest in the pot post flop. And
This sounds good.
ace-7 is probably going to be good. Yeah, yeah.
He needs pairs.
Yeah, yeah. He played the hand conservatively, but it kind of makes sense because he had showdown, and on the turn he picks up a gut shot as well. So his hand is strong enough to check call, and if he bets, he's probably not getting called by worse hands.
He's not making better fold.
Yeah, and he's not making better
He
fold.
might make like a pair of 6s fold, right? Maybe it was 10-10 jack queen.
Maybe, but I think maybe 6s might call once after the flop. So
Have to have a double barrel in you.
you would have to double barrel, I guess. Yeah, that would be the other option. Turn your hand into a double barrel bluff. Just quickly look at the lobby while this is going on. We're now up to 35 runners. And
Anyone?
has anyone made a really good start?
Take a minute, just load on the hotel Wi-Fi.
Yeah, yeah. We're away in Brighton here, Ian. How have you enjoyed Brighton?
Well, I did until today.
Yeah.
Brutal day. Came into this tournament, the Unibet UK tour, little plug, with like a third in chips.
Yeah.
And then it just went over and went wrong.
Yeah. You were third in chips overnight.
Yeah.
Wow.
They 1B didn't.
Yeah.
Wow. Overbet.
This is a big pot now. Yeah. Yeah. When somebody overbets the river like this, usually it means they either have a very strong hand or a very weak hand.
I like this occasion line with like the ace of diamonds and the 4.
Yeah.
Just to block that full house just a little bit.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, if you're going to turn a hand like ace of diamonds into a bluff, it's a very good bluff to have. And then if you have a
house
blocker
blocker.
as well, yeah, that's definitely a good thing. So
We do have the lobby up.
yeah, yes, we have somebody who's made a quick start. He's up to 28k already. Shout out to Parelius Loose. Hope I said that right. Meanwhile, we'll keep our eye on this table.
We got our first 3-bet.
We have our first 3-bet, and
It's
it's quite a big one.
It's a 3-bet squeeze, and it's quite big, yeah.
Yeah.
When you're implied odds are so juicy, this deep, it's tempting just to.
Yeah. He was getting 2-1 there on the call, out of position.
20-1 on his implied odds.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you have a hand like, say a low pair, it could
In.
be
In like gin.
Ian's right in there with the low pair. Yeah.
My back raised that
and
bad,
even I would go with the low pair. A hand like suited connectors could be more difficult because when you're out of position with suited connectors, you can get blown off draws more. But yeah, I think you would probably continue with a lot of hands there.
Excuse me.
So had you been to Brighton before?
First time?
This is your first time, even though you're an English lad.
Even though I'm an English lad. It's the furthest south in England I've ever been.
Well, you don't get much more south than here.
Cornwall's about the one, yeah.
And I've been to Cornwall.
You've been to Cornwall. So you've been further south in England than I have.
I've been further south than you have, yeah.
But Brighton's lovely. I mean, I haven't had a chance to see too much of it, but very pleasant.
Brighton is lovely, yeah. Yeah, we
People
haven't
seem
been
nice.
blessed with the weather.
No, we haven't. We had a couple of good days before you got here, though, which was a good rub.
Yeah.
Pot size lead on the river. I'm try about getting the chips in these boys.
No, there's no
Let's-
hanging around. This might be a 2-day event, but people aren't ready to put their chips in.
Let's just see some carnage.
Yeah. I just warn our 6 viewers, we just lost one, that we are drinking. So
I didn't like that fucker anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he was doing here. The 6 people who are left, they're obviously the best people.
Obviously.
They're the people we're
The
drinking
cream of
with.
the crop.
Yeah. So we have an all diamond board, 2-way.
We've got a T-Rex versus a fucking lizard? Is that what that is?
Yeah, the avatars on microgaming are quite interesting.
I love them. It's got a lizard in. How can I not love it?
Yeah,
Fucking Rabbitcam's going to do my head in.
yeah. You Twitch on Unibet.
I do.
How long have you been twitching for?
3 weeks now, 2 weeks now, something like that.
And had you twitched before?
First time.
And how are you finding it? Whole
Love it.
experience? Really?
Hard work. I love it.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more tiring than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Because I think it's just your concentration level is quite high considering I'm playing less tables, but I'm focused on chat, interacting with chat, and making sure that the software is doing what I want the software to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've watched you, and for somebody who's basically starting out, you are a real natural.
Thanks, man.
You interact really well with the audience. You've got good enthusiasm levels. You're always interesting to watch. Yeah, I have to say I don't enjoy watching a lot of people on Twitch, but I do enjoy watching you.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
But you don't play on microgaming at all.
No, I tried to play on one skin, and because they've transitioned from somewhere else to microgaming, it broke.
Yeah, Unibet actually used to be on microgaming
Yeah,
before
yeah,
they went
yeah.
standalone,
They
but
went
now
standalone.
they have their own software, which looks quite different.
It's
from
pretty
this.
slick.
It is very slick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do play on microgaming as well.
Yeah.
I have to say, my name on microgaming is Hopalong Hansen, and the reason for that is that when I signed up, my friend Clodagh, also your friend Clodagh,
My friend Clodagh.
who is the microgaming live events manager, had broken her leg, so she was hopping along on. And yeah, when she saw my sign up name, she was quite amused. So,
Clodagh's the best.
Clodagh
It really is lovely.
Clodagh is the best, yeah. So we've already got somebody who's up to 42k now.
Oh,
If
someone's
we
not
just
happy.
have a
We have
quick look
got a KO.
Yeah, he's obviously knocked somebody out. We'll have a quick look at his table. I have to say I don't recognize any of those players. But yeah, shout out to Imperator PDA.
That's a good avatar.
He's made
the worm on the hook for you're fishing. You're after the fish.
He likes the fishing avatar.
I do.
Yeah. Okay, unfortunately I don't know any players there. If anybody is playing and they want to tweet me and tell me their screen name, we can have a look and see how you're getting on. But we'll return to the one player in the tournament whose name I recognize, Ray. And Ray has made a decent start with that turned house, I believe.
Yeah, with the 7th.
Yeah.
So he's packed up an extra 1,200 on top of his 20k starting.
Yeah. And we're now to 36 runners, of which 35 remain. The first player out, not to name and shame him or anything, but the first unlucky player out.
Thought like Lappin's not here. He was next door.
Maybe
just trying to
next
reg.
door. Yeah, we will be joined at some stage, we hope, by David Lappin. He's gone off to get his computer, which he left at the casino for some reason. But yeah, unlucky noob to you two. First person eliminated from the very first Irish Open Online Championship. So another open from Ray. It's fair to say Ray has been very active so far.
Mixture of min opens and limps.
Yeah.
So I guess everyone's already going to be sort of trying to categorise what he's putting into both those ranges.
Yeah, they've seen a few hands go to showdown now,
Yeah.
and they're probably starting to get an idea of the type of hands he limps and the type of hands he raises. From the chat, Tony asks, "Who are we watching?" That's a very good question, Tony. I wish I knew the answer. The only player that I recognise at the table here is Ray Masters. I believe, I'm going to guess, is Ray D Master. But this is the Irish Open Online Championship, the very first running of this. So whoever wins this will be the very first Irish Open Online champion.
Do they get a trophy?
I have no idea.
Okay. We'll buy them a pint.
We'll buy them a pint when
next
they
week.
come over, yeah, because in addition to whatever they win for winning this tournament, they will win a package to the Irish Open, a main event entry, and hotel accommodation, I believe.
Very
in
nice.
City West.
I think the City West is fully booked now.
Yeah.
Other than, the
I'm
spot they've got
pretty
saved for this
sure
guy.
it is, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm staying down the road.
Where are you staying?
And it's
Is it in Tala or?
It's in Tala.
It's in Tala, yeah. Yeah, Tala's pretty close. So.
I think it's like a sister hotel of the City West.
Okay.
Whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I booked it though. I'm sure it's nice. Ooh, we got a 3-bet from Ray.
3-bet from Ray, who has been very active. As
But
we
is this his
said.
first 3 bets?
This is the first 3 bets, and it's quite big. He's gone for slightly over 3 times the initial raise, and
Raggedy Body expecting a bet quite often here.
yeah, and there it is. He's gone for just about half pot, which he's going to be doing with a lot of hands. I think it's fair to say he's going to stab at least once, even when he misses his board. Gets the fold.
Again.
He's aiming for Ray. And we're on to the second blind level now, which is 75, 150. They're still very deep, obviously. They're still, the starting stack is 130 big blinds. So you've played a few Irish Opens. Which venues have you played? Because I remember the one you won, I think that was
Burlow.
The Burlow. I do remember that one, yeah.
I played the City West once.
And City West as well.
Once? Just once, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the very first one I played, which I think must have been 2007, maybe, whatever year Neil Channing won.
Yeah.
That was in City West. Then it moved back to the Burnt, where it had been before, and it was there for a few years, and then it moved back out to City West last year.
I missed the Burlow. I love the Burlow.
The Burlow is very central, yeah, that was the advantage. City West is very picturesque. But the Burlow is more.
Nothing against City West, just I've got sentimental memories of the Burlow.
Of course,
you know?
Both your final tables from the Burlow.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
The first one we got locked away. We had surrender. It was in a back room. Surrendered our phone, and it was streamed real time to the bar and to everyone else.
I remember that.
That was kind of a bizarre one.
Yeah. That was maybe an experiment that didn't quite work.
I didn't think it was so bad.
Did you not know? In terms of the atmosphere?
Because when I came forth and I went to the bar, and the bar was jumping.
Yeah?
Yeah. It helped that Dixie Dean was in the bar. He went...
I forgot that was the year of Dixie Dean, yeah.
He got third, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got third, so he came to the bar afterwards, which helped with the jumping, and his friends were all there.
And who won that year?
Bandersmissen.
Bandersmissen, yeah. He was on my very first table that year.
Right.
He was small blind to my big blind.
Okay.
And he kept min raising from the small blind, and it was the first time
Fucking terrible mistake.
I'd never seen anyone do that, and I had no idea how to play against it or how to react.
You should have read my article.
But it was before your article was written, unfortunately.
I know.
Before anybody had even heard of Eni.
I know, pre-Eni.
Yeah. And you came fourth that year, but I think you also won the Soul Survivor.
Yes.
And what did you get for that?
It was a 100k sponsorship package, but we did it was 50k tournament buy-ins and whatever tournaments we wanted, and 50k cash, and we did a deal on the cash side of things.
Okay.
So I got 60.
Yeah. And you weren't a full-time player at the time?
Oh, very, very, very recreational player. I was a teacher.
It must have been an amazing experience.
Silly experience.
Yeah.
how does that shit happen?
And then, so when you came back the following year and won it, were you full-time player at that point?
I had been for that year because I couldn't use the 50k tournament buy-ins and do credit to being a teacher at the same time.
Yeah. And what did you spend the 50k buy-ins on?
A couple of EPTs. I tried to do the PCA, but my wire transfer got lost. I got it back 2 weeks after. So I went out to the PCA and did some of the side events that I could do with cash. But I couldn't play the main.
Yeah.
Because the buy-in got lost. It wasn't anyone's fault except I think there was the bank just saw the word gambling, and it wasn't too long after Black Friday.
Yeah.
And they just freaked out and put a hold on it and, scuttled it. EPT to London was a fun one.
Yeah.
I think I played the Unibet Open in London. There was a spot in London where, what the hell was there? There was like 3 1Ks within the space of just a week or two. There was the English Open, there was the Unibet London, and one more comp. I can't remember what it was now. What else did I play? Irish Winter Festival when that was running.
Yeah, I remember the Irish Winter Festival. That was basically the second big tournament. That was in Ireland. It was about 6 months away from the Irish Open, so it kind of split the year up. Good friend Nick Newport did very well in that 1 year. He chopped it 2 or 3 way.
Yeah.
I never cashed the Winter Festival either.
So you play professionally.
I do, yeah.
But you can't cash an island.
No. The only thing I could say in my defence is that the year the Winter Festival finished, there was another Paddy Power tournament called the Spooktacular, which ran at around the same time,
Okay.
Halloween, and I did at least manage to final table that.
Okay.
But it was no longer the Winter Festival, so
Okay.
officially I've never cashed the Irish Open or the Winter Festival.
Don't it? You'll fix that this year.
I hope so. Every year I think I'm going to catch the Irish Open, and every year I'm very disappointed when I don't. I've had a few near bubble experiences, let's say.
Right.
I think there was one year I went maybe 3 from the bubble.
Okay.
I remember I lost a massive flip against Tom Kitt shortly before the bubble. And there was another year Tom Finneran actually knocked me out near the bubble as well. But yeah, I've an absolutely appalling record in the Irish Open.
You should just play in America. You do good in America. Put that instead.
Yeah, I think I do well in general in Ireland, but for some reason not in the Irish.
That one's cursed for you?
Yeah, that one is cursed for me.
It's on too big a pedestal because it's the there's a lot of home turf pride to be had.
For sure. Yeah, no, it's the one tournament I think every Irish person would love to win. I remember a argument among Irish players at an EPT or somewhere once about which would you prefer to win, the main event or the World Series main event or the Irish Open. And I was surprised by the number of Irish players who said the Irish Open. Yeah. Personally, I have to admit I would prefer to win the World Series main event.
The paydays are just a little bigger.
Far more money, far more worldwide fame. But I guess, if you want the local bragging rights, then the Irish Open is what you want.
Power classes the World Series as just practice for the Irish Open.
that's an interesting way of looking at it, yeah. Sure. So, anyway, back to the poker. We haven't had too many big pots yet on this table. This is just limp from the small blind, check from the big blind. Nobody wants to put more chips in.
I wonder Ray's going to win this.
You'd have to think if Cuckoo had any sort of decent hand. Ray had an ace there. He was probably going to check call. And he's just hoping to induce a bluff from lower stand.
I'm surprised he didn't limp stab that. I guess he was confident too.
Yeah, I think with the showdown, kind of one of those spots where you feel if you bet, you're probably just getting called by better hands and folding worse. Although, that's not completely true. I guess
it's just folding up the equity as well.
And you folding out equity. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so we've seen them playing pretty cautiously at the start here. Imperator still chip leader. He still has about the same as we saw last.
It wasn't Imperator.
It was Imperator.
It wasn't. It was Pirelli suit.
He was the very first leader. I think he got up to 28k earlier, and then Imperator was the guy who knocked somebody out.
Okay.
I'm just going to have a quick flick through the list to see if there are any other names I recognise.
What the Quack?
What the Quack?
Kind of looks familiar. I don't know who it is though.
And no. These could all be players I know, but I don't know their
the Guts poker screen name.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If you're playing and you don't have to give away your username or anything, say hi. Let us know if you're in the streets, if you're trying to take down the Irish Open Online Championship.
That's the Twitch Pro there with the shout out.
I've been practicing,
Yeah.
Pot's getting big here. I missed the action.
The pot is getting big. Yeah, you're right. It must have. Well. Yeah.
I guess it was a 3-bet from.
It must have been 3-bet from the small blind, and he's led. This
smells like a set to me.
Now, okay.
Aye, Chihuahua.
There's a very strong chance these guys are getting it in here.
Set be set.
What have we got here?
Massive draw?
Set again. Oh, set over set.
Yeah.
Set over set.
Yeah, smelled it.
Yeah.
As far as Jack's played it that fast.
Yeah, I guess on the draw heavy board he thought King Queen is an open ender, Ace King, Ace Queen. But yeah, he played it really fast and he's probably only getting action from other sets, but it did
worked out okay.
But he worked out fine for him. One interesting thing there is that the pocket fours, when he gets 3-bet, decided to call set mining.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you call with a small pair set mining, you're actually also set over set mining.
You're such a pessimist, you know that? Jesus.
Yeah, but I remember doing the maths on this once, and if you start out with a smaller pair, and you're up against a bigger pair,
Mm.
you get set over set at a surprising amount of the time. But he gets the immediate double up, back up to over 20 bigs. He reshoved King Jack, which is a respectable hand to reshove, I think, against a late position raise. And he wins. He was slightly behind, but he was close enough to 80.
Close enough to a flip. Potatoes comes in for a full 3x and just wins.
3x gets through, the 2x doesn't get through. And I guess that's something you see these days. People used to defend more or less the same ranges to both, and now people defend much wider against 2x.
Yes. Players?
We're up to 10 viewers.
Oh yeah.
We might have more viewers than our players in the tournament soon.
That's the plan.
That's
the plan.
That's our aim.
So the limp is being attacked here. So Gilly limped from his 20 odd big blind stack. Miniman comes in for 3.5x. And leads very big. That seems seems a bit. It's kind of dry.
You have to think he is almost committed against the guy's stack. If the guy decides to shove, he's going to be getting such a price that almost even with 2 overcards, he might be getting the price to call there.
Yeah, you'd think if he was at the top of his range, like the aces, kings, you might check to let the other guy make a pair. Because the thought of the limp probably make a pair on that board, right?
Yeah, I agree. Interesting play from Gulbar too. He basically limp called on the button.
Yeah.
That's a play you used to never see, but now with sort of sub 30 big blinds, you do see people limping more often in those spots. Now he's gone for the shove, and he's shoved for 19 big blinds, and this time it gets through.
Big shove with no andes.
It is a big shove with no andes. Actually, that's a really good point. Yeah, the risk to reward is
a lot.
It's a lot less there. He shoved almost 3,000 chips just to pick up 225. Whereas if we had antes, there'd be an extra
big blind.
An extra big blind basically. It'd be almost 400 chips in the pot. So, the risk to reward isn't great there. And we have another blind on blind spot here.
Oh no, it was a minute.
Oh no, sorry.
Minute from OJ.
Yeah.
Oh. So
he needs paying more attention than Doug here.
It's a rare thing. Maybe I handled my booze better. Maybe that's
you definitely handle your booze better than me. I handle my booze really badly. That's why you'll almost never see me drinking at the table.
I imagine Guccio is in the best shape here. Someone peeling out of the small blind usually has a slightly decent range, right? Okay, he's a lot looser than I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. He's very deep, so it's probably fine.
Yeah, 5-6 suited seems okay, and he had a pair. Didn't seem the reason to bet it. OJ's decision not to bet King Queen on the King high board, I think it was.
It was King Deuce 5, right? It was very dry.
Very, very dry.
Yeah, so I guess he was.
And then the ace comes on the turn, and that's an action
kind of fucked
killer.
his plan. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we have a 20.33 big blind shove from
333.
333. Gulbar. Cuckoo's either tanking or disconnecting here, but he
could be having a poo.
He has to snap.
It happens. It happens.
He has both.
Sucks when you're twitching. You just start the Twitch stream. It's actually, I could use another 20 minutes. Yeah. I just need to. Sorry, I had to lower the tone just a little bit. How many viewers did we lose?
No, we're up to 12 viewers now.
We're to 12,
which is pretty good, and I have no idea whether these people can even hear us. Oh,
yeah!
Shout out to Shane Kelly who confirmed that yes, you can hear us.
Hello, Shane Kelly.
Hello, Shane Kelly. Indeed.
Are you playing, Shane? Are you in this comp particularly? This late reg is still open.
Tell us if you're playing. We haven't had our second bust out yet, but we do have a few guys who are kind of in the danger zone.
But Kind's actually lesser than Gullibar.
Less than Gullibar. Gullibar is the second shortest stack in the tournament. And we're up to 41 runners now. And the blinds are now gone to 1 and 200.
I keep looking at Cuckoo when the cards are being dealt, expecting my cards to be there. And I keep being faced down.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
I'm the same.
Yeah, I keep looking
at it.
And I've got up.
I was wondering why my eyes were naturally drawn to him, even though
that's my default seat in the middle.
Same for me, yeah.
2.04 X-rays instead of 2.08. Right?
Yeah, it seems like he just always adds 8 on the end.
His maths was wrong. His maths was accidentally right in the first level. though.
And now but does the fact that the blinds are bigger relative to the stacks change the math slightly?
No.
No. It has to be 2.08. Okay. I believe you.
Good.
Eni used to be a biology teacher.
Used to be.
So. Do you think you'd ever go back to teaching?
You know what? For the first 3-4 years of playing poker, I answered that question with yep, absolutely. I loved it. But now it just sucks. Like the teachers are treated awfully. They were already
Yeah.
treated pretty badly when I was teaching, and it's not like internal to any specific school. It's just the workload is just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been out of it for 5 years, and for 5 years the workload's got bigger every year.
Yeah.
And I was already doing 60 hours a week.
Yeah.
To stay on top of it.
Yeah, because you obviously know, apart from that, I presume you still have friends who are teachers. But Emma, your really lovely wife, shout out to Emma, is also a teacher.
Yes.
And a very good teacher and very conscious.
One of the best
teacher I know.
One of the best in England.
Yeah.
Teaches maths. Is a rated outstanding teacher. That's Ofsted's words, not mine. She has to do 70 hours a week to do it.
Wow.
And she's always behind.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we ran into him at the Unibet Open. And she came in to watch Eni playing, and she had a pile of exam papers with her that she was correcting in the casino.
In the casino on a holiday. She was sat with us marking away.
Yeah.
It's brilliant though, because poker players they're quite confident in their maths ability.
Yeah.
Occasionally they'll wander over and they'll chat with them and say, "Oh, how you doing? How's Ian doing?" and blah 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 blah. And they'll see that she's marking and "Oh, maths teacher," and then they'll look at the maths questions and they'll go, "What the fuck is that? Did I do that? What? How do you work that out?"
Yeah.
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 Because they've introduced A-level questions to the GCSE now.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So every year they keep saying, "Oh, the exams are getting easier." No, they're not.
No.
Harder every year.
Yeah.
Now there's the easiest A-level stuff is on the GCSE papers now.
Yeah, I think a lot of grumpy or older people just feel that young people have it too easy and therefore the exams are getting easier. But I don't think that's actually.
Dara 999.
Is Dara 999 in the house? He is. Shout out to Dara 999, who is Dara Davey. Very close friend of both of ours.
Ah, he's a boss.
Yeah, living in Malta. Yeah,
living the life in Malta.
Living the life. Dara has been a really good player for a number of years. He was the first player that I ever staked.
Really?
Yeah. I remember. I guess.
How much did that cost you?
No, I'm telling you, if everybody our stake was like Dara, I'd be a very, very rich man. Yeah, I discovered Dara as a young, up and coming hopeful from Sligo. He was already a very good player, obviously.
Yeah.
And didn't deteriorate too much under my influence. So yeah, we did very well. And now he's living the high life in Malta.
Yeah, not too far from Lappin.
Not too far from Lappin, yeah. And shout out to Dara's partner Sandra, who recently had a baby. Beautiful little baby called Alex, who I'm looking forward to seeing when I go out to Malta soon.
You going out to Malta?
Going out to Malta to play the microgaming game, the MPN game at the end of April.
Lovely. We've got a 3-bet from Cox 73. OJ has defended his 2-bet to the 3-bet.
Yeah, he has shown no inclination to fold yet to 3-bets, but he does check flop.
It's a couple of fit or foldy sort of players we've seen from OJ.
That's true. Sure. Going for the min raise again. Dara's called in position.
You know the range. You know exactly the range. Dara's range.
Yeah, I do indeed.
What's his worst suited ace here? What's his worst connector?
I'm going to say his worst suited ace is ace 10 suited.
Okay.
And his worst suited connector is maybe jack 10 or 10 9, something like that.
All pocket pairs this deep?
He will play a lot of pocket pairs this way. He'll play a lot of hands like ace jack, ace queen like this. He actually won't 3-bet very much in this spot against none of the gun raiser.
Okay, so he's got a decent set of the stronger pairs too.
Yeah. It's possible, in fact, that he has no hand 3-bets there against none of the gun raiser. Yeah,
he puts his aces into his back call as well.
Yeah, a lot of good players. That's how they play their range.
Yeah.
So we saw Dara take it down there on the flop. I think it is bad news for the other players at the table that Dara has arrived.
Huh?
Apart from being a superb live player, Dara's a really top class online player as well.
How long has he been playing professionally?
Dara has been playing professionally almost as long as I have, I think, which would be like 9 years.
Okay.
8 or 9 years.
Did you pick him up recreationally or professionally?
He was already a professional player
Right.
when I met him. He was mainly grinding cash in the FIDS 1-2,
Okay.
and he was also playing some triple draw online. He was
That's right. You were saying earlier he's a triple draw
he
player.
was probably the best Irish deuce to 7 triple draw player at the time. That was kind of his specialty online, but obviously there's not much of that live in Ireland or in the UK.
It's almost a shame he doesn't go out to Vegas for the World Series.
The very first Vegas we went out to together, I actually staked him into the deuce to 7.
Yeah.
Because it was one of the few chances he had to play that. Yeah.
But
in recent years, Dara unfortunately hasn't gone to Vegas, so and he doesn't play much deuce to 7 anymore. I think.
okay. I mean, to be fair, the standard in Vegas, you'll probably still be good in those games, but he's got commitments at home now.
Yeah, and I think it's a big trek over to Vegas.
Oh yes,
and Dara doesn't travel as much as he used to. As a result, Dara's a really versatile player. He won the UK IPT Player of the Year not once but twice in a row. The first year he won it, I remember there was actually a very good prize. There was a package to every UK IPT stop the following year, worth almost 20 grand, I think. And he was in the. It basically came down to a race between himself and Max Silver going into the last event, and Dara managed to pull ahead right at the end. And then he came back and defended it the following year, so that was pretty impressive. And that's because part of the reason for that is, first of all, Dara has an amazing work ethic, and he plays all the side events.
Right.
But he also plays pretty much all the games. We see him lose a pot there.
King Queen. He opened under the gun, c-bet the Jack Deuce 5 board, the terms of 3. I imagine his double barrel bluff hands or AC sort of hand.
Yeah.
For the gutter.
Yeah.
But he was quite sensibly checked down to the guy who peeled him.
Yeah.
Had nines.
Nines. Yeah. Nines. Yeah. Yeah. I think the 9 might have got him in trouble there because he might have been tempted to fire again, having picked up a gut shot.
No, I would.
Yeah.
I don't need much of a reason.
Oh, and we have an all-in on call here, so we're gonna. Gilbert's at risk. He's
Slightly juiced pot.
He's in bad shape against Ace.
It's a good turn for him.
Gut shot and he's an open ender. Sorry.
GG Gully.
GG Gully, second player of the tournament.
Cuckoo's got himself to 23k now.
Yeah. Yeah, Cuckoo wins 2 pots in a row there.
Was that something Hansen? On page 2? I thought I saw Hansen.
No. I was afraid my wife was playing on my account back home.
Oh, maybe it's a Holand.
Hogland. Yeah, it seems like there are some Scandinavian-looking names. The Irish Open this year is a combination of the Irish Open and the Norwegians, which have kind of run around the same time at the same venue the last few years, but now they're actually one festival. They're kind of running concurrently. Norwegian events running during the Irish Open and vice versa.
It's a good mix.
It's a really good mix. The Irish and the Norwegians always have great crack together.
Oh, they're brilliant. I mean, if you could pick 2 poker cultures for Banda, it would be hard to say which one has the best Banda. So to have both cultures in the same hotel, it just makes for a great weekend of just having fun.
Yeah, I agree completely.
You said you were. Are you doing the whole festival?
I'm pretty much doing the whole festival. My wife's going to France for the last few days, so I have to work out how I can get from my house to City West without my wife driving me. that seems
Life's hard, man.
Life is hard. Like normally when I want to go anywhere, I just tell my wife I need to go here, and she drives me there. But yeah, I'm not sure how it works when she's not.
How big a journey is it? Is it far?
It's a 20-minute drive, maybe.
Taxi. I mean, if you
I could get a taxi.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
Because I mean, if you're still playing, then you're probably deep in something, or the side events at the end.
I think the way it's organised is the Irish Open main event is the first weekend, so that's over by then.
Oh,
and then
right.
effectively after that, it's just like side events of the Norwegians that'll be on. So
Okay. Well, I mean,
I think I probably will go out most days. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. There's a very good program of different buy-ins.
Oh, there's a big variety.
Yeah. Like personally, I prefer to play, let's say, 300 or
That was tight.
Or above. What happened there?
Cuckoo was a small blind.
Okay.
OJ Happy mended for 400. There was a call and a 3-bet to 1K, and both the people with 400 and folded for just 600 more.
Wow.
Which just seems a bit nitty titties.
Ian doesn't approve that play.
No, too nitty. You've got pot odds. Just call.
And we have our third player out, LK 2014, unlucky LK 2014. We're up to 44 runners now. You can still late register for another 47 minutes roughly. So we have a min raise. Dara's probably going to call almost every hand here against a button min raise.
That wide? How wide?
He probably won't call 7 deuce or hands of that nature, but he'll call almost everything else, getting like 3.5 to 1.
And you would play that way this deep, but how shallow would you have to be to sort of diverge too much from that?
I think in a weird sort of way, when you're this deep, you can certainly do it. Because you have implied odds with a lot more hands. And when you're shallow, you can do it, because if you hit a pair, you can just say, okay, well, I have enough equity.
Here we go.
Now, let's go. It's a sort of middling region where you do have to tighten up a bit. Say,
right.
Once you get above maybe 25, 30 bigs, and you're below 100 bigs, let's say.
Okay.
But at this stage, they're all playing 100 bigs or more, so I think Dara will be defending pretty wide there.
Okay.
So we have OJ Happy has been very active, and Ray, they tangled very first hand that we saw on this table. Ray's checking the flop. OJ now has to decide whether to bet or not.
Checks it back. That's probably pretty garbagey. For them being quite loosey-goosey. Ray checks again. You imagine he would have some sort of showdown value, maybe like an ace-7.
Yeah. Yeah, normally you'd expect him to bet here if he has like a really bad hand and just try and get somebody that's bad. Yeah, they both had showdown there. Ray gets unlucky in the river. OJ hits, but yeah, they both played it cautiously, and that's the way I think a lot of players would play that type of situation now. Your ace high is going to be good a lot.
Although I'm not peeling the ace-8 offsuit to a raise.
You wouldn't peel the ace-8 offsuit to a min raise.
Not in the blinds.
Okay.
He wasn't in the blinds, right?
He was. Actually, you're right. Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, because he's big blind this hand, so he wasn't. Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't.
Ray opened, right? And
Ray opened.
OJ called with the
OJ
ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite a loose open actually. I don't think I'd open ace-8 off under the gun.
I think it was Ray opening with ace queen off.
Yeah. Ray had the ace queen. Oh, you're right. Yeah. And OJ peeled it. Yeah. Sorry, I completely got it back to front.
OJ peeled on the.
I would not peel with ace-8. Yeah.
Okay,
right. Against an under the gun raise.
Thought I just I was going to reevaluate my entire life.
No. In fact, in a weird sort of way, I prefer to have ace-5 there than ace-8.
Yeah, for the wheelie draws.
Yeah, the wheelie draws, and I'd definitely like to be suited if I was going to play that type of hand. It's a kind of a spot where it's very hard to win a big pot, and you are going to be dominated a lot. So OJ has opened again for a min raise. Cuckoo has defended. This is what we're seeing a lot of, basically. One person opening to a min and the other person defending.
That's much better for the big blind than it is for OJ.
Yeah.
You imagine he's going to bet that quite a lot.
Yeah, and you would think that OJ probably wouldn't check a hand with a 5 in it on the flop.
Indeed.
Because he would try to get the immediate fold with equity. Guccio's gone for the 408 raise again. Now we have antes in play, actually, for the first time in the tournament. And that should loosen the action up a bit. He opened for a min raise +8, as he does. And he got a fold from the big blind. Now, I don't think there are very many hands I'd be folding there, because with the antes in the middle, you're getting an amazing price on the call. OJ is thinking about opening here. Or no, our connection may have lagged there.
No, that might have been it. That might have been
Yeah.
it. Battle of the Blinds. I know what I should do. I know what the correct strategy is. That's close to the correct strategy. Close.
Close.
And because it was close, you got the right result, but it was only close.
Yeah.
Anything in chat?
Dara
Dara's
Davey,
here.
seriously, please stop talking about me. No, Dara, we're going to talk about you more
All
and more
the time.
now as a result. Dara Davey, one of the great legends of Sligo poker. And there are many great legends of Sligo poker. Fergal Nealon is also from
Oh,
Sligo.
Fergal the Sligo man.
Fergal is also a Sligo man. Sligo must be a very interesting place that had produced both Dara Davey and Fergal Nealon.
Must be. Fergal's got a kid as well, hasn't he?
Fergal recently had a kid,
Yeah.
and the other thing in common with what we were saying else is I believe Fergal's lovely wife is also a math teacher, Sinead. Yeah. So it seems to be a thing that loosey-goosey poker players do, marry a maths teacher.
They rein us in a little bit. They
Yeah,
help us out. They help us out.
So Dara takes down the pot there. Hooray for Dara.
Hooray! He's above starting stack.
He is.
It's because he's got the rail. That's what's...
He has the rail, yeah. We're totally staying on this table now.
That's it.
We can't possibly leave. We were very lucky that this is the table that Dara came to because we wouldn't have even noticed him sneaking into the tournament.
How many tables does Dara play nowadays?
He doesn't play as many as he used to, which is I think common for most of us these days. We have to pay a bit more attention when we're playing. Yeah. So I think Dara probably most of the time plays around 8 tables.
Yeah.
I'm not sure though. Maybe with the baby now. Actually, no. I think maybe with the baby he plays even less because he has to be on daddy duty. So
you can bounce a baby and click away, right?
Yeah, it's definitely feasible.
Yeah.
So Dara's opened on the button. Got this one through.
Easy game.
Very easy game. 5 of a kind and feel the brunt. Unlucky.
5 of a kind was struggling along for a little while.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, and obviously he couldn't get it going again. So we're now up to 44 runners. We still have 40 minutes of late reg. So if you fancy the chance to be the first ever Irish Open online champion, and I am raging that I am in the UK and can't play as a result. But I'm very happy to be here with Irish Open champion, actual Irish Open champion, Ian Simpson.
Nah, thanks, bud. This is the nicest you've been to me all week.
It's because Lappin is not here. He's
right.
The bad influence.
Cox is coming for the 3-bet. OJ hasn't shown any willingness to fold yet.
No.
So if Cox has been paying attention, I guess he's value heavy.
That's a good point. And he's gone quite a big sizing in position. Normally people with 3-bet smaller. He has found a sizing that OJ will fold.
Yeah. So swing of a 3x OJ's open.
Yeah. I think our connection is lagging, unfortunately, just a little. That might be because the Dark Lord David Lappin has approached.
It's like 2 flights of stairs.
2 flights.
To be here on Guts Poker.
And
Good plug. Good little plug.
Unfortunately, oh no, our connection is back. We have Dara 999 on the table, who I believe might be known to you.
Oh wow! Does he have a stack?
He just got in. He's winning a few pots.
Hello everyone. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far.
I've been joined by Ian Simpson before. Ian was doing an amazing job. David is going to keep up the same high standards now. He's just run up a flight of stairs and he's puffing and panting to be
This
here.
is David Lappin, by the way.
David Lappin,
you said.
of course, yeah.
How many entrants in this tournament today, Dara?
40 something, right?
44 last we checked.
Oh,
You just lost 2 viewers since you got here, Lappin.
40.
So,
oh yeah, we have actually.
I was watching on 2 devices.
That's
all that's happened there.
I'm told that the tournament organizer JP is in this tournament. We should probably have guessed that, given that he's using the not very well disguised.
I was going to say Liverpool reference, surely.
JP Poker.
Oh.
And Ryko Kid is Paul O'Reilly, the other man behind the Irish Open. So they're both playing this. And on this table, I'm going to guess that Ray D Master is Ray Masters.
Yeah, it's an easy one to judge, isn't it?
Yeah. And obviously we know who Dara999 is. And Dara's already been trolling us in the chat. And did I do something wrong there? There he is. There he is.
Hey, Dara. Oh, he doesn't want us to talk about him. Doesn't he know that's going to make us talk about him more?
Giving away all his secrets. So we still have 38 minutes of registration. We could get up to 50 viewers. Sorry, not 50 viewers. That's unlikely. We have 11 viewers. We could get up to 50 runners.
So here we have Dara Davey under the gun, opening to 500. He's been flattered by Guccio.
Ray D's in.
Everyone's still playing pretty deep here. Ray Masters comes along.
OJ's been a bit of a loose goose so far. He's in. He's in. Lovely.
And there's a nice board now to get a few people interested. I'd expect Dara with...
OJ's led.
In fact, are we on a live stream or is this on a delay?
We're live.
We're
So, we're live. So any of my
2
commentary
seconds.
could be on his actual play.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
have to be
yeah.
very careful then. Influencing the action.
Oh, that is it.
I think
That
it's
is
a
it.
few second delay, but yeah, it's possible that his opponents are watching and you're telling them exactly how Dara
So
plays.
Dara's shit. So
Yes, I really hate Dara's flat with all of his range. It just seems like a mistake. So no, seriously, are these guys on a pretty short delay here?
Yeah, 2 or 3 seconds.
5 to 10 seconds.
Oh wow, that really puts us in a spot.
OJ's led for a second time.
Dara Davey, with whatever he had on the flop, you would assume he has the same hand on the turn. So if it's good enough on the flop, it's probably good enough on the turn. His range is quite wide here.
Ray D's interested still.
He definitely
This
can
is
have
a
the king
river.
of diamonds in his hand, Dara. He
This
can
is a
definitely have an
river.
ace and hate that river.
OJ's just got just over pot. Might be the worst card in the deck for OJ. If he was leading with a flush.
Yeah, I think in this spot, if Dara has the king of diamonds, maybe he's had ace king with the king of diamonds all along, he may decide to bet this one, but it would be a tricky enough spot against Ray Masters, who he's familiar with. Okay, Dara does choose to bet.
I'm gonna.
Dara could be slow playing a boat here, and now finally coming out to bet. He could also have a flush. Interesting to see now. Both of these opponents' ranges could still have strong hands.
Ray D's found himself a tricky spot, so it seems he's found a call. I'm gonna put Dara on a boat. There it is.
Good read. Pocket 9, Star's favourite hand.
Dara 999.
Yeah.
Dara's practically got double it out of that hand.
Yeah, and he's practically telegraphed the strength of his hand with his username there, which I think is a pretty
It's a bit of a leak.
poor
Bit of a
decision.
leak.
Poor decision by Dara, really. Yeah. If you are playing an opponent who's called Pocket Aces
that's
XXX,
what
you've
he's
got to
got.
assume
That's
he's
what
got
he's got.
Pocket Aces. It's a no-brainer.
I'm told that Frode, who runs the Norwegians and I believe also owns Guts Poker, is also playing this tournament.
Hmm?
I'm going to get his username in a minute.
Dara's putting the pressure on straight away on this flop.
Yeah, this is a blind v blind situation here, so
Ooh.
Dara's definitely capable of having, gut shots, overcards. There could be some potentially
Flush draws occasionally?
flush draws definitely possible in Dara's range. Although here comes the lead out for what looks like a blocker bet type of sizing.
He led the 10 as well. And now he's led
Of course,
four
remember
on
everyone
the
out there,
river.
anyone thinking we're influencing the action, we do not know the whole card, so we are just pure guesswork here as to
And we are
the players'
2 or 3
holdings.
bottles of wine deep, so
Oh, and he's turned
that's
two
so
pair.
dirty.
And we have no idea
So-
what Dara has.
I
So-
imagine he had some sort of 9.
We don't know what Dara had there, but credit to OJ recognising the value of a blocker bet. He obviously saw his hand as having the value that could get called by a top pair type
Yeah,
of hand,
yeah.
which is most likely what Dara had in that spot.
Yeah. OJ
Blocker
gets him,
blocker bet doing the job a blocker bet should.
yeah, OJ gets himself back up to above starting stack now.
Okay, so if we have a quick look at the lobby, we can see the early chip eater Imperator PDA has actually
Oh, he's increased it.
increased his stack a bit. He was responsible for the first elimination in the tournament. He's up to 54k. Dara's right up there now, also in the mix.
Paul, yes, the early chip leader is just ticking along very nicely, just slowly grinding it up.
Yep. If we go to the second page, we have Paul O'Reilly, the Ryko kid, is down a bit on starting stack on 17,900. JP, unsurprisingly, is down on starting stack as well. JP is a wonderful tournament director, and he's also a wonderful tournament director. And Gutsy Fropsy is Froda, the man behind.
So all the organisers doing a good job of redistributing their chips in the first hour is what you could basically summarise.
Yeah, doing a wonderful job. So we're on a break. And
sounds like wine o'clock. That's what breaks.
Wine o'clock. Shout out to Willie Shilly, who I tweeted that two idiots were trying to set up the stream at the moment, referring to myself and Ian. And Willie was snapped with the response. Meanwhile, 3,000 miles away, two idiots are trying to do much the same. I think referring to Kate and Mike, about to go into their grudge heads-up match tonight.
Oh wow, yes, of course. Anybody out there who doesn't already know, pretty not necessarily going to be the highest standard of encounter. Kate Hall's certainly one of the top players in the world. Mike Dentale would be a stretch to say he's anything better than an aggressive recreational player, but certainly got all the makings of a battle for these two guys. It's going to be personal the whole way. I imagine there's going to be plenty of speech plays. Kate's certainly not afraid of backing down when it comes to mouthing off to each other. What time? Does anybody know what time that grudge match is at?
Not a Scooby.
Not a Scooby, no. So, David, you're also over here in Brighton at the Unibet UK Poker Tour, and your first time in Brighton as well, I believe.
Yeah, well, I think first time for all three of us, is that right? Yeah, fantastic city, well worth a visit. They had a very kind of big thriving scene of poker here a couple of years ago. It's died off a little bit in the last couple of years, but I know with Unibet and maybe hopefully a few of the other organisers, they're going to try and bring it back as a destination.
The biggest game's Omaha, rather than Hold'em.
Oh, okay.
The regular, the Omaha's played more often than Hold'em, according to the poker manager. What's he called? Was he
Doug?
No, Doug's the TD.
Doug is the TD from Manchester, but he's well, the other night I think there was a large PLO cash game going on with
that's the norm.
From a few, and that seems to be the norm.
It's a lovely poker room, very very welcoming and friendly.
Yeah. Of course, speaking about Unibet, which as ambassadors we are one to do,
of course.
No conflict of interest there, because Unibet, of course, one of the sponsors of the Norwegian Championships, which pairs up with the Irish Championships every year now. The
no
Irish
conflict whatsoever.
Open. So Froda, JP, they won't mind, I'm sure. Especially when you get to have an Irish Open winner in the room. That's a huge bonus.
That's amazing. And double final tableist.
I know.
And he already put me on the spot and asked me if I'd ever cashed the Irish Open. Have you ever cashed the Irish Open?
I've never cashed the Irish Open, no. So between us all, we've made 2 final tables.
We've 2 final tables.
Have you ever cashed the Winter Festival?
Yes, I think I did cash the Winter Festival once. I think.
And more than I expected from you.
And I cashed the Winter Festival when it wasn't a Winter Festival anymore.
The Spooktacular.
Final table, the Spooktacular.
So what is the over-under on getting us to a final table here today? Do we think maybe 5 hours of play will get us there? It's quite a deep structure.
I'm going to say we're not going to get to the final table because this is a 2-day event and we'll be stopping at 1 a.m.
1 a.m. is the cut-off, okay. So 4 more hours.
I had to catch Pomeroy before night's end, so I will be here till 1 a.m. I'm afraid.
No worries.
In the absence of being able to talk about player holdings, we of course can't see the hold cards here. One of the things we can talk about is opening sizes. Most of these guys still playing more than 50 deep. In fact, some of them playing over 100 deep. What do we like as an opening size off these kind of average stacks here from all positions?
I mean, very, very deep. I mean, there is a few fluctuating stacks here. We've got a 13k stack and 18k stack there. I'm probably out with 2.5x for now.
Yeah, 2.5 seems quite good. We saw Guccio there just doing a little mini plus there with a 2.1 maybe.
Yeah, he likes that.
That's certainly what
he adds 8 chips basically to 2.
I see. That's certainly closer to the bet sizing Dara O'Carney here beside us would opt for in these tournaments. I know, so there
Yeah,
are pros and cons to both.
I think
routes.
we have antes now, so I would pretty much open my entire range for a min raise. Pre-antes, I'd be opening.
You don't like just a squeak more than a min?
Dara David tried to persuade me once to go for squeak more than a min, and I tried it for a while, but I couldn't get used to it.
Okay, fair enough. Like what you like.
And Cuckoo bets 17.25 here into a 3k pot.
Nice and chunky. Very dry board for a chunky bet like that, isn't it?
And is that a rabbit?
That's a rabbit count.
That's a rabbit count. Just a little torture.
Just for the needle.
Just for the
Oh,
needle
wow.
of microgaming, yeah.
OJ comes in for the min. Coxie calls. The spicy flop. Let's see some pain. Let's just see flush over flush. Over set.
If you're OJ in this spot, what is your continuation range here, Ian?
Well, what do you do? One spot I kind of get stuck with is like my pocket pairs that have missed. Like my pocket nines, my sevens, my sixes, with and without a club. I'm not really sure how to categorize them into the bets and the checks. You have any thoughts on that?
So this is an under pair to the board with no club.
Yeah. Or with or without.
So with no chance to make a flush.
Well,
I think that's in my check give up range in that situation.
What
if
about
I'm honest.
with the club?
It might still be in my check
Yeah,
give
you
up
just check
range.
it up for both of
Yeah, I think so. Like certainly it can develop differently if you check and maybe you do hit your flush.
Yeah.
Maybe we can call once, but
Okay.
certainly wouldn't be loving it with a pair of sixes or sevens
Yeah.
in that spot. I think we've hit about as bad a
Board as we can get.
yeah.
So what kind of hands do you continue with? Do you always bet the ace of clubs, for example? Your raggedy ace of clubs, your ace. Eight of
No,
diamonds?
definitely not. No, I think deceptively not betting your ace of clubs, particularly if you have some other kind of equity as well, either a pair or a good shot, is probably good to keep that hand in the check back range, just because one, maybe people won't put you on the ace of clubs when it does come.
Which is
Two,
nice.
your hand has some showdown, and three, you have other ways to win the pot here, maybe with the delayed c bet or indeed making
Or spiking
making
it.
the best hand.
Fair enough, yeah. Chunky back from Potatoes. OJ hasn't been afraid to play the streets. He's going to call.
Yeah, it's hard to miss the old Jack 9-6, even though it is a 3-suit board.
You think Potatoes would love to bet this card quite vigorously? Vigorously? Frequently. Let's go frequently. Oh, he's gone very small.
That does feel like a kind of maybe a blocker with an overpair to the board before the ace came. We will not know, but
Drilled
we
on
see
the
there
turn.
that was a
Surprisingly checked that back on the turn.
yeah, very
Just drilled the
sneaky.
nuts.
Very sneaky.
I wonder if Potatoes overthought that hand there. He bet small, so he's kind of looked weak, so now he has to call off when someone raises.
Yeah, that's the problem with the blocker bet, is that if it's designed because you feel as though you have more of the nuttier kind of portion of in your range, then it becomes a bit of an induce as well as being a blocker. You expect to get called by some hands that beat you, expect to get called by some hands that you beat. When you get raised, it kind of doesn't compute. Now, in that situation, we obviously see that it does make a lot of sense, but yeah, you could be right. Having felt like he induced a bluff, he then might have to call off light.
So Brady's limped a few hands today. He's limped this one, it's checked all the way around. No interest.
We have a 3x under the gun from Cox 73.
I'll Loose Goose is thinking about it in the small blind. He ain't folding. He ain't folding. It's my kind of player.
Our connection is our connection might be lagging as well.
Might be a thing.
We are in a hotel here in Brighton. Unfortunately, we're at the mercy of the hotel Wi-Fi.
Yeah, he gets it through.
No, that's fine.
It's all your fault.
David has just noticed that our viewing numbers have plummeted since he joined us.
I'm really grateful to the 6 people who've stuck around.
Well, to be fair, we've all got 2 devices each watching this, so
So is it fair to say we're now talking to ourselves?
we are commentating to ourselves.
Yeah. What is the? Assuming that JP is listening, Dara David we know is listening, and Dara, I believe you do have one device on.
Okay, so we got. Oh, we've jumped up one. We've jumped up
we
one.
gained a viewer.
That was JP's iPad logging in. Pot size bet from Cox. Chunky. OJ. OJ, sure he ships it. Cox, what you gonna do? He calls it off. Flush we flush.
That should be 2
Oh,
pair.
Coxie, good game, sir.
GG indeed.
Is this re-entry? Can he come back in?
I would imagine it's not. We
It's
haven't
not
seen.
re-entry, as far as I know. We haven't seen anybody re-entry yet, so I'm going to say it's not re-entry. So we're 48 players started this, and we have 41 left. So we have exactly the same number of players that have been eliminated as are watching us on the live stream now.
Maybe it's them. Maybe it's them 7.
They've been all eliminated, now they're watching.
That's it. That would make sense. What was the ryoka we had in the Indian restaurant? That was really nice.
Yeah. Are we on the ryoka here?
We're on ryoka here, but it's not quite as nice as the one in the restaurant. It's still nice. You got a favourite bed?
We're gonna go. We're winding up conversation.
Well, everyone shut the fuck up so I can talk about
sure.
something.
I like. There's a very nice Lebanese wine called a Shadow Mustar. Quite like that. I think an Amarone, if push came to shove, a really nice Amarone would be my wine of choice.
See, I'm a whiskey man, so I like the idea of getting to know wines and things like that. Because I like the complex palates and whatnot. But I haven't done too much wines. Typically find out a bottle and forget what it is after I've drank the bottle.
A nice 3-bet from Gucci on position. Takes it down. OJ Happy obviously flying high now at 45k.
Loving life.
Guccio with that 3-bet. Sort of leverage for stacks, I think. It's fair to say. Not that OJ doesn't have any flat calls, but out of position, he's probably going to want to either shove or fold most of his range. There's probably quite a narrow calling range in that situation. Ray Masters here in position. Check on the Queen Jack 7, 2 diamond board, 3 on the turn.
We've got a 1600 package added to this comp. So with how many players have we got in? 50?
50 odd, I think, yeah.
Nice.
48 at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not just free rolling on the rake, but definitely each player picking up at least $20 in equity on top of their buy-in. So that's never a bad thing.
Lovely thing.
I wish I was in Ireland and playing it myself.
It's quite a rare thing, the added money on a comp nowadays, right? It's usually online sites go for say, it's a guarantee. Come play this guarantee.
Not to mention, and I hope JP won't mind me saying, I know Dara's being paid 10k for this commentary gig. You and I, Ian, just this bottle of red wine that's in front of us.
There's another bottle.
I would have done it for a packet of quavers and a gobby. So 2 bottles of red wine, I'm over the moon.
I don't know what a gobby is, but I know in Ireland it would mean something probably different.
What's it mean in Ireland?
Don't think we can say it on a live stream, can we?
It's not that nice. I like the background of this. You got the pinball, you got the guitar in the background, you got the bottle of beer.
Yeah, you would like something like that. I
Yeah,
can
I'll
see
play in this room. This is my fucking man cave. This
Yeah.
is exactly like my man cave. Instead of a bottle of beer, it's a whiskey cabinet.
Now, Patatas with a min raise on the button. Into Dara Davies' big blind. I know Dara will defend his big blind in this situation pretty wide.
How wide?
Ooh, I wouldn't want to give away Dara's game too much.
How wide
here.
would you defend? Because
I
your
would-
game's shite, so it's
Ooh,
not
I
to give
think
that
I think
away.
a suited hand of any description almost qualifies.
Okay.
I think any kind of connectivity above a 6 or a 7
Yeah.
qualifies.
Yeah.
I'd certainly look at some gappers as we move up, maybe into the 7 9s, 8 10s.
Mm-hmm.
Broadway's obviously, and it's an easy decision.
Yeah.
I
What's
think
your worst offsuit king you'd feel for a min raise on the big blind?
Ooh, I might be inclined to call with all my kings there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a king deuce. I think that king is such a strong card in that spot. Probably, I don't think it's very profitable to call, but
Yeah.
I think it's probably. I think I could proceed just about against against a very good player. I may make a very tight fold in that situation. That's something I know Darren and I have talked about a lot. Is where even if it's correct to make a very kind of loose call in the big blind, sometimes because it's so hard to navigate out of position against a very good player, it mightn't be a
Let
bad
some of them
idea
go.
to just let it go.
Yeah.
So Dara Davy has opened the button here for 2.5 big blinds.
I mean, Dara being so terrible, the other two players just call and win. Is what
Yeah.
they should do.
Yeah, I don't see Ray Masters folding too much. Oh my goodness, can you believe it? Of course, Guccio has put in the 3-bet. A lovely spot to 3-bet.
my gosh.
Oh, and they're all in.
Snap.
We're going to go to showdown.
Jacks against.
Hey, and look at Dara. I was teasing about the terrible thing.
He's got a
Spades.
draw. Oh, and he's
No,
missed.
not big Dara.
Rooting for Dara there. Obviously, a fan favourite. He's looking for some diaper money here
Diaper
tonight.
money.
Yeah.
I can't wait to go back to Malta and see the new families.
Dara Davy, I have to say, myself and Sharon are expecting a child in the next month. Dara Davy and his girlfriend Sandra had a beautiful boy, Alex.
How old now?
He's, I think, almost 8 weeks, or
Yeah.
maybe he's just about 8 weeks. And I have to say, very handsome little chap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pictures on Facebook are very cute.
Yeah, he's a good lad as well. Although not last night, I believe. I believe Dara working off very little sleep here because Alex was up all night. So
That's why he lost his flip. Wasn't concentrating.
that was it.
Lost the concentration. Got out flopped. He concentrated again. Pulled the draw on the turn. Not enough.
Yeah.
That's it. Got to concentrate on them flips.
Okay, Dara straight in with the 3-bet. OJ opening under the gun for the min raise. Of course, 6-handed, under the gun is still quite a late position.
Yeah.
Certainly mid position on a full ring table. So, we can't be giving these guys credit for too strong a hand under the gun. Dara's 3-bet range here will definitely contain some bluffs, but it will also contain a lot of value hands.
Yeah.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
And as you may have noticed, the viewing figures have surged barely into double figures now.
Yep.
We're up to 10, and I think that might be because we got a retweet from Kevin Matt.
Thank you,
That'll
Kev.
help. Thank you, Kev.
Said, I'm sure there'll be plenty of trash talking on this stream too.
It's like he knows us.
Yeah, pretty bad night to have to go up against Dentale Hall. The heads up match that's been dragged out through the poker media for the best part of 2 months now, and now finally our little old makeshift setup in a hotel room in Brighton has to go up against probably it'll be as well watched as the World Series final table, I reckon.
I suspect it might be, yeah. And the viewing figures continue to drop.
Yeah, Dara just jinxed us. I think Kev Matt may have tuned in for 5 seconds himself there.
Can you retweet it again to get those two back? Is that how it works?
Unibet UK Tour here in Brighton, almost final table time. They're down to about 12 left, 11 left, I think.
Dara limps his small blind.
Local hero Simon Hemsworth still in.
Is he still in?
Yeah,
Good
he's
man.
been rocking a very short stack for the better part of the day, and now he's got quite a few chips.
Good man. Nice chap, Simon. I was on the Sky Poker show with him once upon a time. Excuse me.
Welcome to our new viewers. In case you've just tuned in, we're here for the Guts Poker sponsored Irish Open Online Championship, available only to Irish players or Irish based players, I think, coming from an Irish login.
Or Norwegians.
The Norwegians are allowed in.
I think.
Here.
I think the only people who aren't allowed to play actually are UK-based players, which kind of makes sense because you don't really want an English lad winning an Irish tournament, do you?
No, Channing, Simpson. There's been too many. Mitchell. Actually, have we ever won? Did we ever win it through that period of time?
No, there was a period where we went a very long period without an Irish player winning until I think Niall Smith broke the chain.
Yes. He scooped a lot. He got the Soul Survivor and the obviously the win, but there was no deals. What did he get? He must have got like 600k, right?
I don't remember.
Something silly like that overall, 600k.
Limp pot here. OJ just limps in from mid position here from the hijack. Ray Masters and Cuckoo come along for the ride. We have a Jack 6, 7 flop, 2 diamonds.
One drop there?
Yep.
OJ fires what is a sort of a continuation bet. I guess he is the only one who voluntarily put money in here, having not had any in the first place. It's gone check. Ray Masters has a lot of flush possibilities here, a lot of straight possibilities with his small blind defend, so I would expect this to go bet fold a lot of it.
And late reg for this will be closing in just over 11 minutes, so if you want to be the very first ever Irish Open Online champion, you have 11 minutes to join the tournament.
And that €1,600 euro package on top does make the value in this tournament lovely. It's better than playing reg free. So I think so, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You're paying $80 and you're getting to play in a prize pool where your entry is worth at least 105, 110.
Lovely. So Guccio's open the cutoff. Ray is called on the big. Cuckoo comes out with a 3-bet.
Slightly small squeeze sizing there, but it does the job.
Was that 3.3x or something silly? Go a bit big out of position to a
I probably like maybe a 4.2, 4.3 in that spot in most situations. But I guess if it's good enough to do the job, it's good enough to do the job. Cuckoo straight away back in the action. He opens his button here to 675 at big blind 300. OJ, lets it go. Raise and take it.
Move to Dara's big.
And Dara with a 3.5x.
Dara's having none of this.
It's called, so Dara's probably to play a pot in position.
That's certainly a flop that's hit more of Dara's range than OJ's, but you could certainly expect OJ to have some kings, some queens, some jack 10s, some jack 9s in his
suited clubby hands.
Yeah. Small bet from Dara there. Probably all that it needs to be to get the sort of connected middly cards off their hands.
Sexy run out. Clubs didn't get there. Raggedy Aces improved just enough. Raggedy Aces did improve just enough. Lovely. Dara picks up another couple of thousand there. So our chip leader on, what was that, a triple starting stack? And Paradise just running away with it. He's on 67k now. He was the man who knocked out, who gave us our first casualty. Floman chasing him, but 15, 16k behind him. Any more fatalities? The fatalities list is always much more fun than who's winning. So no one since Cock 73 is bust.
OJ Min raising here from the cutoff. Another raise and take it. Exhilarating stuff here, this last orbit.
It's been
Got to be said.
yeah.
You know, the smallest amount of chips moving around the table.
Yeah, poker's a tremendous spectator sport. The best chance, particularly when you can't see the whole cards. So we have a min raise under the gun from Potatoes, who has probably been the tightest player on the table, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. OJ happy. It's been folded around to the button. Guccio has been taking 3-bet spots quite a bit in this season. He's gone
Here
for it
comes
again.
another one. Chunky 3-bet, almost 4x. Yeah. Seem quite chunky.
And raise all in.
Raise all in.
This is a cold 4-bet shove for, I want to say, 45 big blinds?
44 point.
Just thinking about it.
4 or 5 big blinds.
Yeah. Well, I guess, in that spot, a 4-bet would be to at least maybe 5.5k. So, it doesn't look like there's too much fold equity on a bet like that. Maybe Ray, with the bulk of his range, just feels like, well, there's enough in there. I'm just going to try and take this down. He will, of course, add about 4k to his stack if this gets through. But Patatas, the original raiser, already in the tank.
Be a very nice pickup regardless for Ray.
Yeah, I'm going to predict here, Ray, maybe with the ace-king. It was a very quick 4-bet shove all in. It's often what you can expect.
Wow, we got a call.
Great read from Mr. Lappin there. The quick 4-bet is the ace.
Ray.
Into aces.
That's very unlucky, Ray Masters. Good game, sir.
Very unlucky. We've seen Guccio 3-bet quite a lot on the button, so
yeah,
no reason to believe he always has aces.
40 bigs, and what else you can do? What are you going to do? Cold
What are you
4
gonna
fold?
do?
Yeah. Not happy.
And we have a new player here. Welcome, BP Sannon. Sporting the shark with the jersey on avatar. Fantastic choice. Well done, sir.
I'm all about the lizard. OJ's avatar is what I'm talking about. Happy lizard. That'd be a good name for a pub, the Happy Lizard. Right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. We'd serve Ryoka just to have to get you in there.
Yeah. Gotta say credit to Microgaming and the people at Guts. I'm a fan of this layout. It looks pretty good. Cards just sort of tilted to one side, not coming out cleanly. Nice little stylistic touch. Love these avatars. Plenty of personality. Gotta love a good avatar.
What's your avatar?
As a mass 28 tabler, I don't even know what my avatars are on any site.
I have an avatar on.
But you'll get a custom one on Unibet.
I think I will, yeah.
Oh yeah, because David's going to be twitching soon, I believe.
Yeah. Next week, right?
Yeah. Definitely tune in, please, everyone. It's going to be really good. Promise.
It will be good. You can see the moves.
If you wanna tune in to a Twitch that has the look of someone in a hostage situation, who will eventually develop some form of Stockholm syndrome and learn to love the audience who imprisons him, this is what you can come to find at my Twitch channel.
There you go. What more of a sales pitch do you want?
That's it. If you want to become one of the enslavers.
People don't want to support slavery. They're out.
Goodbye to those 3 viewers. It was really nice having. Oh god, we're in free fall again.
They were the dicks though. We didn't like them.
I think the problem here is that people have tuned in for Darrow Carney, and it's you and me, Ian.
Get out of here! I'm not a problem.
Dara is.
I'm not a problem.
In fact, I'm looking back at it. Dara's actually asleep, everyone. I don't know if it is. Dara has fallen asleep. He's tucked into bed.
He's dead.
Can I eat one of your apples, Dara?
You can, of course.
See, that was real life right there. Anyone who's tuning in here, that was me picking up an apple in real life. Not an internet apple, a real apple.
Internet apple? What's an internet apple?
Exactly.
Is that
It's not real, it's just pixels.
I see.
It's a real apple.
Less nutritious.
Yeah. It's almost no nutritional value whatsoever to an internet apple.
That's it. Interesting lead there on the turn. I'm going to go king 6. Defended his second pair, turned it, doesn't want his opponent to check back.
I'm going to go with a picked up flush draw, which would have got there.
Boom. Boom. Alright, gents, I'm going to head back to the casino.
Oh.
No.
Ian, it's been a pleasure.
Everybody.
Bye, guys and girls.
Bye.
Pleasure.
We're about to discover whether they were all here for you, Ian.
Hopefully. I'll be at the casino most of the night, so come on by when your commentary job is done.
Irish Open champion Ian Simpson is about to leave the building.
Leaving the building.
Oh, thanks, Ian.
Absolute pleasure. And I'll see you guys later. Have fun.
And with that, we lose another viewer.
That'll be Emma.
It probably was. Okay, much more importantly now, that clown's gone. We have Darrow Carney back in the hot seat. My co-commentator, many a time, my co-anchor on the chip race. And already the viewing figures are increasing again.
I'm delighted to be here, everybody. Shout out to Neil Gartland on Twitter, who just says, "Who keeps rattling the coffee cup?" I can assure you, Neil, that's not a coffee cup. That is a wine glass. So we are coming up to the end of late reg here. If you want to register for this tournament and become the very first ever Irish Open online champion, and in addition to winning whatever you win in prize money, getting an added Irish Open main event package worth €1,600.
It's free money.
Free money. Then you have 57 minutes to get in.
57 seconds.
57 seconds, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is almost like a bankroll challenge of someone. Can you, in the next 50 seconds, register a Guts account, get money onto the site, and register for this tournament?
And print 30 Sklansky dollars instantaneously.
Completely instantaneously.
Meanwhile, back at the tables, we're on the turn here. 10 to 8-8 flop, or 10 to 8-8 board. We're on the turn. River Jack completing the flush. Guccio checks. BB San in position. Might take a stab here.
Backdoor flush. No.
No.
Oh, the Ace Jack hit the pair on the river and decided to induce a bluff.
I guess induce a bluff, or maybe was a little worried that he might have the worst hand. I'd probably like a bet fold in that situation more than a check, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe he was inducing.
I think I agree with that. Yeah, if you bet there are a lot of like one pair hands that have continued on that you've now pulled ahead of that will just call. If you get raised, you're almost certainly up against a better hand anyway, so you're not losing too much by folding.
Yeah, and it's a pretty dodgy and dicey spot to raise in that situation light, so your opponent probably will play face up. Patatas from the button, Dara Davy in the big blind. We've seen this confrontation a few times already tonight. Board is Jack 9-6. Rainbow. It's a wet enough board. We don't have suits, but we have some connected middle cards there that would probably hit both players' ranges.
Dara's gone for the check call.
That king will hit both players' ranges too, you would feel.
Yeah.
Hard to say what that card does in terms of whose range it hits harder. I think with a lot of one pair hands you would expect to see Patatas check back here. I don't think there's any advantage to bloating the pot. With two pairs and maybe obviously the straights, sometimes a good spot to make another bet. Dara has checked again. I would expect him to have a jack or a 9 here in a lot of worlds. He may also have a king. It's possible as well. King 10, King Queen would certainly take the line Dara has in this hand so far.
Dara's thinking about this now. He's not a man given to rash decisions, I think it's fair to say.
No, and a disciplined fold from Dara there. He of course could have missed a straight draw with the 7-8. He could have had a lot of weak 1 pair hands.
Yeah, I think a lot of weak 1 pair hands, the value of them goes markedly down on that particular river.
Yeah, I think probably one of the more difficult hands to know what to do with is a decent jack in that spot. That would have given him the most pause for thought. Anything short of that, I think, probably an easier fold. And as expected, now that we've got rid of Ian Simpson and we've got the premier team of Doak and Lappin back, surging viewing figures were up to 12.
That's probably why we managed to increase our viewers by 50%, or maybe it's just because Diva retweeted us.
Well, thank you, Diva, for that. Now 4x here from OJ Happy. What do you think about the 4x in this spot there? He's in the cutoff.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not a massive fan of it. OJ has been opening very wide and he's been using a smaller sizing. Usually when you see players do that, it's because they have a pretty strong hand, but not a really strong hand that wants a lot of action.
Yeah, I used to associate that bet now if I was playing don't want to be ageist here, but an older opponent or someone, who maybe played poker in the early 2000s. That was a very common bet with a hand like 8s, 9s, 10s, maybe even jacks.
Yeah, those types of hands that are sort of like, strong hands, but difficult to play post flop.
Yeah.
So the chip leader has moved to the table, Imperator PDA, and he's got immediate position on Dara.
He's also got a kind of a funky seat here in a 7-way situation. I thought this table was 6-handed. Am I wrong?
I think in theory the tables are 8-handed, but we've been playing short-handed because of the late reg periods.
Okay, so with late reg available, they were keeping those 2 seats out. We've just closed late reg. I'm afraid if you're not in, you won't be able to get in for the rest of the day. And now we can expect to see some 7- and 8-handed action for the rest of the night.
And incredibly, we've surged up to 15 viewers now, which is the most we've ever had. Imperator PD also has quite a funky avatar, which is actually the same avatar that I have on Microgaming, assigned to me randomly. I'm not sure why, but when I signed up for Microgaming, at the time my friend Clodagh Hansen, who David knows very well as well, is the tour manager for Microgaming, was on crutches, so I chose the rather cruel sign-on name of Hopalong Hansen, and got rewarded with this avatar for some reason.
Now we have a check. Now we've got as wet a board as you can imagine here. The backdoor flush has got there. 7 makes a straight. The Jack Queen makes a straight. These are all possible hands in both players' ranges. But with the check from both players on the turn, I wouldn't be surprised to see Dara make a blocker bet with a kind of a 1-pair kind of hand, and indeed it's an overpair.
What a read by Mr. Lappin there on his former flatmate.
Well, I like that bet from Dara. I think it takes control of the pot himself. If he checks, he really does open the door to a big bluff that he doesn't want to potentially call. Of course, he could make the hero call, but on a board such as that, it's very hard to believe that he has the best hand when he's up against a big bet. Imperator, obviously, by being checked, could be induced to bluff, but with Dara, with the 2 queens in his hands blocking Jack Queen, which is the nut straight, that was a reasonable option, but overall on balance, I like Dara's decision to lead out for a blocker sizing.
I do too. I think you gave a very good explanation there of the rationale behind the bet, and it's something of a surprise to me that a total fish cake like Dara actually managed to find such a good play. So Guccio is opened. He likes betting amounts that have an 8 on the end. He's open to 8-2-8. He's been 3-bet from the small blind.
Very small sizing too.
Very small sizing, yeah. Basically, he's getting 3-1 on a call now, so it's difficult to imagine he's folding very much.
Absolutely, and you've got to assume from that seat he's opening a reasonable range to begin with.
Yeah.
So OJ, with that small sizing, obviously he has taken the betting lead in the hand, which is an advantage of sorts, but having said that now, he hasn't discouraged his opponent. We have a Jack 4-2, 2 diamond board, and we have a bet call. 2 on the turn. Shouldn't change anything. I wouldn't expect to see 2s in either of these players' ranges.
No. No, it's very difficult to imagine either of them.
OJ proceeding as if he has an overpair, or possibly a hand such as Ace Jack that made a light enough 3-bet. And we have a raise. Wow, okay, so Guccio, unlikely to have a 2 in his hand, but possibly could. He definitely has a hand like Jacks in his range. He definitely has a hand like 4s in his range. He could also have a flush draw. He could also have an overpair.
He could. All those hands are very possible because he did open in early position and call a 3-bet. OJ, having come and stabbed at it on the turn, gives up. We know the river would have been the king of diamonds, which is quite an interesting card. Could have improved a lot of hands. We'll have a quick look at the lobby now that the registration is closed.
Loads of bust outs.
Loads of bust outs. Some recent bust outs since we saw Ray Masters bust. After him, Physics 1, Simber, Always Betting Horna, Stolben 464, Burke 04, Always in Juice, and Duo Mar Ace are all gone. Gutsy Fropsy, who is Frode Egerly, I'm going to say. The
Beautiful pronunciation, Dara, in the original Norwegian.
The Norwegian Championships organizer is now the short stack in the tournament.
Action full around to OJ, who's limped along. Dara Davy on the button. Not a bad spot to isolate the limper, but he opts to fold.
Yeah, Dara's been playing reasonably cautiously so far, playing his big hands and playing his hands quite aggressively when he does play, but he hasn't been overactive pre-flop. This is a flop you have to think favours the opener.
Yeah, except it's a limp open, so we find it harder, a little bit harder to figure out OJ's range here. But again, Ace Jack King into two players who haven't committed any chips really to the pot voluntarily. I think he's got to take a stab, which he does. Imperator is obviously called. This will go check a lot.
It will, yeah.
And on the river, 10 makes a straight.
Yeah, a 10 would have been just a gut shot on the flop, but a lot of 10s like Jack 10 and King 10 and Ace 10 also have something else, and Queen 10 is obviously already a straight. Imperator's gone for quite a big bet, 60% of the pot. He's been raised.
Both players may have a 10 in this spot now. Of course, if they do, we'd like to see them both get it all in at some point.
But he folded. And we have another bust out. Salkin88 has unfortunately busted the tournament and will not be the first Irish Open online champion. Frode is still the short stack in the tournament. And we have a new chip leader. The chip leader is now Hogland. He's been up there near the top of the chip counts from the start, and he's now got a very narrow chip lead. There are 5 players between 56k and 51k.
And as we see on the screen, the average stack now is 30k. Of course, these players started with a 20k starting stack. 30k right now is a 60 big average. So still plenty of play for everyone in the tournament.
We have another 3 hours and 20 minutes play tonight, I believe. Would you expect this to get out to a final table?
Sorry, just doing my calculations here. I don't. I would expect this to get very close, but not quite. I think we might get down to 11 or 10 people would be my best guess.
Interesting. Yeah, the blinds, I think when we finish the night would be 3,000 and 6,000. So if we were to get to a final table, we would have to lose 3/4 of the remaining players. So the stack or the average would increase up to 120k roughly, or 20 big blinds.
Yeah, I think you could probably expect a maybe 20 or 25 big blind average on the final table. So in fact, based on that, we should expect it to get to a final table.
And we have a question, who's commentating Doak and who else? I was joined earlier by Ian Simpson. Ian is unfortunately gone now, Ian is fortunately gone now, and I've been replaced by the much more high-powered David Lappin. And our viewership figures have actually surged since we made that switch over.
Yeah, welcome to any of our viewers here on the. This isn't a Twitch stream, Dara. We're on a sort of YouTube stream.
Live. Yeah, I'm actually pretty stunned we managed to pull this off, because when I originally committed to do this, I was going to be at home and I had my whole home computer set up, and then I had to tell JP, the organizer, that I was coming over to Brighton and didn't think I could do it, and he said, "Could you do it on your laptop?" And I have to say I was very unconfident about my ability to set this up to work, but so far so good.
Yeah, and I would hope that as the night wears on and maybe players bust from their Sunday grind, we might see the viewing figures increase. I think also interest in this tournament will increase as we get down to the business end, maybe approaching the final table. There will be some Irish recreational players and some Irish professionals who might tune in to see who's going to be the first Irish Open online champion.
Yeah, I agree. There probably wasn't a massive amount of interest in seeing the early stages when we were all 200 big blinds deep and there was no ante. Now it's getting more exciting. We're seeing bust outs happen pretty regularly. The average stack is now 60 big blinds rather than 200 as it was at the start. We're seeing much more active play. There's antes in play now, and in keeping with the bust outs coming, Yodelman has bust. Yodelman 99, unlucky. Froda is still the short stack, but he's hanging on grimly with 7 big blinds.
Well, fair play to Froda now. That you can't say better than a tournament organizer flicking it in and donating his stack into the prize pool. That's proper. That's top drawer tournament organising for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure donating is the right word. They seem to be very, very slowly releasing it.
Yeah, just spreading it out amongst the table mates.
Yeah.
Blind v blind here, Dara Davey.
And he folds like a fish.
Yeah, Dara there, I would expect him to limp some of his range. I would expect him to raise some of his range. When he does, I would expect it to be quite a large raise, maybe, 3.5x, something in that region. But he is raising into Imperator PDA, who's obviously shown him or herself to be a pretty active player. We're joined now by What the Quack, bringing a 16,600 stack to the table. Welcome, What?
Yeah, and so that makes the table 8-handed now, which I believe is full ring on for most microgaming tournaments, and presumably this one.
Cuckoo opens under the gun here.
Yeah.
He's raising off a 60 big blind stack.
Just over min raise to 2.2x. We have the former chip leader and still chip leader on the table on the button.
In the tank, certainly the best seat in the house for a light 3-bet, but it will be a 3-bet into an under the gun open, so gotta assume Cuckoo's opening some semblance of a reasonable hand here.
Yeah, totally. Both blinds have defended now. The King 5 Deuce flop is quite an interesting one because that's quite a difficult flop to hit.
Yeah, you gotta assume Cuckoo fires a c-bet on this board texture almost 100% of the time. He definitely has all of the top of this board in his range, and I like that sizing, about half pot. It's obviously possible that both Guccio or BP San have a king jack, a king queen would certainly be part of what could be there at 2 and a 5 on board. Difficult to proceed with either of those two cards. Maybe you have to get sticky with a 5.
Yeah, I think maybe with a hand like 5-4, 5-3, Ace-5, those types of hands.
Something with the back door.
That have some backdoors, you can certainly make a legitimate case for continuing. Similarly, a lot of deuces, I guess, but then probably not too many deuces at all in the defending range, even to that small of a raise. On the flop, the sizing was quite small, but it didn't need to be big. In fact, I might even go smaller. I think maybe
30% might do the job.
30 to 35% of pot would probably fold out much the same hands.
And interesting here already, the next hand, Patatas, who, we've seen as a reasonably tight player, has opened under the gun. 3-bet from BP Sanin, arguably the worst seed here in the small blind. He's made it 4,000, and immediately Patatas has set him in. As I said, Patatas has played this tournament rather snugly so far. I would expect Patatas to have the very top of his range in this situation. Question is, was BP raising for information? Was he raising light?
Yeah, or sometimes in those seats, players raise strong hands because it's a strong hand, and then when they get shoved on, they basically have to reevaluate.
Yeah, a hand like tens or jacks would certainly not love their hand in that situation, having 3-bet.
Correct. And I think it's one of those spots where if you do 3-bet a hand like tens and jacks and you get 4-bet shoved on, and then you suddenly you don't like it anymore, you start to maybe wish that you just flat it.
Straight back into the action. Patatas from the big blind completes. Action is checked around on the flop on a queen 9-3. We have an 8 completing a flush on the turn. Pretty coordinated board here. 10 jack possible. Certainly a flush very possible now, and the hand both players will either hope to have or be fearing the most. Bet from Guccio.
Guccio, who notice likes to put an 8 on the bets.
Oh, and wow. So we had an under the gun, we had a under the gun open, in fact, yes, from OJ.
With Jack 7 suited.
Jack 7 suited, and he turned the joint.
Yeah, turned the opposite joint. Yeah, it paid off from weather. We have seen OJ play a lot of hands. It's not too surprising to see him turn up with a hand that not that many players, it's fair to say, would open under the gun. In the meantime, we do have another bust out, and unfortunately, it is Frode who will not be winning his own added package back. So unlucky Frode, but credit to Frode for getting behind the very first ever Irish Open Online Championship.
And he's bound to be well compensated over the next couple of weeks as the Norwegian Championships attracts, I'm guessing, 2,000 people to City West.
Yeah.
Those cash games, wild.
Yeah, the Norwegians are always an amazing event, and they pull in so many Norwegians across. So we're now about 7 minutes away from the second break of the tournament. We've already lost a third of the field exactly.
Yeah, more bust outs, I must say, than I expected to see at this point in the tournament. This is a deep structure. I would have thought by this stage maybe we would still have 80-85% of the field. Action is thick and fast here. These Irish guys not hanging about.
Yeah, I think we have a mix of Irish and Norwegians here, and both countries, it's fair to say, are not afraid to stick their chips in on it, typically, and we're seeing that in this tournament. So we have an open under the gun here from Dara, our friend who plays a little poker in Malta, and he has 2 calls behind, and the big blind has defended as well.
Now remember, it is Darren 999, so this board has hit very strongly his username.
His 9. Yep, it's fair to say he's all over this in terms of his username range. He's led at it and been raised. He's probably not folding if he has 9-9.
No, he's certainly not folding with 9-9 because that is, of course, the nuts. In this spot, though, from BP, you could expect to see him raise here with a flush draw. You could expect to see him raise with a... and indeed, they both have flush draws.
They both have flush draws. BP Asana actually had a pair as well on the flop. So a pair and a flush draw.
Against enough flush draw, which gets there.
Yeah.
Unlucky BP. I was just thinking in that spot... Flush draw very possible as part of the raising range, as were sets, of course.
Yeah.
And it turned out, flush under flush.
Yeah. It's fair to say that the call with 5-4 suited against the under the gun raiser was somewhat loose. And
we see immediately what looks like a very tilty snap 3-bet. He's getting put in. He's not going anywhere. We're going to showdown.
King Jack, yeah. I think there may have been an element of tilt there. King Jack is a hand that doesn't play brilliantly against an early position raise.
And you got to feel sorry for BP there. We're not going to be too critical. We've all been there. Yeah. It's pretty gross to see your pair and a flush draw get done by a flush draw, exactly. He stuck it in with King Jack suited. Obviously a very playable hand. Possibly he will regret punting in those last 10,000 worth of chips. Guccio, obviously the happy benefactor, but No shame there. He got very unlucky in the previous hand, and that one did a lot more damage to his stack.
And we have a question from Neil McGovern in the chat. Is this limited to Irish only? It's not limited to Irish only. It's the Irish Open Online Championship, not the Irish Online Championship. So a lot of Norwegians are playing this too. Norwegians presumably making the trip across to City West for the Norwegian Open. So it seems like we have a mix of mostly Irish and then quite a lot of Norwegians as well. And now we've already seen Frode bust the tournament. We have the other two organisers of the Irish Open, JP and Paul O'Reilly, both in the bottom 5 in chips. JP's hanging on grimly with
he's got 20 bigs.
21 and a half big blinds. Paul has 24 big blinds, so no need to panic yet.
Plenty of time for either of those players to make a comeback here. Action around to Darren the cutoff. He folds. Imperator PDA on the button. I'd expect an open there from about 70% of his or her range.
That's it. That seems reasonable. Gucci has limped from the small blind. The big blind's considering his options now. He has raised to 3 big blinds. Guccio will have some hands here that should continue, obviously. You can't just be limping weak hands that always have to fold to a raise. And he has decided to call on this occasion.
King Queen 3 hits both ranges reasonably well. I would say probably a little bit more for the raiser, but certainly not completely whiffing the range of the caller either.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree with that. And we see the continuation bet from Cuckoo takes the pot down. And Dara's opened for 2.2 big blinds.
Vintage Dara Davy sizing there.
Vintage Dara Davy, yeah. Yeah, Dara Davy, it's fair to say, came out of the womb raising 2.2x.
He has been 3-bet on this occasion. Imperator, who has pounced on Dara's limps, has been active against almost every player, has now pounced on his open from the cutoff. Dara does have a stack where he could 4-bet fold, 4-bet induce. We could see that. We could certainly see some flats as well.
Yeah, with close to 50 big blinds, all of those options are available to Dara. He's decided on this occasion to go for a call. He was getting a good price on the call. Unfortunately, he's out of position, which makes the hand more difficult to play.
Do we expect 3s, 7s, and 6s to be in Dara's flatting range to the 3-bet there? It's certainly in his opening range. Is it in his opening to call range?
I think 7s and 6s certainly. Threes might be a bit more.
That's a very good card for Imperator now. You would expect Dara's call on the flop to indicate maybe a hand like 9s, like 10s, something of that nature. That king has absolutely smashed Imperator's 3-betting range, and whether he had it or not, he bet it and takes it down.
And shout out to Neil Garland on Twitter, who has asked, is JP Poker JP the person or somebody just representing JP's club? I can confirm that is actually the infamous JP McCann, the organizer behind the Irish Open and the man who brought the Norwegian Championships to Ireland in conjunction with Frode. So that is JP himself playing. We have another bust out in the meanwhile, Ulven. We'll just watch this hand play out actually, sorry.
And I gotta say, Dara, with the speed of bust outs and the amount of hotly contested action on the table, I would not be surprised if this tournament goes all the way to 3 or 4 handed before we finish the day.
Yeah. Dave has completely revised his opinion that we weren't going to get to a final table here. It's true these players really haven't hung around. It's been played at a fast and furious pace. In the first 2 hours of this tournament, we have already lost 18 of the 48 players who started. Sorry, 49 players who started. So over a third of the field gone already. Not unreasonable to expect we lose even more than a third of the field in the next 2 hours, which would bring us down to just over 2 tables.
As you can see there, we're on a break. We hope our viewers will stay tuned. Going to be no action for another 4 minutes. But it shouldn't be too long before we see some more poker from this Irish Open Online Championship 2017.
And that's David, very professional. David, you were the lead commentator on the Irish Open 2-3 years ago.
I was not the lead commentator, but thank you for bumping me up the rankings. Emmett Kennedy, my far more experienced and illustrious host and friend, was the lead commentator. I was merely the colour commentator for that Irish Open.
And how did you find the experience?
I had a really good time. Emmett is a total pro. I also working with Laura that weekend, Laura Cornelius, who was our interviewer and hostess. It was a fantastic event. I was sorry not to be playing the tournament, of course. It was the biggest disappointment, but really good fun to be part of the action in the way that it was the year that Ianis, and I'm not going to pronounce his name right, even though I got a lot of practice at it on the day. It is a Greek surname, but Ianis was our winner, defeating Kevin Killeen heads up.
That's right, yeah, and we were very close friends with Kevin at the time. Still are very close friends with Kevin, obviously. Kevin had an amazing year that year, it's fair to say.
Staggering year, I think. Over about a 12-month period, he won the UKIP Dublin, very well remembered and fondly remembered event in the Mansion House, a fantastic tournament series run by our friend David Curtis for the then UK IPT, the Poker Stars brand. He followed that up not long after by coming third in an EPT. Again, absolutely high quality, fantastic standard EPT London, probably the toughest one out there. He took third place there for about £250,000 of the Queen's pounds. And then, it was only a few months later, Irish Open, he comes second.
Yeah.
Staggering run.
Yeah, it was a staggering run for Kevin. And that was a very enjoyable rail.
Yeah, Kevin always gets a lot of colour on his rail. He's got a great bunch of friends. They like to don onesies for the day. His mum comes along. There's plenty of drink, plenty of fun.
Yep.
Lots of football chanting on the rail. It's a different atmosphere to what you normally see in poker.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Kevin's very close friend Fintan Hand, who's also a bit of a Twitch superstar. Fintan organised onesies for all of Kevin's friends and provided a lot of atmosphere on the rail.
As you see there on the screen, it's just 1 minute to go now before we get back at the action. We'll take a little look at our chat box here.
Yeah, I think Irish Poker Open, which should be us, but I'm guessing it's also JP. JP is thanking me for the shout out for saying what a wonderful player he is. It's fair to say that JP is better known for his organising of tournaments than his poker play.
I'm not going to comment, Dara. You're his employee in this situation. I'm merely here as a guest.
Shout out to Lars Isaacson for asking who was commentating, and to Tony for answering that it is indeed Mr. Lappin. And David lives in Malta now, I believe.
That's right. Yeah, here in Brighton, sunny Brighton this weekend, but normally these days Malta is home.
And a question from Niall McGovern: when's the new chip race out?
Oh well, we're keeping that mum now, Niall. We're keeping it under our hat for the moment, but suffice to say, there are some recordings taking place. We're getting moving on trying to bring it back again. No promises about the date quite yet, or the sponsor or anything that will be connected to it. But yeah, I do realise there's been a few tweeted photographs, and maybe I think I might have put out a tweet yesterday that Darren and I were doing a little bit of recording. It's nice to get back into a studio and do some of that, but we're still a little bit away from getting a finished episode together. And the hope is that, fingers crossed, watch this space. I think over the next maybe 2 weeks to 4 weeks, you might be seeing season 2, episode 1, or you might be hearing it, and hopefully we'll put a season together.
Yeah, and shout out to my blog. I will be releasing a new blog tomorrow where I'll be revealing some more information on this question.
Yeah, we're very coy.
Yeah.
But thank you to Niall for that question. Obviously, the chip race seems to be fondly remembered by those who listened. We did just a very short run there. It was only 7 episodes back
Only
in
7
2015.
episodes released over a 2-month period 2 years ago. I realised it was exactly 2 years because the day I flew over to Brighton, on my Facebook memories, it popped up that the very first chip race had been released 2 years ago to the day. And that podcast also involved one of the players at this table.
Indeed, Dara Davey. Big shout out to Dara, who was our consummate professional newsman. He had the voice of a newsman, very serious voice. But he did a wonderful job, both reporting and having great chats about the topical news stories of the day back in 2015. Much appreciated, Dara. From Dara and my point of view, I think it's fair to say that, while hopefully we did a reasonable job on those recordings, we were very, very fortunate to get some fantastic guests on, plenty of great interviews with some of the absolute superstars in Irish poker.
I think we were absolutely, we were incredibly lucky in terms of the people we got on. We got the very first interview ever with Kevin Killeen, fresh from his Irish Open triumph. We had an amazing interview done by Fergal Nealon with Annette Carroll.
Oh, absolute smashing.
Which I think is still probably the most fondly remembered part of the chip race, that interview.
Yeah, Fergal really showed us up there. We'd slogged hard over 7 weeks to produce as many good interviews and content as we could, and then right at the last minute, Fergal, into my inbox, into my Dropbox, he says, I have an interview for you with the net. And the minute I listened to it, I said, he's just shown us up here, Dara. he's just done 10 times better a job than we ever did.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember immediately after David got the interview, he said, okay, Fergus, on the interview, it's too long, I'm going to have to cut it down. And then about 44 minutes later, he rang me back and said, it's 44 minutes long and we're not going to be able to cut anything out.
Yeah, it was just too good. That was, of course, our last ever episode, and the episode that featured Andy Black. Big thank you to Andy. If you're out there listening, or if you're not, maybe you're one of these people out here playing, trying to win this tournament. We don't know. If you are, let us know. Tell us your username. Andy gave us a great interview that day, and as you said, we were just so fortunate. Tom Kitt was there for our first episode.
We had
Chris Dowling was great. Came in. We had a great chat with Chris.
We had a future Irish Open champion in Dan Wilson, who went on to win the Irish Open last year.
That's right, of course. Dan Wilson, defending champion, and probably for my money, bookies' favourite to do the repeat. Now, of course, in a big field like that, bookies' favourite might be 300 still, but he's definitely one of the best, if not the very best Irish player out there.
Yeah, for sure. I think people may know that Mike McDonald has set up a site now, pokershares.com, in which you can buy shares in players, and
That's
Dan,
right.
unsurprisingly, is the highest markup of any player, any known player in the field. So yeah, I think that reinforces the fact that Dan is the bookie's favourite.
Back in the action here, OJ has opened to 4x again. We haven't seen his hand every time he's 4x'd so far. We suspect this mixture of min raises and 4-bets is a bet sizing tell, but we haven't seen the hands yet, so we're not quite sure.
That's true. We've seen him open hands like Jack 7 suited under the gun for not 4x. So we have to assume that those weaker hands are not getting 4x'd. The question is, how strong is the strongest hand that he's 4xing there?
Fast and furious here, as you can see, the pace of online poker, obviously a good bit quicker than that of live poker. These guys probably buttoned into their ranges, maybe also they're all multi-tabling, they're using their fast fold buttons. You see the action very quickly round to the button here. Cuckoo opening up for just over a min raise.
Yeah, I think that's one of the advantages, or one of the joys of online poker, I guess, in that it is so fast, because obviously there's no physical dealer. You don't have to remind players to put their antes out. You don't have to collect. Don't have to push pots or split pots. Everything can be that much faster.
Well, ring ding a ding, we have a big pot brewing here. Patatas, I like the bet sizing. He's 4x'd from the small blind. Obviously a tricky enough seat here. He's 4x'd. The sizing of the opener from the button, but he's been flatted by OJ, a very unusual play to say the least.
Yeah, we've seen some very unusual plays from OJ, it's fair to say, so it's very difficult to put him on a range here. And this is the scariest of scary boards if you're sitting there in Patatas' seat with a big pair.
Yeah, I think if you're Patatas and you were three betting, a hand like aces or kings, you would have to check this flop. Jacks, tens, all smashing the range of OJ Happy's, flatting in that situation. Now, of course, nines makes a straight as well. There's a possible flush draw. King Queen. I don't know if King Queen can be in OJ's range here, but King Queen obviously has some equity too. An irrelevant two, says the Rabbit Cam. Patatas probably had a hand like, let's say, maybe an ace rag, maybe an ace king. Neither one of them could continue in that situation, Dara.
Yeah, it's just a horrible flop when you're out of position, particularly against players unpredictable as OJ Happy, who could have a lot of hands that hit that flop. We see Guccio raise in the hijack, and now OJ has called the small blind. OJ is playing a very high percentage of hands.
Unsurprisingly, we see a continuation bet there on the ace, queen, nine, two hearts board. 8 on the turn definitely coordinates this board up and probably helps OJ's range more than it does Guccio's.
Agreed.
Interesting to see what Guccio does here, but he does bet, Dara.
Wow, yeah, this is a big bet. This is 70% of pot roughly. Yeah, I mean it's a scary card. Jack 10 is definitely in OJ's range. Hands like 9, 8 are probably there, given how loose OJ is playing.
Absolutely. But Guccio, fearless, maybe had a set, maybe had two pair, maybe just had a big ace and thought, well, you know what, I'm not giving him another free card.
Yeah, he showed a lot of strength there. He's the pre-flop raiser. He fired on the flop. He fired on the turn, even though the turn was scary. In the meantime, we have another bust out. Utopia has bust, unfortunately, and won't be the very first Irish Open Online champion. There are now 28 players left. The short stack is Casino Antlis, who has just over 6 big blinds. And the prize pool will be confirmed now as well. In addition to the added package worth €1,600, first prize is €1,450, and 6 players in total are paid.
What an absolutely sick heads up that's going to be. Second place getting just over $900. When you factor in that package added, it's going to be a more than $2,000 heads up.
Yeah, that really puts in perspective. Heads up, they'll be playing for half the prize pool. So Gucci raises again on the gun, again with the 8 on the end bet sizing. Patatas, who has been playing tight on the tight side, has 3 bet the under the gun, and it's a big 3 bet. It's almost 3.5 times the open. And a very quick call from Guccio. What do you make of the quick call?
Yeah, the quick call often feels like a hand that's just definitely not going away. Maybe a nines, a tens, an ace queen. They're very obviously calls in this situation, and sometimes when someone has a very easy decision, they make it very fast.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So now Patatas has a decision whether to c-bet or not. He c-bets for just under half the pot. And Guccio is slower call this time, but has called.
Yeah, it certainly feels like an ace queen here for Guccio. Something of that nature would make a lot of sense. Patatas obviously definitely has some kings in his range, particularly ace king. This other king is a very good card for him if he does, because it, of course, to his opponent makes it look less likely that he has ace king.
Yeah, there's one less king in the deck now, and Guccio has gone for the check call, and now Patatas only has 12k behind, and we have almost 34k in the pot.
If you're Guccio and your plan all along was to call with ace queen, you may as well give your opponent another chance to bluff. So in that situation, I would expect him to check, but instead he has gone all in. Oh my goodness, what an absolute cooler.
And we saw this earlier, and I did make the point in that hand where we saw set over set that sometimes in those spots when you get 3-bet out of position, you call thinking you're set mining, but sometimes you're actually you can also be set over set mining. When you have the smaller pair against the bigger pair, about 10% of the time that you hit your set, the other guy's going to hit his set as well, and then you're going to lose a really big pot like that.
Really dirty. Guccio obviously couldn't get away there. Those chips were destined to get in either on flop, turn, or river. And as it turned out, they went in on the river, but what can either player do?
No, No, once that flop comes down, they're both getting all their chips in at some point. It was interesting in that hand that Guccio called quite slowly on the flop, so he was torn, I guess, between calling and raising. He's obviously never folding.
Guccio in the big blind here. I would expect to see him maybe bet out a kind of a 2k blocker bet type of situation with most of his range here. It should get Cuckoo off his overcards. Of course, Cuckoo will obviously have to get sticky with any decent pair in this spot.
Yeah, I agree. And occasionally he'll turn some worse hands into bluffs here if he interprets this as a blocker bet.
Yeah, Guccio in some instances will have a hand like Jack Queen, King Jack, something like that, and feel like this is a very good post oak bluff spot. Certainly a nice weapon to have in your artillery. And if so, fair play to him, well done. But in much more worlds, Guccio will have a piece there, and Cuckoo will just have overcards.
Yeah, I agree with that. So we're down to 28 players now, having lost Irish Open champion, who may be the Irish Open champion, but will not be the Irish Open online champion.
Could that be Dan Wilson?
That is possible, yeah. Although I'm not sure Dan would go for such a
presumptive name.
Dan is I know a few of Dan's names on various sites, and he tends to go for names which sound like the kind of name that a recreational player would come up with. And Imperator PDA has opened the button, been 3-bet from the small blind by Guccio. The flop comes down Queen 8-4. There's basically Guccio doesn't have much more than the pot behind, and he has been stuck in quick call. Aces against King 6 suited flush draw. I think it's fair to say that's a pretty loose peel, King 6.
Yeah, it does feel like a loose peel, all right. Guccio obviously delighted to see those chips go to him and see that flush draw miss. He was on the receiving end only moments ago of a set under set. Pretty ugly situation. He's got those chips back and more now. And Imperator, our runaway chip leader in the first 3 or 4 levels in the first hour of play today, now firmly back in the pack with an average stack.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he reacts to that. He would obviously been feeling brilliant early on when he got the early double up. Was the first player to eliminate somebody. He powered on from there further. Now he's had his first major setback, and sometimes psychologically it can be difficult. If he had a different start to the turn, let's say he drifted back to 17k and then he got a double up, he'd be feeling very good with 35k. But having got there the way that he has. He might be feeling a bit demoralised.
Absolutely, every poker tournament is an emotional journey of sorts, particularly if you're 1 or 2 tabling and particularly if you're playing live. I don't know if Imperator is out there playing 12 tables tonight and isn't really too focused on one in particular to know what's going on and how he's doing. But of course, he might be 1 tabling, in which case your point is very valid, Dara, and he's probably feeling like that 35k is not that many chips right now.
Yeah, even though it is still almost 45 big blinds. In the meantime, we've lost another player. Bingo Guri is out in 27th, which means we are now down to 26 players. So I think it's pretty clear we're getting to the final table tonight.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I was way wrong there. I guess maybe 6-handed action early on meant that there was a lot more showdown, a lot wider ranges being played against one another, and of course, with people playing in late position, you expect more aggression, you expect to see more bust outs, you expect bigger pots. We are, of course, 6-handed, 7-handed, and possibly 8-handed at different times now as we approach the last table, and with short-handed action. And let's just be honest, Irish players and Norwegian players going at it.
Yeah.
Expect to see fireworks. Expect to see. You know what? Maybe they'll even finish tonight.
And here we have two 20 big blind stacks basically in the blinds, and it's gone limp and check. Once it goes limp check and the ace high flop comes down, it's fair to say that this small blind has a fairly significant range advantage. He's going to be limping far more aces.
Definitely, yeah. No, you would expect Darren in that spot, maybe even to lamp his weak aces there when limped into, or certainly, take some sort of aggressive action. Do you ever in that spot with Darren, maybe with the really bad, the ace threes, ace fours, just check back and try and play your hand for deception in the big blind?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot to be said for checking some aces, and if you're going to check some aces, then the weaker aces are the better aces to do, because when you shove them, you basically
are very rarely going to get it in good. And on the other hand, you do want to have some sort of protection on those type of flops where you can have an ace. Meanwhile, to reinforce your point about how aggressive this tournament has been playing, when last time we checked the chip lead, Hoagland held the chip lead. He has now bust in 26th place.
Which means I'm guessing there's one huge chip leader. If we check the top of the board, I would expect to see someone with an absolute monster, and indeed there they are.
Yep, you're right. MEV 1989 has 122k, which is
3 times average.
3 times average, 6 starting stacks. And Santa Cruz is also approaching the 100k mark.
Well, we of course have a long way to go now, still 3 tables out and a lot of play left with these blind levels only increasing every 15 minutes. But if MEV 1989 just holds on to those chips, he doesn't even have to add to them, he will have an average stack with 5 people left.
That's a really good point, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And on the first page, we do have JP Poker now.
Surging JP.
Surged forward. He's timing this beautifully, and I think you'd have to make JP the favourite to win the tournament now.
Again, Dara, I'm just a guest. I couldn't comment possibly, but what I would say is that I think probably Boyd, motivated by your insistence that he was first and foremost a tournament organizer, he's definitely going to prove you wrong.
Or maybe Christine's playing on the account now.
Well, of course, we couldn't talk about ghosting or multi-accounting here. I'm sure JP would never do such a thing. A very reputable and obviously honest tournament director. I'm sure that's not the case.
Casino Atlantis is also bust. I'm going to guess that's somebody from Carlo. The Atlantis Casino in Carlo is one of the better known casinos down there.
As we see there on the at the bottom end of the table, Dara Davey, who is of course on our feature table right now, still playing with 20 big blinds. He's certainly far from out of it, but he is one of the bottom 3 stacks.
Yeah, I guess it's not too surprising that we've seen Dara get very few playable hands recently, and he has drifted back. But Dara's certainly not going to panic. In the meanwhile, we have Breaking Bad has just been crippled on the table, and OJ Happy has got the full double up. Tony67736 asks, "Are we playing the Party Grand Prix in Dublin?" David, are you playing the Party Grand Prix in Dublin?
I don't know when the Party Grand Prix in Dublin is, Dara, if I'm honest. And to be honest, I think it might be a little far from Malta for me to get there, although I'm sure if I was still living in Ireland, I would be there.
I'm not 100% sure when it is either, but I think it's actually on at the end of April, which means I too will be in Malta then.
Of course, the Microgaming MPN Malta is at the end of April. That's one of your favourite tours, Dara?
Yeah, for sure. Organised by my good friend Clodagh, and Clodagh does an amazing job, and it's a really fun tour.
All the best poker organisers are Irish.
Of course, apart from Dave Curtis. So Breaking Bad got the snap double up. He's doubled up to just over 8 big blinds now. He's obviously still very short, but he's right in the running. He's still the shortest stack in the tournament. And the second shortest is Paul O'Reilly, who's on 9k. And Dara's the third shortest. So
yeah, just 3 tables remaining now. Breaking Bad obviously gets a reprieve of sorts. He's doubled his 3.5 bigs up to what I now guess is about 8 bigs when you include the blinds and antes. He just held with the ace-8 against the king-queen. Action in this hand is round to Fergberger, who raises and takes it from the button.
A shout out to Dara Davey, who has liked my tweet from earlier. Come watch the Team Terrace under the fish cake plays of Dara Davey. It's amazing to see that Dara can juggle the task of looking after his newborn son while playing the Irish Open Online Championships and hitting the like button on Twitter.
Yeah, no, a multitasker indeed.
So we have another open from Guccio, who's been very, very active. OJ Happy, who has been the most active player, I think, on this table, defending his big blind. Interesting flop, paired board.
Yeah, not surprisingly, seeing a check in that spot. Guccio definitely checks back at the very top of his range there. He can have aces, kings, and queens. He might have a jack in there sometimes, but to be honest, I like to see the Jack X hands balance out with some of the draws as the betting hands or the bettable hands in that situation. He could also be hanging on with some showdown value, maybe a 10. In fact, in this situation, it was just a give up. But that makes sense in some situations. If he's got another pair to the board, that Jack 10 does hit the flatting range fairly hard, and the 8 certainly coordinated things further.
Yeah, I agree completely with that.
There's a lot made of aggression in the modern game, Dara, and obviously when we started out, people would have said the most aggressive players were the best players. It's certainly changed as a game in the last few years. Solvers, which some people use to see what supercomputers decide is the best thing to do, and indeed the natural balance of the lines taken by your everyday pro these days certainly still favour aggression, but a lot less aggression than maybe there used to be.
Yeah, I think in the early days of poker, certainly aggression was a huge advantage because people folded too often in the face of aggression. If you raised pre-flop and somebody defended and then you bet the flop, they generally gave up unless they had anything. Now players are the play is more nuanced, I would say. Players realize that you miss two flops out of three. So if you're always continuation betting, then 2 times out of 3 you haven't hit that flop. So people defend a lot more, make a lot more moves against people who are continuation betting too much. So now you do have to be more balanced, as I say. You do have to check more often and not just bet blindly. And Dara's in the big blind now. Dara has what we call a reshove stack here. He has 17 big blinds. So he's going to be reshoving a lot of hands here. Breaking Bad's going to be reshoving even more, obviously, given his 7.5 big blind stack.
Yeah, no fold equity for Breaking Bad here, so we can expect a showdown.
Ace 5 off. Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of the reshove there, even though he does have an ace. I think, Ferger Berger's coming from pretty early position. He's going to be opening a lot of good aces in that seat, and probably no worse ace than ace 5.
Yeah, the best case scenario there for Breaking Bad was to get called by a Jack Queen or a King Jack or a hand of that nature. Certainly no fold equity. Those hands would all have to call, and those hands are almost flipping. Let's be honest, against the ace 5. Remember, when the best case scenario is that you're flipping with no fold equity, maybe you should be considering folding.
Yeah, I agree. I think in that situation, I'd almost prefer to have a hand like Queen Jack, which is going to be dominated less often, or a hand like Jack 10 suited. It just feels that with Ace 5, a lot of the time you're going to be playing, trying to hit a 3-outer.
That being said, bad luck to Breaking Bad if you're out there. You got very unlucky against OJ Happy earlier on. Obviously rocking the short stack for the last couple of orbits, not an easy thing to do. We're being a little maybe critical of your very short stack play. You obviously only had about 6 or 7 big blinds.
Yeah.
And any mistakes there that we might be pointing out are very small mistakes in the context of your tournament.
It can certainly never be too big a mistake to stick that stack in when you have an ace. Dara has played the short stack very patiently, it has to be said.
Yeah, Dara's certainly an experienced player. He's been in this position before, plays a lot of short stack poker, plays a lot of turbo poker, where maybe most of the time you're in this kind of stack zone. So he's very familiar with his ranges. He knows what he's at. He's not going to panic.
Shout out to chat. Non McGovern says Kate Hall is now 1-0 up in the match against Mike Dentale. I guess that might be affecting our viewing figures. The fact that we're gone up against Kate Hall and Mike Dentale in the grudge match. But Niall says that that's less interesting than watching Dara fold a 20 big blind stack.
And Dara in the chat box agreeing with them there. Dara's a good sport. Gotta say though, Dara, I hope this is allowed, but I think I'm gonna pull that Mike Dentale up. You said it was on Twitch.
It'll be on Twitch.
Might have to have that. I'm not gonna do the sound.
You're going to kill our bandwidth.
No, the bandwidth will be fine. I'll use my 3G.
Okay, good man. Yeah, we were hoping to broadcast this both on YouTube and Facebook Live, but we quickly found that the Wi-Fi in the hotel that we're staying in that would have just killed us too much. So we're coming to you exclusively on YouTube Live. And Dara's now down to 13 big blinds as the blinds go up, and he seems to be considering a reshove here. And while he does that, let's have a quick look at the chat.
Oh, he's probably typing to us. That's probably what he's doing.
Yeah, he typed in the chat. What will be helping your viewing figures is that Deeb and Poke are unbearable to listen to. So I guess Sean Deeb must be doing. Maybe we should stop plugging the other stream, actually.
Yeah, people are immediately tuning in.
And Dara Davies all in. Dara Davies all in.
Oh, Dara, we're rooting for you here, big time, buddy.
Oh, and he gets the fold.
Well, he has been so tight.
Masterfully played.
Yeah.
Masterfully played by Dara Davies.
Yeah, you really felt that while he tanked for that full minute, I feel, typed that into our chat box, he was at the same time getting a read on Patatis' avatar.
Oh, he was doing everything, yeah. Oh, and he's gone for the min raise off 17.5 big blinds. Dara's getting right into the action now that he's chipped up to considerable 17 big blinds. Patatis is in the big blind. Patatis has been folding his big blind a lot to the min raise. Maybe that's something that Dara's picked up on. And Dara is almost up to 20 big blinds again.
Yeah, certainly a few more weapons for Dara as he exits the 15 and less big blind stage and gets closer to 20. He can certainly open more hands. He can certainly play some poker with a view to playing post-flop poker a little more liberally. He's not in that reshove zone you described earlier, Dara.
No. Dara's now the big blind. After he posts his big blind, he's got 18.5 big blinds behind. Guccio has raised to just over 2 big blinds again, as he's been doing.
Oh, and as we say that, Dentale getting absolutely pooned by Hall. Please don't leave our stream.
Get out, Dave. Look, our numbers are dropping. And it's far more interesting to watch Dara check this pot down than whatever might be happening between Ms. Hall and Mr. Dentale.
Remember, guys, you don't have to be exclusive to us. We welcome a YouTube stream from us while simultaneously watching Twitch on another device or indeed on the same computer. Absolutely, you can cheat on us all you want. We just want to be part of your viewing experience tonight.
And having said that, Artie Lee says, I can't take any more of the Hall Dentale match, so I'm here. Hi, guys. Hi,
hey, Artie Lee.
So Dara won the last pot.
Yeah, and he's up to 25k almost.
He's surged to 25k, but he does have to post a small blind. He's coming into the Imperator PDA, who's fair to say has played very disciplined since he had that big setback. He hasn't done anything rash. He or she, sorry, of course we can't necessarily assume that it's a male player.
Definitely a board for the limping range and the checking back range here. Dara checks. I would expect a check call here with a decent chunk of his range, but indeed this time not so, and he lets it go.
OJ Happy has raised to 4x again. We see the return of the 4x. He hasn't been getting action on his 4x's, so it certainly has been working as a blind, as in terms of getting the blinds. It's folded to Dara. Dara folds the cutoff. Imperator folds the button. And
Guccio raises to 2.5 big blinds from the small blind. Fergal Berger considers his options in the big blind and then calls. And we see a quick check call on the turn.
Pretty coordinated board there. Obviously, the ace of diamonds no longer the nut card.
No. In fact, you could actually have a straight flush over straight flush situation here.
Yeah, Jack Queen of diamonds against the 7 of diamonds, but indeed, with all those diamonds on
Neither
board,
have a diamond.
we'll pass one.
2 pair against better 2 pair.
And with that Kate Hall, Poons Dentale again, sniffing out his bluff.
Never mind about Kate Hall. Dara Davy has min raised.
Oh, we're back at it. Remember, guys, tune into us here, and I will give you occasional references to the Dentale Hall match, so you can watch both.
Oh, Dara's all in. And we have a quick call from Fergal Berger. Dara has ace queen.
Oh, Dara's in trouble. We need an ace on the river.
Oh, we lose Dara Davy. Unlucky. Well played, Fergal. Fergal gets the almost double up. Or, well, I guess not quite.
GG to Dara Davy. He will not be our Irish Open Online Champion 2017. He finishes in 24th place. 23 people left. As we see on our screens there, one of them very short, just 2 big blinds.
Yeah, Dara's the bus in 23rd place. Hoorer is now the short stack with less than 2 big blinds. Yeah, that was indeed Dara Davy. Artie Lee. Unfortunately, Dara has just left the building. As much as we love everybody on this table, I am going to just have a quick look around and see if we can find another table.
Is JP still in?
JP is still in, yeah. Let's have a look at JP's table.
I want to watch JP play some pokers.
Yeah. So, change of feature table. Handsome gentleman in seat 8 is JP McCann. I have to say I don't recognise anybody else at the table. Do you, David?
Stig, DeCosta, Cowboyan, Afa Byrne. You gave up on me.
You gave up, not me.
You gave up, not me, sorry. And B, Bing, Boy. No, can't say I know any of these guys. Nothing familiar. But of course, Norwegian or Irish, well, we don't know.
No, we have no way of knowing. Although I guess we could hover over the avatar. Stig is definitely Norwegian. He's in a place called Colveride. Aev wouldn't be a me. It's not so clear. You gave up, not me is from Dublin. Bingo Boy, not clear. JP is obviously from Dublin. Cowboy in 05 is a Norwegian from Tromso. And D Costa is from Brazil.
Wow,
D Costa, Brazilian player.
Possibly a misclick registering this tournament now. If he wins the package, he's going to have to come a long way from Brazil to play the Irish Open this year.
Yeah. Shout out to Neil Garland on Twitter. Neil also wanted to see JP play. I think we all want to see JP play a bit of poker. We used to see him walking around in a suit at a poker tournament, often a very colourful suit. It's going to be interesting to see him play.
I've only ever sat at the table once with JP McCann now. It's fair to say there may have been a little bit of drink taken and he might have been playing a little bit loose that day. I don't know if that is typical of what JP would do in a tournament. Dara, have you ever played against him?
I've played against JP quite a few times, yeah.
Describe his play to me.
His play is very unorthodox, and he does like to play a lot of hands.
And is it fair to say unorthodox is a commentator speak for brutal?
Yeah, I think in what's known in Dublin terms, some players who are unorthodox are deadly, some are brutal, and JP is definitely falls under the brutal category.
We're just kidding, JP. Of course, we are rooting for you now. You know, you've put this Irish Open package into the prize pool, which has been quite a good sport. It would be fantastic to see JP playing his own event as well.
It would be amazing to see JP playing his own event and maybe calling the floor on himself.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Now, unfortunately, it's sad to report now, but our viewing figures have dropped back down to 13, having peaked at around 23, 24 only 20 minutes ago. Is it fair to say, Dara, that it was Dara Davies fans keeping us at that level all the time?
It was definitely Dara Davies fans. I mean, every time Dara comes out to play, he's basically the Victor Plum of Irish poker. He just draws the crowds whenever he shows up to play.
12 people now, Dara. We're do we need to change feature table from JP? That's the question. If it gets below 10, I think we're going to change the feature table out there.
Yeah, okay. I think we'll set the line at 10. If the viewing figures drops below 10, you get a new feature table, good people.
Yeah. So if you really, really don't like the coverage you're seeing right now, log off, let the numbers drop below 10, and when you come back in 5 minutes' time, we'll have changed the table.
Yep. Deal. We have another bust out in the meantime. The player Hoorer, who we saw had gotten really, really short, has indeed bust. So we're now down to 21. We are about 20 minutes away from a break. And we have lost over half the field already.
Action round to JP on the button.
Oh, JP. Oh, he's folded his button. Viewing figures are rising again, so I guess JP's fan base from Tala are arriving.
I think JP sent out a tweet or a call saying, guys, I want to stay on this feature table.
Shout out to Regret, who says this is great marketing tactics. Log off, you say. Yeah, it's fair to say that we haven't been doing a great job on the marketing front, between my co-commentator frequently referring to the high-profile heads-up match on another channel, and then exhorting everybody to log off. I think when David starts twitching, it'll be interesting to see if he follows the same tactics.
Back in the action here, we have a rather unorthodox, it's fair to say. Oh no, sorry, I'm misreading it here. Sorry, beeping open to a normal amount from the hijack. Cowboyan had raised, and a flat call from AFA 1 BME.
And now we have quite a big pot already. We have 17, almost 18k in the middle. Cowboyan has decided to continue his aggression. Small bet though. 40% of pot, roughly. AFA 1 BME is now considering his options. What kind of hands would you give up here with David?
Of my flatting range, so he's opened and he's flatted the squeeze in that spot. I guess you probably have to get sticky with the pairs if he's got the 8s or the 9s, something like that. Jack, certainly any of the over pairs have to call, of course. But he will have hands like maybe King Queen suited, maybe Ace Jack, maybe Ace Queen. He's whiffed there. He's up against an aggressive opponent who's bet again. Yes, the Ace Queen might be good against some of the looser squeeze plays in that spot. But I think, discretion, the better part of valor in those situations, and you probably let those hands go.
Yeah. I think even if you're going to be folding the best hand a lot, you have to play the hand out of position on further streets. It's going to be difficult. And
Cowboys on a roll. He opens from the cutoff and gets the blinds and antes. I don't think we've seen JP play a hand yet since we...
No, not yet. But again, JP, very similar to Darragh Davy on our last feature table. You know, in that awkward amount of big blinds sort of situation now with the blinds 6 and 12, he's playing less than 20 bigs. Still room to min-raise open, and in this situation, he's opting for the, you know, also pretty good 2.3x.
We've been all in from Stig on the button, back on JP.
Can't see too many hands he's opening here, folding to this price, but, you know, maybe, you never know.
Yeah.
He's getting exactly 2-1 in his call. And he has let it go. But I guess in that situation, if JP's opened a weak ace, which wouldn't be a bad open there with a blocker, let's say a hand like ace-5 offsuit, in that spot, he knows he's getting the right price against what is, one would assume, a strong range, but not better than the right price. Maybe it's better to conserve a stack.
Possibly, I think basically what you're saying is that JP's brutal.
Oh, and we're in the danger zone again with our viewing figures. 12 people left, as promised. If it drops below 10, we will change this feature table. We will, of course, keep tabs on our friend JP McCann to see if he survives the next couple of orbits, even if we've moved table. But, yeah, with 12 people, we're right on the line. Samir Singh is in our chat box.
Yeah.
Welcome, Sammy.
Welcome, Sammy. Sammy's coming over for the Irish Open. He'll be staying at my house. Samir is one of my favourite people in poker. Jumping viewers, just JP logging on every device. He has to absorb his own masterful play. Rick Wren, I'm not Irish, nor do I know any of them, but it's me missing online poker here in the States. That's really nice to hear, Rick. Apart from, obviously, we're not happy about you missing online poker. Hopefully it'll come back in America soon.
Samir Singh asking, is Dentali still talking trash? Good to see our chat is just, may as well be watching the other stream.
Clearly are.
I don't know if he's talking trash. I've got the sound off right now, Sammy, but apparently his trash talk was so bad, nobody cared anyway.
But Samir said his trash was so boring it could be a Russian bot. Which is actually referring, I believe, to the fact that some of the bots that were discovered online had actually been programmed to trash talk as well.
Nice angle there, in fairness, from the bot creators. That certainly would throw people off the scent for a little while.
Yeah.
I'm saying nice, but of course it's very bad what they've done.
Yeah.
Just saying it was, you know, that's the problem with bad people. They're often very clever.
Yeah, and the good thing is JP's found at least 2 more devices in his house, so our viewing figures have climbed back up to 14.
JP in the small blind here. If it gets round to him, I would expect him to shove a fair amount of his range here. Probably a little over half the hands in his range. But it's not. He's not going to get that option now. Afa has opened here from the hijack. JP with a good reshove spot.
Yeah.
You know, I'd certainly
be. No coaching, you're running. We are on a 5-second delay.
I love this min click.
JP's gone for the min click.
JP is absolutely just clicked it back here. One would assume this is with the plan. My co-commentator losing all decorum now. He's literally fallen on the floor laughing at this play. But JP is shoved and he gets the fold. Fantastic play, JP poker. That's what I call an old-fashioned go and go. He's not gone for the stop go, Darry. He's gone for the go and go. He's done a click back and he's banged it in out position.
Completely new play. It's astonishing creativity for JP there. Proving that not only is he a great tournament organizer, but he's an incredibly creative.
He's an innovator.
He's come up with a play that probably nobody in the entire world would have thought of.
Credit to you there, JP. I actually a big fan of the go and go myself. You know, offered your opponent odds that he couldn't refuse post flop, always going with it on any flop, I assume, with whatever hand you had, and of course putting the onus on your opponent to hit that flop, which he's going to only do 1 out of 3 times. I love the play, JP. You know, I'm going to stick up for you here.
Yeah. So the bus stats are slowing a bit now. We've been stagnant at 21 players. I'm not sure which is a more exciting word to use there, stuck or stagnant, but
In fact, the shortest stack in the tournament has still 14 big blinds. So nobody's super short now.
Check on the turn. We see 7 of hearts on the river. Board is now 5, 4, 9, 4, 7, 2 hearts. Yeah, and you can see from the holdings there, you can see why I went check. Neither player with much. You gave up, not me. Under pair to the board takes it down. Straight away again, you gave up, not me. Opens, defend from Afa in the big blind. We go to a Jack 3 flop. I would expect this to go check a decent amount of time, but you gave up, not me. May decide to bet some of his range on this board, of course. Oh, hello. Afa has decided to donk lead out. Representing very thin here. The 3 on board obviously could have hit his range. The Jack could as well, but again, it begs the question: why lead out with a Jack? Slightly unusual play. Possibly more likely that Afa has a diamond draw in this spot. That ace of hearts, of course, hits you gave up, not me's range much harder, but I would not be surprised to see this go check nonetheless. And again, I get it completely wrong. You gave up, not me. Going for the bet. It's a bit of a pot controlling sort of bet.
Very
1/3.
small bet, yeah, 1/3 of pot. And
Afa, if he has the nut flush draw, let's say he has the ace of diamonds with another card, it's a very good check calling spot. It's also a check call with any flushes. I would not be surprised if you gave up, not me. Just checks it back here in this situation. If he has the ace, there's not a huge amount of value in betting it. And in fact there, wow, okay, completely unorthodox play by Afa, who had the Jack 9 and was, safe to say, playing possum there, hoping to get a thin value bet on the river and obviously come back over the top of it. Afa, do you like the play? I'd probably like a check raise on the turn if it's me.
Yeah, I think I probably would go for the check raise there.
He sort of set the trap and he's got the perfect turn card for it.
Yep. And Stig is all in again here. We saw him do this before and he got it through against JP. We didn't think he had much fold equity then, but he has 12 big blinds almost.
Yeah, he's definitely got some fold equity on this shove in this spot now. Cowboy, neither of these players has seemed to play too loose, we've seen so far. Cowboy definitely crunching the numbers now. And
he has folded. So Stig has got 2 reshoves through there.
Yeah, absolutely crucial chips for him in those stages. Those chips add so much to his stack.
Tony's asking, where's your next port of call on the live events? For me, it's the Irish Open, actually.
Yeah, which is only 2 weeks away, Dara. For me, I wish it was the Irish Open, but unfortunately, I'm back to Malta tomorrow. A new baby due in only 4 weeks' time, so a little bit of a break from live events, as you put it. Maybe if the baby is well behaved, I might sneak out of the house in Malta to play the Microgaming MPN Malta event at the end of April.
Very good. Very good. That's always a good event. I've played in Malta a few times now.
Yeah, and stayed with it. Well, I don't know if you'll be staying with us this time. You might like it. You might value your sleep a bit more than hearing a crying baby late at night, Dara.
And that's just you.
That's just me when I'm crying about bad beats and a late night poker session.
So, JP's big blind again. His fans will wait with bated breath to see if he can come up with some other funky play here.
Yeah, again, exactly the right stack for the go and go. Just going to put it out there. You gave up, not me. Min raising from the button. It's a great spot for both of these guys. And Bingo Boy has taken it and it gets
Bingo
through.
Boy, I think. Or by Bingo Boy, maybe.
By Bingo Boy, yeah.
Yeah, he gets the reshove through there. I think we are going to see a lot more reshoves now. We're kind of getting into that region where a lot of people have that sort of 20 big blinds or less stack.
Yeah, and a lot of them on this table, Dara, like if you look through the average stack 51k, 40 big blinds, yet on this table, we've only got 2 people with more than 40 big blinds. In fact, half of the table with less than half of that number.
Yeah, and I've just noticed from the lobby, we have lost Imperator PDA, who was the chip leader for much of the early part of this tournament. He has now hit the rail, as has Ryko Kid, who is Paul O'Reilly, one of the organisers of the Irish Open. And I know from talking to JP really wanted to outlast Paul in this and prove that he was
the better of the two players, and
Yeah, but he's done it. He's done
proven
it,
just
hasn't he?
that. And you gave up, not me. Is in a situation he's got a pot-sized bet behind on the river. Going to see his cards. He hit the ace on the river, decided not to bet it. I guess feeling there wasn't too much that would call him.
Yeah, and just 19 players left now. The action thick and fast. It hasn't stopped. Coming up on the 3 hour mark now. We're just 4 minutes off a break. You know, it's going to be 2 tables left in an hour's time, Dara.
Yeah, for sure. And we have, I believe, 2 hours play left tonight.
2 hours from now, I think we might go. We might get a full hour of final table play in tonight.
That's quite possible. They have been falling thick and fast, and you can see there are some short stacks in the tournament. The shortest stack has less than 10 big blinds, and that is Wilco Gut.
Stig is reshoved.
Stig is reshoved again.
Is it going to be third time lucky?
Each time he's reshoving a bit more because he's picked up the previous pots.
Fair to say it's a good spot to reshove here.
It is, but he's been called this time. We have ace 6 against ace 4. They both hit a pair, which is obviously terrible.
Diamonds?
No. So.
Well done, Stig.
How do you feel about the race call with the ace 4?
Yeah, I guess he was in a tough spot because he didn't. He was going to fold, I would assume, or maybe even it was he was inducing a 3-bet from the big blind that he was going to come over the top with the ace 4 suited into Stig's open. Do you know what? That's one of those spots I might fancy a limp, Dara.
I was just about to say exactly the same thing. I think my preferred play in that spot would be the limp because then Stig has a lot less to gain from reshoving. And if somebody makes a normal sized raise, let's say ace 4 suited is a pretty nice hand to shove light with fold equity. In that spot, when you call it off with the ace 4 suited, it's very difficult to be in great shape, and you are going to be dominated quite a bit as he was in that seat. Now he's shoved all in himself. He's been called. He's dominated again. So we're going to lose him unless it's an 8 on the river. He doesn't.
Good night, Costa. You're not going to be flying all the way from Brazil to play our Irish Open this year, unless, of course, that was your plan anyway.
Yeah. But shout out to D Costa for playing, trying to qualify for a tournament in Ireland. I think it's fair to say there are a lot more people in Ireland who would like to fly to Brazil than vice versa.
Yeah, certainly true. So now just 18 players remain. And we're getting to that very interesting point where we've almost as many viewers as players left in the tournament.
Yeah, we did predict that this might happen, but maybe not quite this way.
Yeah, and maybe not quite this soon either.
Not like this.
We thought it might be the final table before we reach this point.
Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, there are 18 players left. We'll soon be on just one table. JP has slipped onto the second page again, but he's still in the mix. He's made a very credible run at this. He's got 15 big blinds. He's been folded around to him in the small blind.
This is getting.
What is JP going to decide? JP's decided to fold and live to fight another day.
Alpha 1 BME chip leader on this table. He's not the chip leader in the tournament, but I think he is in the top 3 or 4 stacks. A lot of short stacks behind him. Slightly awkward situation from here, Dara. He can't really play his stack in any situation here. When he opens or when he plays a hand, he's basically playing everyone else's stack.
That's a good point. Often players think in this situation, I've got a big chip stack, I should be opening a lot. But JP sitting there with a reshove stack. By Bingo Boy doesn't have that much more. So yeah, he is basically playing other people's stacks. The only player he's really deep against is Cowboy in 0-5. So that does greatly tighten his ranges. So now we've seen an open from Cowboy and from the small blind. Stig 91 has gone for the 3-bet, and Cowboy sticks it in his eye, and Stig folds. So Stig snap folded there, went for the light 3-bet. This will be the last hand before the break.
Darren and I might turn on the coffee machine at this break.
Yeah.
So if you want to mute the sound, maybe that's a good idea.
So we have reached the break. We're down to 18 players, one of whom is JP McCann, incredibly. It'll be a real fairy tale story if JP, the Irish Open organiser, can become the very first Irish Open online champion. Looking through the list, we see some other names in the mix. MEV 1989 was chip leader last time we checked, still holding the chip lead. His stack has gone back a bit. He's drifted back towards 100k, but he's still the chip leader. Guccio, who we saw on our earlier feature table, was playing very actively. He's now third in chips with 85k. Santa Cruz is still up there. Andrew D 87 is on 72k. I'm going to venture a guess that might be Andrew Dwyer from Wexford.
Fantastic player, Andrew.
Yeah, fantastic player if it is Andrew. What the Quack we saw earlier on our previous feature table as well. Patat is still in the mix. OJ Happy still in the mix. Stig 91. And then the players that we see. So we basically only have 3 tables left now at this stage. And the blinds are 6 and 12. So nobody has less than 10 big blinds. And let's have a look at our chat. Rick Wren asks, so I had to take my dog out. What did I miss? JP invented a new play which David dubbed the Go and Go. Once I've had a few weeks to digest it, I'll try and write a blog breaking down the maths of it. But JP pulled off a masterful move. And apart from that, not a lot. We had 49 entrants originally, which I think is a really good showing for the very first Irish Open Online Championship, given that it was only announced a couple of weeks ago. Players from the UK, unfortunately, are ineligible to play, so we basically just have Irish and Norwegians and one Brazilian playing this tournament. And I think this is an event which will definitely grow in the future. And it means that of the 18 remaining players, the player who wins this and becomes the first ever Irish Open Online champion will have those bragging rights for eternity. And my lovely co-commentator, Mr. Lappin, here is fiddling around with the coffee machine.
Apologies in advance for this noise. And with that, we have 2 viewers. Machine's broken. Try and waste time. Oh, here we go.
Shout out to Wayne O'Donnell on Twitter who said, "What's the crack, boys? What's up top in this? Watching the stream." Thanks a lot, Wayne, for tuning in to watch. Let's have a quick look at the prize pool, actually, now that we're getting quite close. Up top, we have €1,450 and 40 cents, plus an Irish Open package worth €1,600, main event buy-in and hotel accommodation included. Second prize is just under €1,000, €980. Third prize 588, fourth 392, fifth 294, and we have 6 places paid in total, and sixth will win 250 and 60. So it's quite a decent min cash, it's fair to say. Basically 2.5 buy-ins. The interesting points, I guess, will obviously come in the bubble, given that it's a 2.5 buy-in bubble, and also heads up when, because of the added package, the players will be playing for over 2k in equity, which is a third of the prize pool. And we're back in play.
JP's under the gun. The blinds have gone up, so JP's down to 11 big blinds now. He folds. Cowboy has been quite active. He's going to open. Sorry, action is on him. He does fold. And actually, by Bingo Boy gets a walk in the big blind. So that was an exhilarating hand. Stig 91 has min raised off a sub 20 big blind stack. Stig's gone for the open again. Meanwhile, my co-commentator has disappeared off into his room to see if the coffee machine there works any better than the coffee machine here. Cowboy in the big blind considers his option and folds. We're down to 17. We've lost Cuckoo. So one more player to go, and we will be down to the last 2 tables of the very first ever Irish Open Online Championship. Appears we gave Rick Wren a desire to go and make coffee for himself. And some people are two-timing us. Samir is clearly two-timing us, referring to another heads-up match that's going on somewhere else. Stig raises the button. He has a just under 20 big blind stack in the big blind. Alpha in the small blind. And my co-commentator has returned with coffee, so I won't have to keep describing people getting walks. We are down to 17 players now.
Wow.
We did lose. We're down to 16. We've also lost Wilco Good now, so we are going to be down to 2 tables, I believe, once the tables get realigned.
JP, he's in the red zone now for sure. Less than 10 big blinds here. In fact, probably just 8. Still rooting for you, JP. Gotta get that spin now soon. Meanwhile, Hall Dentale on the ropes. 3-1 chip deficit in game 2. He's of course losing 1-0. That one could be over early, Dara.
Yeah, well, I think it would be very good for us if it ended. I think obviously everybody would flood over from there to here.
Would be a natural migration, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think having seen Mike Dentale get pooned, people would want to come over and see JP. Maybe get
do the pooning.
Do the pooning.
Yeah.
Exactly. So JP's in the big blind now. After he posts his big blind, he has less than 8 big blinds behind. He's probably not going to wait for a premium hand here, it's fair to say. And he gets a walk.
Such is the respect of the man. Down to 2 tables now, guys. Just 16 left. We see Guccio, who of course was on our feature table earlier on, that had Dara Davey. OJ Happy, also one of those 2 players too. They've both joined us now, so we have a bit of history with them, as you may or may not recall. If you've been joining us all evening, OJ Happy, quite unorthodox. Guccio, a bit more orthodox.
Yeah, I agree. Guccio comes to this table with a huge stack now. It'll be interesting to see if he can put that to work. When you have 2 tables left and you have a big stack, it's a great spot because so many players will be hoping to make the final table and put a lot of pressure on. Meanwhile, shout out to Rick in the chat. Rick Wren says, "Don't mean to dominate the chat with 12 people watching and all." I appreciate that entertainment. We appreciate you watching and chatting, Rick. It's great to get some feedback here while we're attempting to commentate on a match, or sorry, on a tournament where we're basically seeing what you're seeing. We're not seeing the whole cards.
Yeah, I'm just itching to get to play now, Dara. I'm missing my Sunday grind today. We're obviously sitting in a hotel room in Brighton. Unfortunately, one of the few countries, Great Britain, that we cannot play this tournament from.
Yep.
Otherwise, we would both be in there.
Yeah, for sure.
Duking it out with JP and the rest of these players.
So Gucci is raised under the gun, as you would expect him to be using his stack here, but he's getting some action from one of the other bigger stacks at the table, Cowboy, who is the third biggest stack. He's gone for a check call on a King 3 board with a possible flush, diamond flush draw. The 9 on the turn is a relative break, doesn't change too much, so you would expect Gucci to keep firing. Cowboy is going to call a lot of his range there because most of his hands on the flop are still, most of his hands on the flop that are good are still going to be good.
Yeah, although we do have a big pot now going to the river.
Yeah, Gucci has kept up the pressure here. The river is not a particular scare card either. He's gone for basically the raise pre small bet line. It's going to be interesting to see his hand. Oh, and he hit a house on the river.
What a filthy disguised hand he ended up with. Guccio, bit of run good in this one today. Seems to be building heaps. He must be top 2, maybe even the top tip stack. Guccio, bit of run.
He's second in chips, yeah.
And MEV, as we recall from earlier, who had about 120k there, has increased his or her chip lead to 160k. Both of these guys would have average stacks with 4 or 5 left, Dara.
Yeah, and then there are a lot of guys hanging around in the sort of 20 big blind zone. They'll be hoping to sneak their way to the final table or maybe get a double up. JP's hanging in there gamely with less than 9 big blinds.
Hang in there, JP.
Artie asks, what's the first prize for this? Artie, the first prize is €1,450 for the actual tournament, but there has been a package to the Irish Open added by the organisers. That is a buy-in for the main event Irish Open, which is worth $1,150, and a holiday hotel accommodation. So that's worth actually more than the first prize. It's €1,600.
Hugely generous.
Hugely generous added money. It's very rare to see added money in online tournaments anymore. Rick says, I can't believe JP got a walk with 8 big blinds. Yeah, that was quite surprising, it has to be said. And we are up to 16 viewers, which means for the very first time we have more people watching this tournament than are playing this tournament. Ferger Burger has bust in 16th. We're down to 15. One of those players is JP. He has less than a starting stack, but he's still in there with a shout.
Yeah, and 2 double ups, JP, right among the average stack. So, he's far from out of it. Obviously, at the moment, it's looking pretty grim. I know what it's like being in his spot here, watching rags, watching brutal cards pass you by every hand. You're just looking for a spot. You're looking for any ace, maybe some paint. Small pair would do. Anything at all, really. And any semblance of connectivity might even do at this point.
Yeah, that's for sure. Artie Lee asks, you guys have already won packages, haven't you? I certainly have, but I believe you haven't, David, because you have personal reasons.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not able to make the event this year. It'll be the first time in quite some time I don't play the Irish Open. The last time I couldn't play it was when I was the commentator. That was about 2 or 3 years ago. And this year, it's because of a baby. I have a baby due in 4 weeks' time. I know the Irish Open is in 2 weeks' time, but I just can't risk it now coming from Malta all that way.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a particularly good excuse, David. I mean, I'm going to be commentator on the Irish Open this year, and I'm still playing the event. And I had a baby once too, and I still play poker.
Yeah, that's true. Did you have a baby and playing poker?
No, it's true actually. My children were well grown up before I learned how to play poker.
Yeah, you did it the right way around. You had your kids, grew them up, and then took up the game.
Then started the degeneracy. So Cowboy has opened off just a 20 big blind stack. as our viewership continues to surge, we're getting towards a new peak of can we break the 20 again. Afa in the big blind is considering his options here. While he does that, let's have a quick look at the lobby. We still have 16 players left. JP is the short stack, but he's played tremendously disciplined and patiently to hang in there.
JP, this might be the spot.
JP's thinking about here
He's
we go.
all in.
JP's all in. Good luck, JP.
Now, as we move around the table, the calling ranges will widen.
Yeah. Cowboy doesn't have to. Cowboy has to worry about all the players behind as well as JP.
That
here.
flat is a very ominous flat here, Dara. He's flatting for 1/3 of a stack.
Yeah.
You've got to feel with hands like, even the ace queens and the ace kings, he's going to just shove to isolate. This could be a monster from Cowboy.
I agree completely.
JP could be in a world of pain.
Yeah, I think I'll be very surprised if JP has the best hand here. JP shows Jack 10, and it's aces.
He's got outs.
He's got out.
He needs a 9 or an 8. No, ace won't do.
That's the ace. And we lose JP. Well played, JP. You hung in Guinea. You did eventually get Jack 10 off, and you stuck it in. You were very unlucky to run into aces. And we unfortunately say goodbye to JP McCann, a real legend of Irish poker.
Yeah. And after that tribute, you really know who's paying the bills tonight.
We've also lost Parlous Zoofs on the other table. Now that we're down to 2 tables, maybe we'll try to look at 2 tables at once. What do you think, David?
I think that's a great idea, Dara. But before we do that, we might flick back onto our feature table. I think we have an all in from B Bingo
right,
Boy.
Yeah, very, very well spotted. B Bingo Boy has reshoved, and he gets it through.
He's got that through. I like your idea here, Dara. I think we can go 2 tables.
Yeah, we'll try.
For our audience watching on a mobile device, this probably won't be the best. But given that we're only being viewed by 15 or 16 people, I think it's worth the risk. Maybe if we half those guys up, and maybe would the lobby work as well? Could we do it that way?
Possibly.
I like that, Dara. It's a nice setup. Even if we have only overlap over the one seat, the viewer seat, we can click back and forth.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah. If give us feedback if you're watching on a phone and this is too small for you and you want us to change the setup. But yeah, we're gonna try this for now.
Maybe we get the this one down here, and we can still have the chat box.
Yeah, that's
that work?
Yeah, Mr. Twitch professional here is
yeah,
got an eye on all this stuff. Okay, so we're going to try to keep an eye on 2 tables here. We'll call these table 1 and table 2. Table 1 is the table we were watching, Cowboy, and table 2 is the other one. Cowboy has called another all in, and there's an all in behind. We have a 3-way all in here. Let's make this table bigger for a minute.
I'm going to expect to see a 10 jack in one of these hands. No. Oh, and the 10 on the river.
We've a
Scoop
double elimination. A double elimination.
Huge moment in the context of the tournament, Dara.
Yeah, absolutely massive. That brings us down to... The lobby's not updating. We're down to 11 already. We have an hour and 45 minutes still to run. We are definitely getting to a final table.
Definitely getting to a final table. We might even get 3-handed.
Yeah. This might be the first time ever that a 2-day tournament ends in 1 day. And I think it's a testament to the style of play of Norwegians and Irish. It's fair to be said.
Yeah, they don't want to hang about. Everyone in this tournament has better things to be doing on their Monday evening.
Yeah. And we have an open from by Bingo Boy on table 1. Stig has been very keen to reshove, but he's let this one go. We switch over quickly to the other table. We have blind on blind action. Andrew D87, who we think might be Andrew Dwyer, and has a massive stack. Is 2nd or 3rd in chips in the tournament, and he's up against a shorter stack in the big blind. He's fired out and he's taken down the pot.
Well, I've got this wrong a few times in my guesses already tonight. There are a couple of short stacks around. There we see Stig with 23k. We have Santa Cruz with 37k. But it's fair to say a lot more big stacks around the room now. We've got at least 5 or 6 players playing in excess of 50 big blinds. it could slow down now, Dara.
It could slow down if we reach a situation where we have all these stacks near the final table bubble. It's going to be really, really slow. I think.
How many people make the money tonight?
Only 6 people make the money. So even the final table bubble, it's not an actual bubble. It's just a bubble to make the final table. But with only 6 getting paid, the real bubble comes on the final table when we get down to 7.
Stig shoves and gets it through there. We've seen Stig get his money in a lot now over the last, say, hour or so. He's been rocking that short stack, keeping his head above water.
Yeah.
And then he's in again.
Open shove. The blinds have gone up in the meantime. So he's shoving 13 and a half big blinds. OJ has folded. Guccio is in the big blind with a big stack. But he decides not to call the 25k. And we're up to 20 viewers. So we have a limp from Flowman. We're not that familiar with how a lot of these players are playing on table 2 because we've just come to this table recently. So an early position limp of 27 big blinds. Defend from the big stack in the big blind in the small blind, and the big blind checks. It's check through on the flop. Now a very small stab from the small blind. He's basically bet 1 big blind, the minimum, into a 4 big blind pot. Flowman, who is the limper, has now decided to min raise.
This hand's getting funkier and funkier,
This is
Dara.
a very, very funky hand. I'm going to be really interested to see these hands if they get showed down.
Well, Flowman has certainly taken a line that you would expect to see an 8 in his hand.
Yeah.
Anything else would be rather ridiculous.
And so Flowman takes down that pot. On the other table, Guccio has raised from the hijack. And Alpha is considering his options in the small blind. By Bingo Boy is in the big blind with 14 big blinds. So it's fair to say he's going to be shoving a fairly wide range of hands. Guccio will probably be aware of that. By Bingo Boy has decided to defend.
And that does smash the defending range here, Dara, it's fair to say. Guccio, you'd expect to see bet a fair amount of the time, but Bingo Boy with the perfect stack to come over the top if he has anything. He doesn't in this case.
Okay, there was a tile option. Thanks to Lars. I think we might stick with the bigger tables just to improve the viewer. But thanks for the feedback from the chat saying that this size is okay. People can see it. So we'll stick with this for now. We have reached an exciting point in the tournament with I believe with 11 people left. We're not that far off the final table bubble. It is an 8-handed tournament, so we still need to lose 3 players. But with 2 6-handed tables, I think
it could go very fast. Yeah, fast and furious. The name of the game here today. 8-handed poker. Will it be a 9-handed final table?
That's a very good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Yeah, it's not at all clear to me what the answer to that question is. Maybe if JP is watching in the stream, he can put that answer in the chat box.
And Dentale gets pooned again.
Is that nearly over?
Yeah, a little update from the Hall Dentale fixture just for our audience, because I know they've been very loyal to us, Dara, but there is a high-profile game taking place, just to give them a bit of feedback in case they're sticking with us and not with that one. Kate Hall, 26k, playing 4k now in the best of 3, and she is 1-0 up already.
It's almost, so that one's almost over, so there's no need to go and watch that. Every time my co-commentator brings up that match, our viewer numbers drop, and they have now dropped from 20 down to 18. Okay, so we have an open from Patatas on the table 2. What the Quack has 3 bet on the button to 11k.
Can't be much fold equity here, Dara.
No. Patatas is considering his options now. He's getting 4-1 on the call, so he's going to call a fairly wide range of hands. The flop, it has to say, it's a flop which doesn't hit either range too hard. 10-6 deuce with 2 clubs. What the Quack is bet small. I really like this small bet sizing on a board where it doesn't hit too many things.
All in.
I think it's going to be over pair. Yeah, over pair against slight under pair. So we lose another player, Patatas.
Meanwhile, on table 1, Bingo Boy gets the double up. He reshoved ace-2 over the king-9 suited and held. So Bingo Boy was rocking the 20k stack, now up to 45k. Patatas, well, he's gone.
Patatas is gone indeed, so that brings us down to 11. I really like the bet sizing by What the Quack in that hand. He went with the small sizing pre-flop, got the call from the wide range, got a really safe flop for his aces, bet really small and induced the shove. Question in the chat from Tony, am I selling for the WSOP? I will be indeed, Tony. I haven't quite decided yet what the details are, but I'll be selling nearer the date. Dara Davey, who obviously knows everything about everything poker related, knows that the final table will be 8-handed. It always is on microgaming.
To be fair, Dara, we probably should have known that we play on microgaming ourselves.
Yeah, well, even JP didn't know, so shout out to Dara Davey for basically knowing. And so, meanwhile, back to the action. Santa Cruz takes down a pot on table 2 against Flowman. Santa Cruz now moves up past the 20 big blind mark. I think Andrew D and What the Quack, seated side by side on table 2, are the two biggest stacks in the tournament now.
Yeah, and we have a potentially big pot brewing here on what is an interestingly textured board. That 8-9 smashing the calling range, that ace, of course, smashing the opener's range.
Yeah, and Flowman has folded, What the Quack has folded. Over on table 1, we've some blind on blind action, but it's just a tiny pot. Guccio stabbing on the turn on the King 3-3-5 board. Call from Appa 1B me. Ace is quite an interesting card on the river. And Guccio's gone for a bigger bet now, which suggests his hand is improved. No, but his hand, he was basically bluffing with the nut low, which is a very good bluff candidate, it has to be said. But he didn't get it through that time.
The reason we inquired there earlier on as to how many would make the final table is you like to see the same number of people on a final table bubble on each table. So, 5 and 5 becoming a table of 9. Even if it's an 8-handed tournament, I would rather see that as a structure. Similarly with 6-handed tables, when it goes 4 and 4, as soon as it goes, one person's eliminated, I like to see it go 7-handed.
Yeah, I think it's probably more crucial in the second example that you gave. I don't particularly mind playing on a 4-handed table, but playing on a 3-handed table before you get to the final table feels a bit strange. So on table 2, as I'm calling it, we have a pot between MEV 1989 and Andrew D 87, and these are two big stacks, but they're playing pretty cautiously against each other. It has to be said, they're not inflating the pot. Neither of them wants to necessarily play a massive pot against another big stack at this point in the tournament. Small bet from MEV on the river, looks like a blocker bet. Andrew just folds, and MEV now moves up in chip. So in terms of the distributions on table 2, we have 3 really big stacks. In fact, the 3 biggest stacks in the tournament are now on table 2. And on table 1, which is also the more short-handed table, we have 2 shorter stacks. So the 4-handed table has 2 short stacks, and the 5-handed table has 3 really big stacks. It's going to be interesting. This bubble might not take too long, but at the same time, the shortest stack in the tournament still has more than 20 big blinds. Really interesting pot developing on table 2. It's already 3-way, and it might be going 4-way if Andrew calls in the big blind.
Not a bad squeeze spot for Andrew here with a certain part of his range, but maybe.
But with the only 2 stacks in the tournament that cover him, also involved in the pot, I think that's probably going to dampen his squeezing range there. Santa Cruz donks at the flop. He was the original pre-flop raiser. He's been called from the small blind. This is a flop which hits the small blind range pretty hard.
You gotta assume Santa Cruz going all in here now when checked to. He's not going to love how coordinated that 6 makes this board. Oh, he does check back.
He's decided to check.
4 makes a straight now.
I think that might be a function of the fact that this is a final table bubble. And What the Quack has decided to stick him in, obviously deciding he's probably only going to call me if he has a 4. He doesn't have very many 4s in his range as the pre-flop raiser. And thanks to Tony, who has bought off me before for EPTs. Do keep your eye on Twitter, and I'll let people know when I'm selling. And I do give priority to people who have bought from me before. So on table 1, we have some blind on blind action, Guccio and now they are the 2 big stacks on that table, and they have the 2 shorter stacks. There's also the shortest stack in the entire tournament now, Santa Cruz, on the other table. Neither of them, it's fair to say, will want to necessarily bloat the pot.
No, I think that's a good call, Dara. Although, gotta say, actually, this is a seriously top-heavy structure. Does the min cash mean that much when there's 3k to be played for up top?
It's a very unusual payout structure because the min cash is 2.5 buy-ins, which is a lot more than min cashes normally are. But on the other hand, as you said, it's so top-heavy. The first prize in this tournament is worth half of the equity in the entire tournament.
Yeah, like not to take away from the importance of ICM considerations, what this bubble may mean when we have maybe 8 left, 7 left. There will be difficult decisions where the ICM does play a factor, but really, when the first place prize is so much of the prize pool, I think it pays to just go for the glory here.
Yeah, I think it does, particularly with the added money of the Irish Open package. I think for a lot of these players, it could be a once in a lifetime experience playing the Irish Open, and they may be more focused on that than locking up the $400 or $500 for 4th or 5th.
Exactly. Is it even $400 or $500 for 5th?
For 4th it's just under 400. Yeah. So
4th place $400. 6th place 210. Yeah, I'm going for it here, Dara. I'm throwing ICM considerations out the window more or less here, and I'm just going for that 3k first prize.
Yeah. I think if ever there was a tournament where that's justified, this would be it.
Remember, Dara, there is, with the money added, there is $5,500 in the prize pool, and first prize is getting more than half of that.
Yeah, it's so massive. And we've an all-in from Santa Cruz.
Yep, Andrew is open on the button. Just a little mini plus, not even 2.1x. And he's been shoved on by a 16 big blind stack. They're going to showdown. King 10 was good enough for Andrew in this spot. Ooh, that's a tricky one now. Santa Cruz, the deserved double up there with the ace king. Andrew, pretty close one, I gotta say. I don't know whether Andrew has some notes on Santa Cruz. Possibly he's shoving pretty dang wide there, but King 10 maybe just a little less than I need.
Yeah, I think maybe the ranges are a little bit tighter here in this spot because we're on the fan table bubble. But then, as we said, it's a really top-heavy structure, so maybe because of that, he feels that Santa Cruz is, going for the strategy that we advocated earlier, for the win. It's really tough to say. We haven't been watching this table for too long, so we don't know how Santa Cruz has been playing.
Yeah, in a vacuum, if I'm crunching my GTO ranges there, I think King Jack is definitely close. King Queen is certainly a call. King 10 suited, maybe, that's a close one, but King 10 off, I think probably just not quite good enough. That being said, if Santa Cruz is not playing GTO, if he's a loose monkey who's willing to, 3-bet really light there, maybe the King 10 becomes a call.
Yeah, I think in a vacuum, King 10 probably is a call. In a normal tournament, this is not a normal tournament, so it's hard to know which way you should adjust the ranges, whether you should be calling a little bit wider or indeed calling it a lot tighter. I kind of feel maybe it's tighter, but then we haven't been watching the table long enough to know for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Dara. On table 2 here, Floman now the short stack. He's really looking for a good 3-bet shoving spot here off 15 big blinds. Meanwhile, back on table 1, nobody too short anymore. We have 2 players 50k in chips. They've got 25 big blinds. No panic yet.
No. Yeah, there's still plenty to play on. I think, have the blinds just gone up? Yeah, the blinds have just gone up. On table 2, we can see the blinds are 12 and 24. On table 1, we're still involved in the last hand of the last level.
How many have we got left here, Dara?
9, we are on the final table bubble. 5 and 4. We've an interesting dynamic because on the table with the 4, we have 2 big stacks and 2 smaller stacks. So both of the smaller stacks will be basically hoping the bubble goes soon and they can get to the final table. On the other table, we have 1 stack significantly shorter than the others, so he's the most likely to be the bubble boy.
Yeah. Obviously, 20k was the starting stack in this tournament. We didn't quite get 50 runners, but you know, it's a handy guesstimate to treat it as 50 runners. That means there's roughly 1 million chips in play here. What the Quack, 236k, roughly a quarter of all the chips in play. He's in really good shape.
He's in amazing shape, yeah. He basically has average stack for 4 left. Andrew opened the button there. MEV in one of the big stacks who covers Andrew, 3-bet, and Andrew quickly gave it up. It's fair to say that somebody like Andrew is really in ICM hell against the stacks that cover him.
Agreed, Dara.
And on the other table, we have a big pot which has gone to showdown. We have top pair against pocket threes, which was turned into a bluff on the river, which is quite interesting. Guccio is certainly not afraid to go for it. And that moves Guccio back, and Alpha 1BMe now has almost twice as much chips, has almost half the chips on table 1. On table 2, Flowman is still the short stack. He's in the danger zone now of 10 big blinds. He's not going to have a lot of fold equity on his reshoves, so he's going to be looking for open shoving spots. As long as he's there with 10 big blinds, it does put the other medium stacks in a lot of ICM pressure. On table 2, MEV has gone, and the big stack has gone for the 3-bet, a really small 3-bet from the small blind. This is essentially kind of a leverage spot. MEV 1989 is not going to want to play a big pot without a big hand against What the Quack. Do you think he's going to fire a continuation bet?
Yeah, like that is not a board I would fire a lot of continuation bets on, particularly out of position, Dara. But you know, maybe the move here is he's just sensing, you know, on this final table bubble, it's good to put in a a little bit more pressure on everybody.
Yeah.
MEV with the click back.
Yeah, he's not giving up.
Gotta feel MEV. This bet is not a great bet with any amount of your hand, sir. You know, if he's got a jack, it doesn't make a lot of sense. If he's got diamonds, why would you not make it bigger? You know, if he's got a set, you want to charge your opponent on what is a very draw-heavy board. This hand's a bit of a head-scratcher, I gotta say.
It is, yeah. And then we've got to an unusual situation on the turn now, where if What the Quack calls this, MEV is going to have basically about a 3/4 pot bet size left on the river. And
yeah, you got to feel like MEV is definitely shaping this one up to be a river shove.
Yeah.
Diamonds obviously there now. What the Quack can have diamonds. So could MEV. 10 makes a straight, and there we have another diamond, Dara. Okay.
Oh, this is and
What the Quack definitely could have the ace of diamonds in his hand.
We also have
although
two,
he hasn't
two
let
4-card
out.
straights out there as well. And this is a
fascinating spot
hand now, and he's bet tiny. He's bet a quarter of the pot.
Well, what do you do that with, Dara? Does that look like maybe the king of diamonds in your hand? But that doesn't make sense for the flop play. I can't make head nor tail of it.
I can't either. No, this is a head scratching bet.
Ace 10 of diamonds maybe.
Probably should call a lot of hands here because he's getting such a price. He's getting 5-1 on the call. Like, if this is ever a bluff, you have to call it off if you can beat a bluff.
What does MEV have here? Ace 10 of diamonds, Dara? He can't have sets anymore, surely.
I would be a sick bet with a set.
9-10, he'd have the 10 of diamonds. Would you bet it? I don't think you would.
No, any diamond makes a flush, any 10 makes a straight, any 6 makes a straight. Yeah, I don't think you'd be betting your set here. And we're going to see this. It's going to be interesting.
Total airball.
Total airball.
Sick call from Quack, I gotta say, and he was probably thinking what we were thinking. This just made no sense, Dara. The min click on the flop, the bet on the turn, the bet on the river. The nuts change on every street.
Yeah, and the story kept changing as well from MEV. Yeah, the line made very, very little sense. We were really struggling to find a hand that would play this way. And at the end of the day, What the Quack had the chips to call, was getting 5-1 on the call. I think he was more likely to get
Still
called.
a big call, Dara. He didn't have a diamond in his hand, and it was possible. MEV could have had the diamond. I couldn't figure out a hand that he could have, but it was possible. The play was so random. Maybe there was a diamond in there.
Yeah, it looked like a. I guess if anything, it looked kind of like a thin value bet with a bad diamond. But then it's difficult to see which bad diamonds he has in his range. Yeah, that was a head scratcher. But that now makes What the Quack a massive chip leader in this. He has, I believe, almost twice as much chips as the second place.
He has more than 1/3 of the chips in play, Dara. I would be very surprised from here if we don't see What the Quack in the mix three-handed later on.
Totally, yeah. And Vloman has moved all in for twice pot, blind on blind. MEV is in the tank.
This one feels like the Queen of Spades, maybe with something else. Queen of Spades makes a lot of sense in this spot. You've got the gut shot, you've got the draw to the nuts. Maybe even the Jack of Spades might do the same thing.
Yeah.
MEV probably looking at a pair and not loving life.
Yeah, and he's folded. So that actually moves Floman kind of into the comfort zone somewhat now. He's escaped from the 10 big blinds at least. He's almost up to 15 big blinds. And I think the two most disappointed players in the tournament would be OJ Happy and By Bingo Boy on the other table. They were certainly hoping for Floman to bust and they could get to the final table.
Dara Davey still on our rail. Thank you for sticking around, Dara. We know you obviously bust out disappointingly there about an hour ago. Dara telling everybody that he is still doing pretty well in a tournament, I think, on Winamax. Yeah, we don't want to push the other sites too hard there, but fair play to Dara. He stuck with us and he stayed in our chat box all day. He's 4 of 8 in a big field on Winamax. Might be a day saver for him.
We have a pot between Andrew and MEV. MEV has been hyperactive and it hasn't really worked out for him, it has to be said. He's moved from being one of the big stacks to being one of the short stacks.
Maybe he heard us, Dara, and was making his move for this first place position.
Maybe our fault. And he wins Queen 10 there.
"15 minutes before the next break. Would not be surprised to see us go to the final table. Would not be surprised to see this bubble burst inside that amount of time."
Yeah. Yeah, this is an unusual final table bubble in that they're not in the money yet, and only 6 people get paid. So it's not a real bubble. But it is kind of a psychological bubble. People like the idea of having made the final table. We've got a reshove on table 1 from By Bingo Boy, but the big stack on table 1 Alpha 1 but Be Me has folded. So now OJ Happy is the shortest stack in the tournament. He's folded a small blind. Andrew's won a pot on the other table to move up to 120k. He's now comfortably in second on his table, and he does have the advantage of having position on the chip leader, so he knows what the chip leader is going to do before he has to act. Voted him on the button. He has gone for the raise.
Shout out to Wayne O'Donnell there, who's tweeted about us. Dara, what's the crack, boys? What's up top in this? He's watching the stream. Up top is €1,400 and a package worth €1,600 put into the prize pool by JP McCann, the tournament organizer.
Santa Cruz has raised the button. MEV has elected to defend off a red, and great spot for Flowman to shove here. He's picking up. If he can somehow get this through, he's added almost 50% to his stack.
Yeah, this is a wonky spot. You got to feel MEV has some semblance of a hand for a small blind call here. Santa Cruz obviously not opening light into 2 very short, very 3-bet kind of friendly stacks. So this might be a close spot.
It could be a very close spot. And MEV, we saw him defend against the big stack, let's say with ace 3, defend against a 3-bet before. Oh, and we have an all in and a call. Santa Cruz has moved all in over the top. We're going to see the two hands. Ace 7 against Queen 10. The Queen 10 has pulled ahead. The Queen 10 has drawing dead now. Unlucky for Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz obviously decided it was such an obvious squeeze spot. His hand was strong enough to go with. He gets unlucky. Now he's the shortest stack in the tournament. He has just over 10 big blinds. Will we see the immediate shove here from Santa Cruz, who, despite the name, is from Dublin?
Yeah, 10 big blinds. You might be shoving, what, a good 20% of your hands in this spot, Dara. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. But the situation is complicated by the fact that there is a 10 big blind stack on the other table as well, OJ Happy. But he has moved all in after much consideration. And Flowman's moved all in over the top with the chip leader behind him, so you'd expect him to
He's
have a
going
hand.
to try and finish the
he's
job
got a
here.
huge hand. Kings.
Doesn't want to make a set now.
No. And we lose Santa Cruz in 9th place, which means we will go to the final table.
Yeah, at the completion of this hand, we will be FT.
Unlucky for Santa Cruz, great run. Almost made the final table of the very first ever Irish Open Online Championships. Not to be. We are going to have a final table. If we see an elimination in this hand, we will be on the actual bubble. And yeah, we are on a final table. And let's just make this bigger.
So there we see it. Chip leader, What the Quack, obviously in pole position here by quite some margin. Second in chips, AFA 1 BME, 221k. He's certainly right in it as well. Andrew, who we suspect is Andrew Dwyer.
Yeah, I think that might be Andrew Dwyer. I'm going to guess Andrew is about 30 years old, the Andrew we know.
Yeah.
So that might be his year of birth. And
still in very, very good nick there with 120k. That's roughly average. Flowman not too far behind either. And then actually few short stacks about Dara. OJ short, MEV's short enough. B Bingo Boy similar.
Yeah, OJ is clearly the shortest stack, and he has just over 10 big blinds. We're actually 2 from the bubble here, and that only 6 are paid. So the next spot has no particular significance. It's the spot after that it gets really interesting. But yeah, as you said, like OJ Happy, By Bingo Boy, MEV, those 3 guys, they're a good bit shorter than the other. So in most worlds, 2 of those 3 guys are not going to cash, and one of them will get into the money.
If you're in What the Quack seat, Dara, obviously a commanding lead. Are you testing these guys out with so much up top? I'd like to think everyone's playing for first here, but having said that, if you are a very short stack, maybe making the money still important. Might be opening my range here if I'm What the Quack. It's a good time to do it.
It is, and I do think even psychologically these guys want to cash in at this point, but it actually makes sense in terms of money as well. Like OJ Happy with the shortest stack, he has not much more than starting stack. So in chip equity terms, his stack is worth about €80.
And he's just got the 10 big blind reshoved through there. Obviously a cheeky little steal from Guccio there, backfired, hand caught in the cookie jar.
Yeah, Guccio has been very, very active, and he's not taking his foot off the gas. Good pickup for OJ Happy because it moves him back towards the 2 other shorter stacks. He's not significantly shorter now. Andrew's opened under the gun.
This is the kind of stack, if I'm What the Quack, I'm looking at Andrew, I'm looking at Flowman, I'm looking at Guccio, and I'm thinking they're the guys I want to be picking on. Having said that, I got to feel Andrew has a hand to call with here. He's opening under the gun. This shove is only for about 14 big blinds. I'm not saying Andrew doesn't have a few, lighter hands maybe in his under the gun opening range here. I'm sure he has a couple, but most of that range will call in this spot.
Yeah, I think so. He's getting a really good price. And he has called, so ace 10. Yeah, that's kind of right on the margin.
Tricky spot there for Andrew.
A very tricky spot.
I think ace 10 off, an easy fold. Ace jack, probably a reasonably easy call against a short stack. Ooh, ace 10 suited again, as you say, Dara, right on the line. Andrew's had a couple of really tricky spots today.
And I'm seeing from the chat that Kate Hall has finished off Mike Dentale with quads, no less. Quads left hand.
That's all she wrote.
Yeah, now McGovern says, perhaps with a little irony in the chat, devastated for Dentale, great guy and very good player.
Well, I gotta say with that one, and I was only watching via Twitch with the sound off, so I didn't hear the commentary. I believe Dentale plenty lip early on, but man, he got crushed. First game, never got anything going. Second game, he just got whittled down, whittled down, whittled down. He did get one double up to, bounce back from maybe 3.5k to 7k, but then she just crushed him back down again.
Yeah.
The manner of the defeat, I think, is what Mike Dentale is going to struggle to get past over the next few days.
Yeah, I think it will, particularly with all the talk before the match, how he was going to prove that women couldn't play poker. This is not the result he would have expected, and we've seen two pretty high-profile male versus female heads-up matches in recent times, and in both cases, the fairer sex has been victorious.
Yeah, of course, Stacey Madison smashed up William Kassouf there only a few weeks back at the 888 event in Rodzvodov, I think it was. Again, they obviously have a grudge and a rivalry stemming from their World Series clash when William Kassouf got her to lay down the winning hand with his patented 9 high like a boss. Madison obviously a bit annoyed by how that hand took place, managed to induce a penalty, which Kassouf was given a one-orbit penalty that day. I would question whether there's a real grudge between them or whether it was good media for both sides to have a bit of a grudge. But when it came down to playing the heads-up game, man, Kassouf got walloped.
He did, yeah. I was surprised he hadn't put more work into his heads-up game. Obviously, he's not he's not an online grinder, so he hasn't got a lot of heads-up experience. But I think like a few hours coaching from somebody who was a heads-up specialist would have stood to him in that match. I do think you're right. I think there wasn't that particularly big a grudge between the two. A lot of it was hyped up. I think there was a more genuine grudge between Holland and Talley. Meanwhile, we have an all-in from By Bingo Boy for 11 big blinds. And Gucci is on the final. And we've a reshove. So we're going to. Gucci has ace king, has ace 5 suited. Oh, he's got to play a 5 and a 2 now. And
he does hold. By Bingo Boy, adios, my friend. 7 left. We're on the bubble.
We're on the exact bubble now. And the main cash is just over €200. Andrew's gone for the open under the gun. Do you think it's possible this might end tonight?
I don't anymore, Dara. I did suspect there was a chance. What the Quack, certainly, if it is to end, he's probably going to be heads up because you would assume the chips can't go back and forth too many times for that to be a possibility. If I had to guess now, I'd say this is going to end maybe 3-handed or 4-handed. But you never know. You never know. You'd certainly like it to end, and you get the night off tomorrow.
Yeah. If this continues tomorrow, between when we finish tonight, I have to fly back home, do my setup at home again, and resume commentary on my own probably tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I would be very happy if this ends tonight. But I think you're probably right; it probably won't. But we're at a very exciting point at the tournament now. We're on the exact bubble. Nobody is super short. The shortest stack is MEV 1989, who has 16 big blinds.
Dara, I want to point out a really interesting hand developing here. Andrew has opened under the gun again. Really, really tough ICM spot for him. What the Quack, maybe recognising it, hence the very unusual double Andrew's raise bet. A bit of a JP play maybe with the go-go, and now he's lamped it on the turn. You've got to ask yourself the question, if you're Andrew, what part of your range can you call in that spot? It's so gross.
So gross.
It's so really absolutely gross.
Massively gross, yeah.
Yeah, Andrew, got to say if you're out there, you've been on the wrong end of a few really gross spots today, but in this situation now, definitely ICM pressure all over the place. Probably got to be looking to only play premiums for the next, I don't know how long it takes for this bubble to burst. You're going to get put in some really tough spots, more so than you already have been tonight. But we're rooting for you. And he's all in.
He's shoved all in. Gutierrez has been very, very active, so he's a good target for this. He's going to have a lot of weak hands in his range.
Yeah, and again, all the ICM pressure going with and in favour of the guy who gets his chips in first. Guccio now maybe had a decent hand there opening up, but 23 bigs is a big shove,
Yeah.
and it really does force him into the higher part of his range if he wants to make a call there.
The short stack has now opened under the gun. Flowman has called behind. Very quick call as well. Alpha Me is now getting like 6.5 to 1 on the call. It's very hard to fold anything here, but he has folded.
MEV checks the 10-10-8 board. Not necessarily a sign of weakness. That is the kind of board you might check the top of your range.
Yeah.
Another 8 on the turn. Got to feel now that Flowman is the only one who can have a piece of this. It could still be an overpair, but in all likelihood it's ace against ace. No.
Jack against, I guess, something.
Probably an underpair, perhaps.
Maybe an underpair.
Or a king queen.
I think I might have liked to see Flowman stab there and put a bit of pressure on MEV, but maybe MEV was happy to call down with ace high.
Yeah, you certainly feel like a 1-street bluff wouldn't have worked there. It would have had to come over turn and river.
Yeah, 100%. Andrew thought a little while on the button, maybe had a spot. The stacks of the smaller stacks, let's say, have all leveled up now. We have MEV, Flowman, OJ Happy, and Andrew, all between 55 and 80k.
Yeah, it's a dream spot for what the quack here. And I gotta be honest, if it gets over to me unopened in this spot, I'm opening any 2 cards. 7-2 offsuit. I might even open that as well, Dara.
Yeah, I think I would.
Every open is just so profitable for him
Yeah.
in this spot.
He does have the second biggest stack, 2 to his left, but he's been playing super snug. We saw him fold his big blind, getting 6.5 to 1 on the call. So even though he's second in chips, he is not. He doesn't seem like the type of player who's going to step out of line.
Exactly, Darren. Like you said, 5 of these 7 players all trapped in that 20 to 28 big blind awkward range. You know, they can't 3-bet shove light on you there. That's crazy play.
Yeah.
They can't, if they 3-bet and you call, they're going to have to play the streets in a very difficult position, probably out of position to you, and in a dark tunnel against your very wide range.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe flatting isn't a bad policy in trying to play some small pots, but again, Quack seems to be onto it. I think
Quack is onto it. Yeah,
he
Quack
put,
seems
he
to be
put the pressure.
Quack seems to be opening super wide here. He's opened the last 3 or 4 hands in a row now. He's using a pretty chunky sizing as well for this stage of the tournament. 2.2 big blinds, forcing people to make a decision. And he got the last one through. It'll be interesting to see if he gets this true as well.
And here we have an interesting spot. I'm guessing Afa's looking at a proper hand, but you really just doesn't want to tangle with him right now.
Yeah.
We do have a 3-bet from Flowman. Okay, maybe enough is enough for Flowman playing a premium hand, but this is a very, very strange sizing.
What the Quack is getting 4 to 1 on the call. I don't think he could fold any hand here. He has to at least call in position.
And there are a lot of boards and board texture that will make life difficult.
Wow, I guess he feels that sizing is probably. I guess he has to feel it must be aces or kings, because like any other hand has the equity against even ace king.
Quite right, Dara. I guess you could argue what the Quack having such a good time of it, just getting these opens through. Maybe he can afford to let the odd one go.
Yeah, I think that's right. He's cleaning up at the moment, just opening and taking the blinds. He doesn't have to.
It's also not necessarily to his advantage to burst this bubble. You'd want this bubble to go on as long as possible if you're Quack.
That's a good point. Well, I do remember you played a lot of sit and goes back in the day, and you particularly enjoy these situations of the bubble torturing people.
Yeah, it can be a great spot. And again, it's a dream setup here. Okay, Afa 1BM is the one guy who can really hurt him, and he doesn't seem to be interested in hurting him.
Yeah.
Everybody else, 20 to 30 big blinds. It's exactly the kind of stacks you want to be up against.
Yeah.
Here we have a little click again from Flowman. Flowman loving the small 3-bet at the moment.
Yeah, he seems to be clicking the raise button when he wants to raise.
That's a terrible flop for a 3-betted hand.
It is, yeah. He could be in trouble here. This flop hits a lot of Gutierrez's hands. He gets away with it on this occasion.
Fascinated to know what both of their hands were in that spot.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see. This is the last hand before the break.
Yeah, we're going to be going into the last hour of play on the bubble. Do not expect to see this finish tonight, but do expect a few more bust outs and us to maybe get four-handed before the end.
And Alpha 1B me, is he going to fold here to the min raise, getting 4-1? He's been taking a lot of time on his decisions too, so maybe he's playing a lot of tables. That's possible.
That's absolutely possible, Darren. So we're on a break now, guys.
We're on a break. We will endeavour to keep you entertained, all 22 of you. So let's have a quick look at the lobby, and we remind people of the payouts. The payouts are sixth place, which will be, these players will be guaranteed when there's one more elimination, is €215.60, which is 2.5 buy-ins basically. So it's quite a decent min cash. Fifth place 294, fourth place 392, third place 588, second 980, first 1450, but more importantly, an added package to the Irish Open worth €1,600, which includes live event, main event buy-in, €1,150 value, and 5 nights accommodation at the venue at City West Hotel. And so that's what these players are playing for. The players we have left, we have Andrew D, who if this is Andrew Dwyer, our friend, he is from Wexford. Alpha 1 BME, we don't know where he's from. We don't know where BME might be. MEV 1989 is from somewhere called Carmoy, which I guess might be Norway. Guccio says he's from Jamaica Nice, so hard to say where that is. And we have two players from Carmoy actually, which is interesting. Both Flowman and MEV are from Carmoy. OJ Happy is from somewhere called Moss. And What the Quack, the massive chip leader, is from anywhere, so we have no idea where he's from. And play will resume in 2 minutes 42. The blinds are 1,503,000. So What the Quack has a massive chip lead with over 120 big blinds. The other guys, 4 of the other guys are in the 20 to 30 big blind, or sorry, 17 to 30 big blind zone. So for anyone tuning in now, we are on a break. Play will resume in 90 seconds. We will resume commentary then. So you can see the clock counting down there. We resume play in within seconds. We are on the bubble here. 6 people paid.
Yeah, back to the action here. If what we saw before the break is to continue, What the Quack not turning down any unopened pot here, he's going to make it to 6,600 if it's unopened. But it has been opened by OJ, who's min raised. Wouldn't hate a 3-bet from What the Quack here, just to leverage stacks here, and he has done it. Okay, I might have a direct line to What the Quack here, who has little click does the job. OJ, boxy fold.
Just to say, if I'm reading this tweet right from Lars Eric Isaacson, we may have identified who What the Quack is. It says, final table of the first ever online version of the Irish Open coming in 1 of 8. Live stream commentating from us two guys on YouTube. So shout out to Lars if that is indeed you, the chip leader.
Yeah, shout out Lars, you are absolutely crushing this. It's gonna take a lot to prevent you from becoming the first ever Irish online champion.
Indeed.
What the Quack letting one go under the gun here. So he's not opening 100% of hands here, but I think he is opening about 75%.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think you need to open 100. If you dealt like 4-2 under the gun, you don't necessarily have to open it. But
I think I might still.
He's opening super wide. What about Jack 2?
Yeah, all those things with all those hands with a 2 in it.
Yeah.
Andrew Dwyer again opening under the gun. I really hope for Andrew's sake this Open has to be premium. He's in such a tricky spot here when played back against. AFA 1 BME, certainly a 3-bet here will put a lot of pressure on. He's hardly played a hand in a while. What the Quack, surely a defend here against Andrew. Lots of board textures will scare Andrew off. Lots of runouts, not easy to play.
Yeah. Yeah, Andrew has been quite active under the gun.
He has folded though, so he's got it through. Fair play, Andrew. Yeah. Staying active obviously is the only way to accumulate chips, and there is a big first prize to play for here. But yeah, just not easy to play in this spot.
Not at all, no. And now the stacks have redistributed a bit. MEV clearly the shortest stack. He's dipped down to just over 15 big blinds. Nobody else under 20.
Got to say, I love a 3-bet here from What the Quack, and he's done it again. Just really, really puts all the pressure on a 30 big blind stack. He's got the betting lead now out of position. 9-6 deuce. Expect to see a C-bet almost 100% of the time.
And a small C-bet. I was just going to say, I mean, this is all he really has to bet on this flop. He's going to get just the risk reward on that is so good. As a bluff, it only needs to work about a quarter of the time. It's going to work far more than a quarter of the time.
Yeah, I got to say, What the Quack playing flawlessly here, from what we've seen. And he's not there yet. He is about maybe a little under half the chips in play, but he's absolutely crushing this final table, absolutely crushing leading up to the final table. And, who'd bet against him right now, Dara?
Yeah, at the very least, I think he's probably going to go into day 2 with a very big chip lead. Unless he gets cooler. Obviously, there's always variance in poker. You can't rule anything out. But with 40% of the chips in play.
Yeah. Now, Andrew in the tank here, obviously contemplating a 3-bet. Lets it go. AFA 1 BME, not keen to play back too often, so we'll see what happens here. He elects to make a call. King 5 deuce rainbow. Definitely some kings in AFA 1 BME's flanning range there, but I would expect to see him check his entire range on that board.
Great. Archie, he says the short stacks must be hating their lives. Yeah, this is a really horrible spot now to be short stacked. Interesting to know, Guccio has also disconnected. If he stays disconnected, that will really mess with the shorter stacks.
Yeah, that will. Oh wow! As if we needed any more drama on this final table.
Yeah.
AFA 1 BME clearly considering a call here. Tough enough spot if you're looking down at a 2 or a 5.
It's interesting, yeah. He's been playing super tight. That's one thing, and he's also been playing very slow. He's been very deliberate on his decisions.
Yeah, this Sunday evening here, he might have some bigger fish to fry across the networks.
Yeah. What the Quack? It'll be.
Going to assume 100% opening from the cutoff here. Once it gets this far.
He's reduced his size, David. What do you make of this? Before he was opening 2.2.
I like it because he's opening into the shortest stack. I think if he's opening into maybe OJ, Floman, and Guccio, that little extra few chips do just kind of lean on those middly stacks a bit more. Against MEV, the person who has to complete for the least amount of chips, is short. So why not just the click? I think it does.
Mm-hmm. Interesting question from RT Lee in the chat. Is AFA 1BME in ICM handcuffs in your opinion?
He is and he isn't. The first thing I would say is it will take a pretty big bloated pot to get him all in. He can take passive lines with strong-ish hands, with middly strength hands, absolutely. The one thing that's really bothering him right now is he's not getting any opens. Once it gets to him unopened, he should be opening. He should be taking the lead and opening any unopened flop. And yes, indeed, Dara, we see it here immediately. But is he in handcuffs? I think the guys with 30 bigs are more in handcuffs than he is.
I agree completely. Like sometimes people think that the player in second has the worst ICM, but actually I think he has the least of ICM consideration of the other players. Because if you think about it, with the 200k stack, like I always encourage players to convert their stack sizes into chip equity.
Wow! Look at all this action, Dara.
This could be the bubble going right here.
Yeah, we have an out of flow lead from Floman on the Ace King 5. Slightly strange play, I must say. I can't really put him on a hand here. AFA 1BME, happy to raise that up. You're going to assume maybe Ace Queen minimum. And now Guccio all in. Is that fives? It's got to be a hand like 5.
It's obviously super strong. So to return to the AFA 1BME, like in these spots, I always encourage people to try and convert their stacks into chip equity, and as he had 200k up until recently, his chips in chip terms were worth roughly €800. So the min cash of 230 or whatever, as welcome as it is only a small part of his equity. He should be more thinking about going for a big place. Whereas the shorter stacks, like MEV sitting there with 40k, his stack is actually in chip terms is worth less than the min cash. It's only worth €160. So the min cash is huge for him. So in some ways he does have MEV's chip or ICM considerations are much higher. But certainly, RT said when What the Quack opens, and that's certainly true. Every time What the Quack opens, AFA 1BME does have to play more cautiously. But then, as we saw, when What the Quack doesn't open, he can probably open any 2 cards. Now, it didn't work out for him on that occasion, probably because Guccio flopped a set.
I think that's a great explanation, Dara. The ICM of a scenario is obviously, really does affect, bubbles where there's a lot of players and maybe, you've got a middling stack then and, maybe doubling up doesn't really help your situation. Whereas if AFA was to double up here, and the only person he could double up against is What the Quack, then he'd be the one with the huge stack and most likely to win this $3,000 first prize.
And in this tournament in particular, as you said, it's incredibly top heavy. First place is worth over $3,000. Second place is worth less than $1,000. So there's a lot to be said for going for first and not worrying about the 200 min cash. So
now in the chat box we have a prediction that Guccio did indeed have pocket fives, or he's gone insane. I think it's plausible, although very unlikely. He had a hand like Ace 5. Ace 5 doesn't feel like a good flatting hand in the small blind there to me. I don't know Guccio. I don't know what kind of ranges he plays. Maybe he has an Ace 5 suited in his flatting range there. If he does, he's probably just got to go with it as gross as it is and pay it off with Ace King.
MEV is reshoved Jack 2 off. He's been snapped off with 7-8 suited. He has managed to hold, so he's doubled.
I don't know what just happened in that hand there. But MEV clearly just feeling like What the Quack's opening any 2 cards, and he has fold equity. But in fact, he didn't really have fold equity.
I don't think he had fold equity. What the Quack snapped him off at 7-8 suited because of the price that he was getting. Jack 2, he happened to be ahead, but even against an any 2 card range, Jack 2 is not in great shape.
Yeah. So What the Quack, obviously, he'll be disappointed not to have got there. Essentially a flip with the 7-8 suited. That would put him in an absolutely dominating position. But MEV, delighted that his Jack 2 was first and foremost in good shape. And secondly, oh, here we go. Ace Jack against Ace 10. Queen ball needed.
Oh.
And not there. Wow, and how quickly a tournament can change. What the quack. Just talking about him earlier on.
Yeah.
Lars, he has played flawlessly, to be fair, and he's made no mistakes over the course of these last few hands. But like you said, Dara, lots of variance, poker,
Huge.
2 double ups,
Yeah.
1 to a short stack and 1 to a middly stack. And now, he's being pulled back in. He's still got a good lead.
He's chip leader now. But if he got all in against F1B me or Flowman, he would now be pulled right back into it, and they would become massive chip leaders. So there are far more stacks that can actually hurt him, and it's going to be interesting to see how that affects his strategy.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see now if Lars can stay composed. He's played fantastically well. He's done nothing wrong. Will he just continue with the game plan, continue to try and chip up and do as well as he can to use this bubble to add chips to his stack? Or, will a bit of tilt creep in?
And we have a chat comment from a young player called Dara Davey, who said, "You're way too hyped for this, Dave."
Well, maybe that's true.
But I have to admire your enthusiasm. You are going to have to sound enthusiastic 3 days a week when you're twitching soon. So
that's it. I'm just getting my Twitch groove on right now.
Twitch game. You're going to have to sweat all those runouts.
Yeah.
Get excited about.
Oh my God! What the quack is just 3-bet to 8. Yeah, no, I'm not really selling it anymore. You're right there. Maybe I'll just take it down a notch.
Okay. This.
Well, I love this spot here. Okay, he's put so much in that I don't think he doesn't have a hand. I think this is like aces, kings, and queens all day long. And maybe ace king suited sometimes or something like that too. It could be a bluff. I think if it was a smaller... Oh, hello. Here we go. All the chips, boys and girls.
All the chips. Ace, king against nines.
Wow.
Massive flip. Massive flip.
Lars.
Lars is back in the game. Alpha1B and me has managed to bubble, having played so cautiously.
Okay, Dara, I'm going to be blunt here. A lot of players watching that at home are just going to say 2 crazy players have just ICM punted their brains out. I know we talked about ICM not being as big a factor for these guys. Obviously, the min cash not that important. Winning this tournament very important, and maybe they both saw it in that moment. Ace King wasn't going to lay his hand out, but I think you got a fold of nines there, Lars. I know you're watching us, buddy, and I know you had a flip and you held, but like, wow, that was a serious high variance.
And we have another
one here for all the cheddar.
We have another flip here, and they both have roughly the same stack. Andrew has been absolutely crippled.
Oh, Andrew, we're sorry now to see that. Andrew, 1 big blind. He's going to have to flick it in this hand or the next. And it's this one.
In this hand, he has managed to at least cash. MEV's ISO'd him, which is actually good news for him now, because if he can get the 2 blinds to fold,
he could get the quadruple up. Got to assume MEV has to bet this because there's a side pot.
He has and he's going to have the ace a lot more.
Okay, so Flowman got at least a queen here. He's going to get sticky. MEV, if you've got the ace, not great. You might not bother betting this. It was kind of a small bet. I wouldn't be surprised if MEV checks this one back.
Yeah, good rate. Ace 10 against ace 6, but the jack 10 gets there on the river.
Boom, Andrew. Okay, here comes the spin. We have some chat in the box. RT Lee, OJ Happy folding all the way to heads up. Yeah, you almost say he's doing a Dara O'Kearney on this one, just lying low under the radar, hoping to get heads up with a 9-1 chip deficit.
Heads up, 9-1 chip deficit. Yep.
I'm just kidding, Dara. But here we go, Andrew, straight away again. MEV flats it up. Oh my God, OJ not happy to get to heads up as kind of unusually flatted as well. I'm trying to construct a range for him there. Maybe a hand like ace, jack, king, queen, something like that makes sense.
This could get messy.
MEV, if you've got an ace, I think I like a bet here just to try and clean things up here. OJ Happy, all in. Gotta assume OJ's got at least ace, jack in this spot.
MEV hasn't snap called.
They're getting it in. Ace, king, ace 7.
Really bad ace.
It's all over. OJ, good game, Andrew. Nothing you could do there. OJ Happy, not content to dribble his way to heads up play, goes for the high variance lines. He straight away responding to the chat box, and now he's second in chips.
I'd just like to point out that since this is not a visual medium and you cannot see us, my co-commentator looked at me derisively as he said dribble his way to heads up.
Guccio with the C-bet there, half pot. Ace on the turn changes a lot, to be honest.
It does indeed. And it seems like these guys, now that the bubble's gone,
They're just going for it now.
it's-
This might end.
it's
They don't
just
want to play
gone-
tomorrow,
it's
Dara.
gone absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want me to give me the night off. They want me to fly home to Dublin in peace,
40 minutes.
not have to worry about the setup when I get home.
Can they do it in 40 minutes, Dara? What the Quack's definitely trying to do you a favour
He
here.
definitely is. Yeah, shout out to Lars. Please end this tonight.
Still trying to run through that 9's Ace King hand in my head. Dara.
I
was
need
just-
to reconstruct that one.
That was some wild poker. Wild poker. Hand on heart, I cannot put what the Quack's opponent on a hand that 9's is ahead of. That's the one thing I can think of right now. I think it's Ace King, Ace Queen, and bigger pairs.
Particularly him, I think like Ace King is the rock scraping bottom of the range. He's been playing so cautiously. The only thing I would say is that I think the action was really, really quick. He just jammed it in really quick, and that is often weighted towards.
But he
Ace
didn't
King.
jam it in. He did bet quick, but he actually induced.
Oh, he induced, you're right? Yeah, he put in 52k.
Yeah, 52 of his 170.
Yeah.
It didn't look like he was folding. What the Quack opening up again. These players obviously feeling a little bit freer. The shackles of ICM are off them. They've made the money. There are still some nice ladder jumps to be made, but of course we know, looking at that structure, all the cheddar up top.
Oh, it's all about winning that Irish Open package now, which is worth more than first prize, worth a lot more than second prize. These players are playing for. Let me work this out quickly. There is 3,700, 5,300 left to play for. 3,000 of that is up top.
Yeah, it's just so top heavy.
And we have a comment from Lars in the chat. The Scandi and me got the best of me with those lines.
Good man, Lars.
Yeah, well, it certainly worked out for Lars, and
I like Lars. He'll be an excellent addition to the Irish Open this year if he wins this package.
Yeah, I look forward to meeting Lars in Dublin. Hopefully as Irish Open online champion.
OJ Happy opening it up now. He's playing 40 bigs.
Yeah.
NEV got a perfect reshove stack, and he does reshove.
Done right that, and OJ has folded. And yeah, the stacks have kind of we don't have anybody super short anymore. MEV with just under 20 big blinds is now the shortest stack. Nobody else under 30 big blinds. We might only see one or two more bust outs, I think, before the end of the night. And another question from Donald Mooney in the chat. What was the buy-in? The buy-in for this was €88. 49 runners. So the 1,600 that was effectively added to the prize pool by the organisers in the form of an Irish Open package is pretty massive. It was over 30
It was like 20
euro.
more buy-ins.
Yeah.
20 more buy-ins added to the prize pool. For every $5 you put into the prize pool, you got an extra $2 equity. Pretty sick. Floman bidding the button here. Good job.
Lars says we played together in the 350 PLO Irish Open last year, Lappin. I think I busted you if I don't remember wrong.
Now Lars, a lot of people busted me over a lot of things. Hang on, was this on a final table?
PLO 350.
Wow. I think I busted you if I don't remember. 350 PLO. Oh wait, was that was that a very small field, Lars, if you're listening? I don't know. Was that like a 2 tables sort of tournament that was early in the festival?
It's quite possible.
And I think that was the one that Parky and Roy Brindley and Dara Davey also played.
I do have a memory of that. Yeah, for sure. I didn't play.
If so, I'm sure I would remember your face, but I actually don't remember the hand. I bust far too many tournaments that week. Although I did win 2 tournaments that week, 2 tournaments in successive nights that week.
Sick
So I
brag,
didn't.
David.
So I didn't bust all my tournaments that week.
Sick brag.
We have a 3-way all in. We're just
Three-way
going for
all
it
in.
here. Lars got the ace king. He needs to hit.
No!
No!
But we
Pocket
do this
it.
slow, man.
Lars does get a small side pot, which is chunky enough to be honest. He pretty much breaks even on the exchange.
Yeah.
MEV gets the triple up though, much more important for MEV, who has played pretty snug, been the short stack for quite a while now. That triple up suddenly puts him right into the mix.
Massive for MEV there. He was the short stack. Now he's second in chips, and he's opened this. Got 3-bet by Gucci off a relatively shallow stack, and he's folded.
Okay, Lars, with the help of Darrow Kearney, I'm going to try and pull up your
I'm gonna try and
your
find the
photograph here. I'm sure I'm good with faces, but I'm very bad with names.
Dara says he bubbled that tournament. Does that bring back memories, David?
Well, we would have swapped, so I'm sure that was I would remember that he lost me some money there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm useless. Useless swap, clearly.
Can I have Lars's full name? Lars Ulrich?
Lars Eric Isaacson.
Eric Isaacson. Okay. I'm looking you up here, Lars. Oh, I have you there. Pro 6-card PLO flipper. And we're friends on Twitter. Okay, well I'm sure we did get chatting that day. Yes, I see your photo. I remember you well. I don't remember you being the one who bussed me, but then I usually try and repress those memories as quick as possible. But I trust your memory that you did. Lars with the check raise on the 8-6-8. Sorry, 8-6-10, I should say. MEV folds. Nicely set up here now. What the quack? Roughly half the chips in play. Rest of the chips spread out between MEV, Guccio, and OJ Happy. It's anyone's game. Certainly, if you're trying to create a book on this one, you'd have to say that Lars is something around even money, maybe just a little worse than even money. MEV maybe like a good shout here at, I don't know, what would you say, Dara? Maybe just worse than 3-1.
Many chips in play? 2, 3, 5, almost a million.
Yeah, I think I'd probably.
Yeah, I would probably back him at.
You back him at 4s for
I'd
sure.
definitely back him at 4-1. Yeah, I guess what the quack is about evens. MEV maybe 4-1, and then the other two guys. Well, obviously it depends on how this pot goes, but roughly in the 6-1 range.
That sounds about right. Yeah, let's size it up so that we can see the chat at the same time there. I don't think it'll cost us too much of the size of the screen, and that way we can see every comment coming in. Perfect.
We've an all in here. MEV has bet the river and got check raised all in on the turn. Check raised all in on the turn from OJ Happy.
Yeah, big bet here, 25k. Obviously a half pot bet on this very, very wet low board. The raise here, there's no flushes possible. 7 obviously makes a straight. Sorry, it doesn't because I can't read boards anymore. 5-7.
We've had too much wine.
It's 5-7 for the straight.
5-7 would make a straight. 9-7 would make a straight. No,
9-7
wouldn't make a straight. I've lost the ability to read boards as well. 5-2 makes a straight though.
It does. Yeah, so plenty of draws out here. OJ might be happy to go with a draw, such as, like you said, Dara, maybe a 9-7, a 9-10.
Yeah, MEV's in the tank here. This isn't for all of his chips, but it is for most of his chips. If he calls here and he's wrong, he is going to be down to about 60k.
Yeah, it's possible that OJ has an overpair and is just thinking, well, look, if you got it, you got it. MEV maybe looking down at a hand like pocket 7s, maybe a I don't know, 10-8 suited, something like that, has to let it go.
Yeah, I think if you pocket 7s there, you're cursing your decision to bet the turn. What the
Quack limps from the small blind. He's kind of pulled clear now. Not so much that he's pulled clear, but the other guys have been sucked back into roughly equal stacks, which increases their ICM pressure. But in this specific tournament, the first prize is so big that it's going to play a lot differently from normal tournaments.
Yeah, at the risk of influencing the play now, if any of these 4 players are out there listening, I think you just go for it. You just have to go for it. There's far too much up top to over. You know, maybe very small consideration if you get a little shorter than you are now, but with these stacks, I think you just go for it.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, with the shortest stack is 22 big blinds. The second stack is 40 big blinds. This is the kind of zone that tournament players spend a lot of their lives in, so they'll probably understand the ranges pretty well.
Now, of course, my guess was this would be 4 or 3-handed at the end. Yeah. 3-handed still probably the favourite, although anything could happen.
We could be heads up also, I think. I mean, it could even end in one big cooler as well, but yep, we're 34 minutes away from the end of play tonight. Or, no, sorry, less. Break. 29 minutes away. They've been playing pretty fast.
And just running through Twitter, not trying to take away from the action we're seeing right there, as we see a runner trips for Lars. Mike Unbelievable getting absolutely decimated on Twitter right now, as he probably deserves to. He gives it hard enough. He's going to have to take it for the next few days. Not just, as I said, the defeat. Of course, anyone can lose a heads-up game. You know, any old donkey could beat Ivy on his day, but it was the manner of the defeat. He really just capitulated.
As David waffles on about that heads-up match, the viewing figures go down again. Thanks, David. Rick has rejoined us in the chat and says 20 watching. I go to a phone call and things get crazy. They're all deep stack for the stage. They are indeed, Rick, but they've been playing surprisingly fast. We saw an amazing hand on the bubble where 1 and 2 in chips got it all in.
1 and 2 got it in a 5-bet pot, 9s against Ace King.
Yeah.
In fact, a 5-bet pot that included a cold 4-bet.
Yeah. OJ Happy and What the Quack. Yeah, they're both exercising pot control here.
A queen high might win this one, or a pair of 2s in fact.
A pair of 2s is enough.
Big blind 5k. We've got 2 more levels left tonight, so we will see big blind 6k and maybe even big blind 8k. Is that right, Darren?
Yeah, I think it's 15 minutes levels. So.
Yeah, so that will mean 120 big blinds in play in the tournament. You'd normally expect a tournament to go past that point.
You would.
You'd expect the average stack to get down to 60 or 70 big blinds, even in a one that finishes early. So I think you're going to be doing a computer setup tomorrow afternoon.
Wonderful. So What the Quack's opened the button. MEV has 3-bet, small from the small blind. Nevertheless, despite the price he's getting, What the Quack decides to fold.
Gotta say, the action is ticking fast here. Our players, no one's taken any time over their decisions now. We're probably getting in more than 1 hand a minute, I would say, on average.
Yeah. Blind on blind here. Guccio and OJ Happy. This might be getting checked down. No, OJ's gone for a small bet, which works on the river. MEV's opened again. Gucci's folded the button. MEV's now he's not the shortest stack, but he has almost the same stack as Guccio. He's got 3-bet from What the Quack. He hasn't shown much propensity to fold to these 3-bets, but he has decided to let this one go. That moves him back now. Himself and Guccio have basically the same stack. OJ's gone for the limp on the button, which is interesting. I think that's the first time we've seen him do that.
Yeah, I think probably more a factor of the stack he's up against in terms of MEV rather than his own. To be honest, I do like to see a limp mixed in my button play, but probably not quite this deep.
Yeah, it's an interesting play for sure.
And he folded there on the river. So MEV picks up the pot. Every pot's pretty significant at this stage. I mean, that's a small nothing pot, but it does move him well clear of Guccio now in 4th place. MEV in 3rd place. Guccio is now playing out of position against the chip leader. He's gone for the check call line on the jack side 6-5. The flush has come in on the turn. It's gone check check. Okay, we say goodbye to Rick Wren in the chat. He's got a bottle of whiskey waiting for him at the bar. Thanks for joining us, Rick.
Good man, Rick. Thank you very much.
Yeah. 3-bet, 4-bet. MEV had 3-bet before. He's called for half of his stack almost.
Wow, well, okay, this is just getting in here, no questions. There we go, and there we go. No! What? Wow.
That was a very unorthodox play from MEV 1989. He called the 4-bet pre-flop for half of his stack and then folded on the flop.
Wow. Well, Lars, again, seemingly doing all the right things here.
Yeah, he's now moved to, he has more than half the chips. He's going to win from here more than half the time. He's in a great spot now. He can also put pressure on the guys, although not as much as in a normal tournament, as we've said before, because it is all about first place. MEV straight back on the horse, sticks it all in and gets the reshove through. Riz from What the Quack on the button, called. Gucci has been peeling pretty wide from the big blind, which is normally pretty good, but against the chip leader in this spot where he is 3rd in chips, probably a little bit less well advised to be doing so. He's bet a quarter of the pot on this board. That's not going to fold out very much.
Yeah, gotta feel What the Quack has some showdown value after he checks back the flop. Well, that's a really interesting, but I'm guessing Guccio with some sort of king, maybe a king jack, king 10 type hand makes the most sense. It is a paralyzing bet of, oh, hello.
No.
Wow, well, Lars just, certainly sniffing out that it looked like a blocker bet. Could have been anything really. Could have been just a, I don't know what, scratch your head over that one, Dara.
Yeah, I find it very difficult to put Gucci on a range there.
Definitely What the Quack has 8s and 7s in his range when he checks back the flop, so he actually in quite a good position to rep
for sure
the boat in that spot.
MEV limped the button there, took it down on the flop. OJ limps from the small blind. What the Quack is happy to check behind, which he did, I believe, last time with a 10 deuce type hand.
Again, just from watching Lars, I'm inclined to think he has some showdown value when he checks back in these spots.
Yeah, he has the ace.
Yeah, and not because it's wrong, but because it's right. He tends to recognise those spots where it's not a bad board to take a stab, and when he doesn't take a stab, it generally implies he has some showdown.
Interesting too. We were talking earlier in the tournament about in the spots you want to have some aces in your check behind range, and he that's exactly what he did there. He had ace 6 off, elected not to raise when OJ limped.
And again, What the Quack showing no signs of slowing down here, Dara. He's got these guys where he wants them again. They're all under 30 big blinds now.
Yeah. Yeah. Having said that, MEV has been playing very, very actively. He doesn't seem to be worried about whether he busts 4th or 3rd. He's going for the win. Guccio has been defending pretty wide, so it's not like this table is allowing them to run them over. And we see an example of that. MEV has moved all in over the top of What the Quack's open. What the Quack folds. MEV gets himself back close to parity again with Guccio.
Yeah, I think these guys definitely recognising now that MEV is probably not shoving just a tight range here. I think he's probably shoving some Broadway combos. He's certainly happy to shove small pairs in that spot. Maybe ace anything as well. He's just happy to, take the fold equity and maybe the 30% when called. But then again, What the Quack probably should be adopting a policy of opening even wider than that. So maybe he just doesn't have a hand he can call against that range.
I think he's opening so wide there. He definitely has some hands that he has to raise fold.
Now, What the Quack again going for a check. This time a check fold. I guess that board does just, hit the check behind range sometimes.
Yeah, he's playing super. He's being very disciplined here. He's not trying to win every pot or to bloat pots and win by sheer brute aggression. He's very steadily increasing his chip stack.
Again, I just, good identification of what boards to check back there. I really like what the Quack's hand. I'd also like to point out the speed of play. The minute we try and do any level of post-mortem on a play, we've generally missed 2 hands. These guys are playing, I think, a hand every 40 seconds at the moment.
Yeah.
They really want you to have a day off tomorrow, Dareth.
Yeah,
I think they're trying to figure out a way to end this.
I
for
really
you.
appreciate their efforts here. Hopefully, there's a massive cooler coming up.
Going to be a little bit tilty if, let's say what the Quack knocks out OJ and Guccio and he goes heads up against MEV with like a 9-1 chip lead and the day is over.
Yeah, and I have to do a 2-hour setup tomorrow.
Maybe in that spot, could we ask JP to call Microgaming and say let them play on? What the Quack again defending as he should, pretty wide, and I assume in this spot. Check on the Queen 4 board. I like that check back from Guccio. Delay c-bet will often work better in this spot, and of course, if he has a big hand, he wants to let his opponent catch up a bit. If he has a big hand and is behind a queen, he wants to keep some kind of control over the pot.
Yeah. OJ Happy raises the button this time. He has limped a couple of times on the button. This time he elects for the raise. He's gotten 3-bet. It's a small 3-bet. MEV's been doing this quite a lot, basically 2.5xing the open off a relatively shallow stack.
Yeah, tough spot for OJ here. He does have position. I would construct a very, very, very narrow range of calling hands there, which I might feel like I just had to, maybe your Jack Queen suited, your King Jack suited, those kind of hands had to be, flatted just for their playability.
Yeah, I think that would be my normal response, but MEV 1989 has done this move so often now that I'm starting to think maybe it's a wider range.
You might start lamping that kind of hand back at him.
Yeah. Well, or I think those hands would call, but maybe my calling range would be a bit wider as well.
Sure. Okay, we're blind v blind here.
Blind v blind. We have less than 20 bigs effect. The blinds have gone up again. This is the second last level we're going to have tonight. We have a 17 big blind stack, 25 big blind stack, 27 big blind stack, and what to Quack with all the rest of the chips. We have a 3-way pot now, and it's got checked around. Yeah, the speed of play here is incredible. These boys are not hanging around.
Now, what the Quack, interesting spot. This ace obviously hits the opener's range more than anyone else, but what the Quack, happy to bet out. Guccio, if he's got an ace, can only call. He can't do anything more than that. And you got to feel like what the Quack, maybe with a draw, a pair and a draw, or something of that nature, feels as though he might have the best hand. Oh, that's interesting about that. It feels like maybe an ace 10, an ace queen from Guccio. Maybe not a bad spot for what the Quack to ship it in.
Yeah, I think if you bet ace 10 there, you probably have to call it off. But it would be a pretty close spot. And you would be hating the fact that you decided to go for thin value. Now that moves, basically now the other 3 stacks are almost identical.
They're pretty much bang on level here.
Yeah.
No difference between them. MEV pulling ever so slightly in front of the other 2 now with that blind steal.
OJ Happy raises, and Guccio has been defending super wide. Yeah, once again he goes for just the defend. Very, very hard board to hit.
Yeah, if I'm OJ and I don't have ace high here, I'm probably going to fire out. If I do have ace high, I might be happy to check it back.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. What the Quack opens again. We have again the 2.5x bet from MEV. Well, I am starting to suspect at this point it's not
always value.
It's not always value, no.
What the Quack maybe recognizing that may take a stand here. That being said, this could be the time that MEV has it.
And he's called. Oh,
MEV with position has got a, he can set up a 2-spot to a 2-street bet here now, but he doesn't. Queen on the turn, what the Quack, probably not going to take the bait here. MEV checking back. Maybe he has a hand here. Maybe he's got the ace king or the 9s. And he's just, taking his showdown value.
Yeah.
I think we'll see a quick check back here
Well,
after all that action.
Ace
Yeah.
king against ace 3. Yeah.
So it was the time there that he had the ace king. I like his decision to check back there. I don't think there was a huge amount of value in trying to get what the quack in. As you said, Dara, his image was poor, so he was going to get called 2 streets by a 10. I don't think there was any way a 10 was folding there. So
yeah, I think when you have the nut no pair hand, that's always a good spot to go for the check. It's hard to fold out better or get called by worse.
Last time, what the quack limped in, MEV raised it up. This time he just checks behind.
So MEV has now pulled clear a bit of the other two into second place. He's 2x from the small blind, which our former co-commentator Ian Simpson is going to hate.
OJ Happy defending here in the big blind. Queen 10-2, definitely hitting the flanning range somewhat. What the quack should probably bet this king on the turn a decent chunk of the time, with a decent chunk of his range. But again, OJ happy to call. He's going to call with a queen, a 10, a king, or a jack in this spot. So yeah, plenty of hands in both ranges that will play it this way. What the quack probably look to go for some value with an ace king type of hand. And maybe OJ Happy with just a bare jack or a jack 10 has to let it go there.
That's what that feels like, yeah. So that pulls OJ Happy back now. We have another 14 minutes or so played tonight. He and Guccio have approximately the same stack. MEV has a bit of clear water between him and those two, but he has less than a third of the chips of What the Quack, who at the moment has over half the chips in play.
Yeah, and it's fast and furious here again. We've already got a 60k pot going to the king on the river. Definitely a card What the Quack can represent if he chooses to do so. Possibly put a lot of MEV's range under a lot of pressure. Yeah, I don't hate that decision to bet that card. I would have preferred to see a bigger bluff sizing, put sevens under a bit more pressure, although, maybe seven still has to snap it off, a hand that strong.
Certainly possible, yeah. And MEV has gone for another 3-bet. Again, the 2.5x, that seems to be his sizing both in and out of position.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'd be willing to bet here, given the way that MEV has played these kind of stacks in this kind of situation, that he probably has a decent amount of final table experience. He's probably a regular, and he's probably got a bit of sit and go experience as well. He seems to be quite comfortable with these kind of shorter stacks earlier on, and he seems quite comfortable with these 30 big blind stacks now.
Yeah, I think that's a good read from David there. Now that's put Guccio right back into the danger zone. If he loses this pot, he's going to have just over 10 big blinds. Guccio prospects of winning this pot are not looking that great. He's shown absolutely no aggression post flop.
What the quack betting out here does feel like a queen.
And yeah, good read from David. It is a queen. We don't know what MEB had, but he probably got river there. Guccio is now down to 11 big blinds.
He's got a spot here if he wants to take it. He doesn't. OJ Happy blind v blind playing 20 bigs, lets it go. What the quack gets the walk.
Yeah, OJ's been limping a lot from the small blind, but with Guccio that much smaller now, I think that tightens up OJ's range in that. Guccio then goes for the shove under the gun and gets it through. Now he's going to be straight into the big blind. Four-handed when you're short stacked can be hell because if you've got 10 big blinds 9-handed, that could be 50 or 60 hands before you blind out. But four-handed you could be gone in 20 hands. So
yeah, interesting spot here. That check back on the flop, I feel like What the Quack has a king an awful lot of the time. Feels like the right thing to do because it's a good board to bet when you've just limped in and the big blind. So well, he doesn't. And maybe just, I don't know, maybe just an ace high and he was willing to test out MEV.
Yeah, I think an ace high would call there.
Guccio goes for the limp. He's only playing 10 big blinds here. A little bit of tippy-tappy now between him and OJ. OJ, very unorthodox in the early going. We watched him on Dara Davies' table earlier on. Some very funky, very active play. He's been actually probably the quietest of all the players since we got four-handed.
Yeah. And
Yeah, you feel OJ is basically looking at Guccio stack now, waiting for Guccio to bust before he does anything major. What the Quack and MEV are playing a very small pot blind on blind. That's a good card to bet on the river, I think, if you're What the Quack.
Yeah, definitely more kings in his range.
Yeah.
MEV limping in now again. You know, this limp is not a bad play here, playing 12 effective. You know, it sort of paralyzes Guccio. He can shove, but, you know, if he shoves too wide, he's getting snapped off and induced a lot. Guccio should check back all his 10s, probably bet his queens and his 4s, certainly bet his flushes.
Yeah. What about his missed clubs?
Does he have the missed clubs when he checks back to flop? Not sure.
Maybe not.
Oh, hello.
We've been all in here in the call.
Oh.
He had the 4.
And it was a 4 against the flush. So nice little deceptive check there by MEV, maybe recognising that the queen would thin value bet itself, and his shove would look a little bit funky, like why didn't he go for value himself with the flush? So very well played again, MEV, really liking his lines. Got to say, the whole game setting up for tomorrow night for a What the Quack MEV showdown.
Yeah, I'm still rooting for the three-handed cooler that gets me the night off tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you've got 9 minutes, Dara. The rate these guys are playing, though, that could be 20 hands.
Yeah. Yeah, now OJ is so significantly shorter. He basically all of his ICM handcuffs have been removed. He can pretty much just go for it now. MEV is in actually the worst ICM spot here, but as this payout structure is so top heavy with the added Irish Open package, I think they're all playing for the win now at this point.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, Dara. I think MEV probably, just from the quality of play we've seen from him over the last few hours, I have to assume here that he knows where he stands. He knows the ICM. He understands the package added sort of contortion of the money payout, and he's going to use that now to go gung ho for first. And you know what? If he comes third, so be it.
Yep. Yeah, completely. If we have a quick look at the payout structure, basically, next player out gets €588. Second gets 980. First with the added package gets over $3,000. So the next place is the difference between third and second is only €400. The difference between second and first is over $2,000. So it's fair to say the next pay jump means almost nothing.
Yeah, good analysis there, Dara. Yeah, again, 3-handed at the rate we're going. I would expect about 15 more hands before play ends. There's a 4x from OJ. That does the job.
He was doing that early on, if you remember as well. Kind of hands. We suspected it was hands he didn't want action with.
Yeah, maybe in this spot 8s and 9s would make the most amount of sense.
And we've an all in here. Is he going to get called? No.
No. Now, again, that's the min raise from the small blind that we know Ian doesn't like. But, you know, I got to say, with this stack depth and the tendencies of OJ, I don't mind it.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. Now some pressure has gone on OJ's limp this time. He had been getting away with limping previously, but now it's a different situation.
Just 7 minutes left now until the end of play. OJ's gone for the 4x again on the button. What the Quack has raised him, so you got to assume these chips are getting in there. You might be getting... Oh, they're not.
He's folded. So
he's folded, wow.
As we suspected, the 4x was not being a strong hand.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's the first time we've seen that 4x be tested.
Yeah.
What the Quack clearly had some kind of showdown. You know, I don't think he was getting it in there without.
I think he had to expect. I think he had to expect he was getting called.
And we get to the river there. OJ happy 60k. He's betting half pot. What the Quack snaps him off. King 7. Wow, the river. You got to assume that was a rivering there, Dara.
Rivering 2-pair. It looked very much like that. Yeah. That brings OJ back into the mix again. He's up to 25 big blinds, even if he loses this pot, which he may not do because he's gone for the check raise on the flop, and it gets it through, and now that really brings
he's
him
right into it now.
Yeah, he's right into
it.
How
quickly things can change in poker, Dara.
How quickly they can change, indeed, David. Particularly when they're playing at this lightning speed. These mad, crazy scandies just flinging the chips around.
And do we know all three of these guys are Norwegian?
I'm going to suspect they are. That guy definitely is. We don't know where that is. Moss.
There's plenty of Moss in Ireland.
True. True.
Okay, here we go. I think it's getting in, boys and girls. No, I predicted it wrong again. OJ with the 3-bet fold. Four X again.
Oh, the 4x call. Oh, and that's an interesting board.
Definitely some Queen X hands in the flatting range here. A Queen Jack, a Queen 10, a Queen King. Well, those hands are going nowhere right now. OJ, well, he's betting again.
I think we might be pot committed here.
Gotta feel like OJ's not going to bet his 9s and his 10s and his Jacks in this situation. Gotta feel like What the Quack has to have a Queen or maybe some kind of small pair.
And while Lars is thinking that decision, he's taken the time to type in the chat box that they are all Norwegians. So the very first ever Irish Open online championship has come down to 3 Norwegians.
Lars in the tank here.
And he has folded.
I'm going to assume Lars had, an ace-high hand. He might have had something like, I don't know, an ace-9, an ace-8, something he didn't really want to go with, maybe? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that one out. He could have had a small pair as well.
Yeah.
But then you got to feel that he goes with that pre-flop too. So I'm not too sure.
So stacks have kind of leveled up somewhat. Lars has been pulled back by that loss. He still has the chip lead, obviously, but it's now basically 4-3-2.
Here we go, MEV with that small 3-bet again.
3-bet again. Lars.
Big pop Bruin.
Again.
MEV, you got to feel a lot of his light 3-bets and a lot of his made hands will have connected with that board.
Yeah.
Ace X would play a big part. What the Quack definitely has some Ace X hands in his calling range, so check. MEV could still have an ace, but be checking just for deception, trying to get the floats in. What the Quack, well, if he's got an ace, he's got to pull the trigger here in a bet, and we'll have to see what MEV does.
Oh.
Wow.
That'd be very interesting what called.
Gotta assume MEV had the queens or the jacks in that spot and just felt like, what, the extra ace came off. One less ace that Lars can have, but, well, he was wrong.
And Lars, What the Quack, now has taken the most dominant position he's had so far. He's got almost 600k of the roughly million in play.
And he's got 3 minutes to finish the job tonight.
Come on, Lars. Lars has opened the button. MEV's called. Oh, 3-way pot. Here comes the 3-way cooler.
This is what you were looking for, Darren. Yeah. This is the set 3 minutes before the end.
Ace 10, King 10, and pocket 2s.
Oh, we don't like this checking around business.
What's this
this
checking?
This is not what you're asking. This is not what you wanted.
Oh, this has all been very disappointing.
Ace high from Lars. No.
Yeah.
Ace high from MEV wins.
MEV's gone for the min raise. What the Quack defends.
Gotta assume a C-bet most of the time here from MEV.
Yeah, the ace high board C-bet takes it down. And min raise in the small blind, which we hadn't seen before, I don't think, from What the Quack. He's gonna C-bet call. There's a pot developing here.
Check and bet. Gotta feel like a king would have checked back that turn, so funky little bet. Might have been a float from MEV. Could have been a 7-2, I guess.
Yeah. Here we go, another 3-way pot.
This is the one. Oh, and a nice textured board. This is the one Dara loves.
This is the board where we can have anything.
You gotta have a pair, a straight draw, or over cards here every time, don't you?
Oh no.
Oh what?
Oh no.
Oh, disaster.
What's this nonsense?
2 minutes left, guys. I think we probably have 2 hands, maybe. No, it's 1 minute left now. This is our last or second last hand, one would have to assume. What the Quack.
This could be an interesting last.
Queen 7-4, Jack on the turn. 5 probably doesn't change much here. And a 7, not good enough.
Set the Jack on the turn.
Yeah, MEV turning Lars there. A little unlucky from Lars. He played it right. Not much he could do. And I think this might be our last hand. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to... Oh no, one more. We will be going to a final day, Dara. You didn't get your wish.
Yeah, James McNamara asks in the chat, why can't we see to the end? This is scheduled to end at 1 a.m., which is soon. I'm not sure if there's any possibility they'll play on, given that they are three-handed.
Yeah, I've no doubt now that had JP known that this was a likelihood, he would have let these guys play out to a finish. Obviously, it should finish in the next 40 minutes or so in most worlds. But you know what? They didn't, and now the tournament is on a break, and we'll resume in 5 minutes, it says, Dara.
Oh no.
What's going
well,
on?
This is good. This is good. This is good.
No, just say we pause
After 5 hours of play.
So that means we have a 5-minute break as a 5-minute break, but 5 hours play?
Play. This is there's some yeah.
Are
Okay.
we in ghosting hours now? Are we on a ghoster now, being forced into 20 more minutes of commentary?
I believe 5 hours of play would mean 20 levels. We are still in level 19, so yeah, it looks like we may have another 20-25 minutes to play. You would think as commentators we would know these things, but we don't. Apparently we're coming back in 4 minutes. I think we are probably okay. Lars is actually piping up in the chat box, which is amazing. He's chip leading this.
He says he always does it on multiple days. He's left the building. Lars has dropped the mic. He's out of here. He's pretty confident. Lars, just please do us a favour. Stick around for 3 minutes and 52 seconds, just in case.
We really don't want to see you blind out.
Yeah, what's written in that lobby is just a little bit vague. I'm sure you're probably right, especially if you're experienced on this skin. But there is just an outside chance that based on what was written there, they will play on. Dara and I, in the meantime, are getting ourselves ready to go. We're heading to the bar for a well-earned drink. We're going to assume it's over in 3 minutes' time. If indeed play resumes, we will sit back down and bring you coverage till the end. But as is, we're getting ready. We're packing up. We're getting our coats on. We want to thank you guys for tuning in. Really appreciate it. The Irish Online Championship will be playing to a close tomorrow evening. Darrow Kearney will be bringing you live stream commentary of that event on his own. I'm going to be back in Malta. I won't be helping anymore. But I'm sure, do you know what? One voice is enough when you're analysing heads-up spots. And no better man for a heads-up.
And to the 19 people still watching, thank you very much for tuning in. Don't go anywhere for the next 2 minutes 40 seconds because in keeping with the shambolic nature of this commentary, we have no idea whether the tournament is actually finished or not. The chip leader assures us that it is. He probably knows, but just in case, hang around for another 2.5 minutes and we'll let you go then if indeed the tournament is done for the night. Okay, we're done for the day.
Sayonara, boys and girls.
I shall be back tomorrow at 8 p.m. GMT to commentate. There were 3-handed overnight. Lars Eric Isaacson is chip leader overnight with half the chips. MEV 1989 is second in chips. OJ Happy is third in chips. Still all to play for. See you tomorrow. Thanks, guys.